Hello. So I'm itntpiston, and today I'll be running All Shrines Extended, and I'll start a game, and then I'll hand it over to my commentators to introduce themselves and take over.
All right, welcome everybody to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild All Shrines EX, so extended. Before I introduce my co-commentator, maybe a quick explanation what EX in this game stands for. I already said it, extended. So not only will Piston be completing every shrine in the game, but also every shrine that gets added into the game through the DLC pack. In the Champions Battle main quest that gets added to the game. So there will be a total of 136 shrines to complete. They will maybe not be completed in ways that you know, so that's going to be interesting. But since it's going to be a long run, I also have Lumina here as my co-commentator, which is going to be helpful because there's a lot to talk about. This run is crazy. What's up, Lumina?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here too. I don't have as much to talk about as Lim just said, but yeah, it's a cool category.
I stole everything you could have said from you already. Pretty much. I think there's going to be a lot. There's going to be enough to talk about in the run. And obviously, Piston, if you have any information that you want to, maybe when you want to introduce a specific trick or a specific, whenever you want to say something, just let us know before we steal the show, because this is a run that requires a ton of preparation. So for Piston to be able to do this is crazy. And this is mainly due to a strat that we will probably introduce eventually. Because the thing is this, I think we can already say this. The DLC in Breath of the Wild, and the reason why this category improved by like pretty much 4 hours, not quite, but pretty much 4 hours, last year, is because that usually the way this run goes is the DLC is only unlocked once you complete the 4 Divine Beasts in this game. And then after you basically finish the 4 Divine Beast quests, you come back to the Shrine of Resurrection, which we are currently trying to escape with the scope clip. There we go. Usually you do the 4 Divine Beasts, and then you come back to the Shrine of Resurrection, and the quest to get to begin the DLC starts. Now, because of a trick that Piston is going to be using later on the Great Plateau and then in other sections too, called Shrine Coordinate Warp, we don't need to do any Divine Beasts anymore. So not only does this trick skip 1, but all 4 Divine Beasts. So this was already used in all shrines. In all shrines, we always had to do Var Medo, the Bird Divine Beast, and Vana Boris for a specific shrine. So the trick skipped doing 2 Divine Beasts here, but here it skipped doing all 4. So that's pretty massive. And we get to that later when we come back to the Great Plateau. But at first, as always, we have to get the Paraglider.
Can I quickly just say something? Reminder for everybody that we still have this Pull the Master Sword glitchless incentive that's currently at $477 of $600, and we will cut this incentive 2 hours in. So you have 1 hour and 58 minutes and now around 40 seconds. Or 10 seconds, actually. Damn, I can't even math. To get that incentive met for the final $123, and then we're gonna get it. So make sure to get that met.
Yeah, for sure. Usually in these sort of runs, that's gonna cause a pretty funny cutscene as well with like the craziest outfits. So I think that's worth definitely something you want to get your donations in for, if you can. But yeah, Great Plateau. Lumina, what do you think of the Great Plateau?
Yeah, I love the Great Plateau. It's a good tutorial section, but I'll break down what we've had so far. So the first thing is that you might have noticed is we're running in English, which is the fastest language for this category, I'm pretty sure. It's definitely the fastest for standard all shrines, because of the there's 3 shrines inside of mazes that you go to, and it saves a text box there. You'll see that Piston is currently also collecting some wood. This is very essential for the Shrine Coordinate Warp trick that Linky was talking about. You'll see how it comes into focus later. And last thing I want to mention is when we did the SOR clip, we instead of going straight up to go back into bounds,
Head for the point marked on the map
we
when
walk
the ship
over
is
to
lit.
the front of the Shrine of Resurrection to get the initial time of day cutscene, which gives you weather, which is essential in the run, as well as time rotations.
Exactly. The order of shrines so far will be the same. We are gonna go to the Stasis shrine just like we would in any percent, then to the cryonis one, to the Magnesis one, and then to bombs. But then we will actually also get the tower, which is different from any percent, because since we are planning on entering 136 shrines, even though we will be entering them in various ways, it's just faster to get that tower out of the way. So that we can just enter them.
Well.
War points are big, which you can only really get like the tech labs or something without the tower, which is not great.
Yeah, tech labs and dungeons, I believe. But we don't want to be doing the dungeons, so we get the tower, basically.
Exactly.
Coming up to our first shrine, where we will be clipping in. But yeah, because usually you need to get the tower to open the shrines, but using a trick called skew, we can just force our way through the walls. Very handy.
Yep. And that will be done pretty much, I think, not actually exclusively for the shrines on the Great Plateau. There are some other shrines that are usually blocked without doing a certain quest, and since all we care about is finishing the shrines, not the shrine quests in this run, which is going to be important to say. Like, for example, the DLC usually has like boss refights that you do, and it has like the big dungeon and the monk fight at the end. This category does not really care about that because it just cares about completing the 136 shrines. No shrine quests, no additional content, other than the content that's actually necessary, like getting the Paraglider, or in the past, defeating the Divine Beasts, or replaying the Great Plateau using the one-hit obliterator. I think I'm actually still surprised sometimes when I hear people talk about this game that actually, in my mind, I feel like almost everybody that has played this game also played the DLC, but that's not actually that true. Like, I feel like there's still a lot of people that have not even played the DLC. And if you haven't, then you have not played through the second big quest on the Great Plateau, which is probably the hardest part of the DLC, other than the monk fight can be tricky, but the plateau, the second time you get to the plateau revisit is actually notoriously hard. But we actually won't see that, and when we get there, we'll explain why.
Yeah, exactly, as Lim said. So that's our first shrine completed, the Stasis Shrine. Nothing too complicated there, aside from a little jump at the end, which saves a couple seconds. It's all about just getting on the right cycle.
Exactly. And then coming up on the cryonis split, this is where the first big speedrun tricks come into play again. I feel like since we are on the ZeldaSpeedRuns channel, a lot of the people here are familiar with the Breath of the Wild speedrun tech, but I think it's still important to briefly mention, because we're going to see that a lot, starting with a little abuse of the stasis rune, and then using our first bullet time bounce to get from the Stasis shrine over to the top of the mountain to the cryonis shrine. And in the past, that was pretty much all we had for every all shrines category. I actually used to run this category before this big trick was found, when it was still at around the 10-hour mark. It was already probably possible to do it a little faster. But you still had to do all of the Divine Beasts, so it was like a pretty grueling long run. It's still very long, but this is what I was talking about. When it comes to Stasis, you can ride this boulder up using Stasis and giving it a little bit of extra momentum, and then we are coming up on the first bullet time bounce.
Yeah, so the way this trick works is you need to get into bullet time when you're above the back, ideally, of the bokoblin, and when you hit the bokoblin and cancel bullet time, the game miscalculates his speed of Link, and it multiplies it by 20 times, basically. And that gives us the momentum we need to fly across to the cryonis shrine.
And I mean, you can obviously tell how broken this is for movement. And for a long time, this was already amazing, and we thought we cracked the game. But there's even more movement tricks that we will unlock later into the run. But for now, that's already good enough. We made our way to Cryonis, gonna get our second rune. And even though the game is coming up to its 5-year anniversary and we have these insane skips, tricks, and glitches, we do not have a way to skip the Great Plateau. To be fair, in this category, it would probably not even be a consideration because these are obviously shrines and they do count as such. We get Spirit Orbs at the end of them, so we would have to do them either way. And since the run is so long, we would probably want all of the runes, even if there was a way to skip them. The only ones that come to mind is like maybe Cryonis and Magnesis are not super powerful, but probably still useful enough since you're already doing the shrine. But looks like Piston's at least going to try to go for the wall jump over the gate here. These inputs are actually pretty similar to the shrine coordinate warp that we'll be doing later. So it's already a good warm-up, very nice.
Yeah, so the way that trick works is by performing a full damage cancel, which is what we saw before, to not take full damage after the cryonis BTB. Link technically counts as grounded for a short period of time, and if you're against the wall, that lets you basically get a free extra jump off of it. And then combining that with a shield jump means we can just get over that fence, saving a small amount of time.
And again, that's the baseline for the shrine coordinate warp, where we will essentially be jumping mid-air to trick the game. It makes much more sense to explain it when we see the first one, because then you can actually see what's happening before we get ahead of ourselves. Because now the next BTB is a pretty hit or miss one. It's probably not as hard to do setup-wise than the one to Cryonis, but the timing here is a little bit more important. Depending on your timing, you will get a different result in terms of your angle where you're flying. So let's see what we can get.
Exactly.
That looks like pretty good speed.
Yeah. So for this category, it matters less than any percent because we're not aiming to go all the way to the Magnesis Shrine. By the mud pit. Oh, we are. Okay. Your world record lied to me. Never mind. Ignore me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's I think that's actually the new baseline rule, even in 100%. If you get an angle like this, and potentially, which unfortunately didn't happen, even manage to have this shrine unloaded, which can happen, so the shrine isn't fully loaded, you can just walk through the door, then you can just take this one. There is a bunch of elemental arrows, that's what Lumina was talking about, on this swamp over there, which are definitely potentially worthwhile if you land right next to them. But I guess there's some alternatives that you can pick up instead. There's basically, there's a ton of them, since we're basically going to be going through the entire overworld of the game.
That's actually an interesting route split, depending on which angle we get from that BTB. If we're closer to those arrows, we will pick up those arrows first. And if we're not, we're going to do that afterwards, because if we get unloaded Magnesis, it's actually faster.
So you would get them on your way to tower?
Yeah.
Yeah. So later when we get to activate the Great Plateau Tower, since we will have unlocked the other movement technique I already teased earlier, that some of you probably already know, it's a quick detour, and we can just pick them up on our way. But again, unfortunately, no unloaded shrine. That's another thing that after 5 years has still, well, to be fair, not really after 5 years, because at the beginning we didn't even think that this would be possible. But ever since this route has been a thing, which has been for a long time now, which is also surprising, that the Great Plateau route managed to get away from like every reroute attempt and all of these new big tricks. Ever since we knew you can unload the Magnesis Shrine Door, and we still don't know why. There have probably been over 100 theoretical approaches to do that more consistently, and none of them really came true.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the routes that has really just stood the test of time. Mostly because it makes a lot of sense in theory when you think about the route. Like, the Stasis split, you get all the stuff you're going to need for the rest of the plateau, and it also gives you height. And then from there, you just want to move around the shrines in a clockwise fashion.
Exactly. And we will actually be crossing the Great Plateau Tower here, but the reason we are not getting it right now, I said earlier, we are going to get it eventually to get war points, like Nomura said, and opening shrines quicker than clipping. It's actually quicker to just open them, obviously, when you can. But the tower is quite slow. It's especially slow now, because we would have to encounter the old man after activating the tower. Oh, nice. Going for the box walk over. taking 1 heart of damage. We do have some food though to take care of that.
Okay, minute though.
All right, let's see. We want the guy with the the guy with the club. There is the one we wanted to come towards us to get a BTB all the way to bombs there. But these Bokos are a pain.
Yeah, so basically, if you're not at the top of the tower by the time they're finished up picking up their weapons, they won't run up to you as they're supposed to, which is because of that full damage animation. Piston was just a little late getting up the ladder, which was unfortunate.
It's okay though. Running here is not that slow. Not optimal, but not that slow. I was just mentioning why would we not just get the tower, since we just basically ran past it, and it's because while you're still doing the Great Plateau, when you do the tower, when you drop down from the tower, the old man shows up, and even though the sequence is broken, he will still basically introduce himself. Well, actually, that's not completely true. Actually not. That would happen if you go and get the tower first. If you get a shrine first, that cutscene will still happen, but the old man actually won't be in it. There's just gonna be a paraglider that like sits on the ground, and the cutscenes are gonna play, but no dialogue is gonna happen. You will still lose like a minute. So it is faster to get the tower later because you can just move on without any cutscenes.
Yeah, exactly as Lim said. It skips, I think, is it 2 cutscenes? The one at the top of the tower and one at the bottom. And then also the movement from tower to bombs is basically just running, which means we wouldn't get the speed of the bullet time bounce that we saw. Well, didn't see,
True.
But we would see.
True.
So yeah, it's just one of those things that makes sense. Now we get one of our favorite toys for this run, the remote bombs.
And they just got a buff recently.
Yes.
Not sure how many times, like right now, we're going to be using that quote-unquote buff. But the bombs have basically become the most broken rune from the most useless one. They were considered the most useless one, even behind cryonis, which is probably considered the most useless one now, because back in the day, oh wow, Magnesis is kind of useful. We can use this for the flying machine where you can fly around, and cryonis you could even basically do something like a bullet time bounce, and the bombs there, they were useless, but not anymore.
Yeah, we can use do this now, you know?
Yeah, we can do this instead. Using bullet time and bombs in a creative way, lining them basically up in a way that they align with Link. So the first bomb blows up and basically blasts the second bomb into Link, and then Link can use this momentum to fly anywhere. Right now, they are already good, but not as good as they're going to be later when we get the paraglider.
Yeah, so the glitch, which is known as wind bombing, has the same miscalculation as I talked about earlier with the bullet time bounces, where the bomb getting hit into Link knocks him out of bullet time, but it multiplies his speed by 20 again.
Exactly. All right. Now we will get the paraglider soon. It's going to be a last tease here where we have to meet the old man on top of the Temple of Time. And then we can be on our way. And actually start getting some shrines. We already obviously will have 4. This was the 4th one we just got. And we will slowly make our way into Hyrule Field.
Yes, exactly.
Specifically Kakariko, but through that area.
Yeah, so we got 2 little tricks to get to the Temple of Time, a wind bomb, and then a tree rocket. It's just a nice way to get there. You need the height from the tree rocket, which is why it's used over a wind bomb here.
Yeah, and basically the way, obviously since there's so many shrines and so many potential routes to approach this, it has actually, there's some changes that you can always make in the routes, and there will always be some route changes, but some things won't change because we do need things to be in a specific order. So as soon as we get the paraglider here, we're going to make our way to Kakariko and then Hateno. This is because we are going to need the camera. There's technically a way to skip the camera, but specifically with the DLC shrines, it becomes even better. We can talk about it later when those shrines come into play. So we want to get the camera, and we want to make our way to Hateno through Kakariko, because in order to get the camera, you need to talk to Impa first.
Yes, exactly. So the first branch of movement will be shrines between here and Kakariko. And then the other major reason to go to Kak is you need to talk to Impa to get the dragons to spawn, I'm pretty sure. And we will be farming dragon parts in the future.
Yep. I'm pretty sure the only way you get those dragons to spawn is by either talking to Impa at the start or by finishing all divine beasts. So yeah, that would take a little bit longer. Also, when we talk to Impa, when we make it to the first divine beast region, for example, Rito Village, we skip a cutscene there. There would usually be an introduction cutscene, where Zelda explains Link what a divine beast is, because the game gives you the freedom to approach the game in any way you want. So that's just there in case you haven't met Impa yet, but we will meet Impa because of those reasons. And then, yeah, again, from there we'll make our way to Hateno. But once upon a time, we'll get the tower out of the way now. And you could already see right there how wind bombs interact together with the paraglider. So when you do those wind bombs, you can open your paraglider after a little bit, and then you take all of that momentum that Link has into the glider, slowly obviously losing that, but you can travel much further and without taking extra damage. You will always take exactly 1 heart of damage when you do a wind bomb, no matter what your armor is, no matter if you have bombs or bombs plus. The only damage that varies is if you actually get hit by the explosion, which will cause the wind bomb to fail. But other than that, wind bombs always exactly 1 heart of damage. So since we're going to be doing like hundreds of them this run, they're going to be specifically used in shrines. We need some food to take care of that.
Yeah, so food routing is quite interesting in all shrines actually, because at the very start well, basically I'll start at the beginning. Your hearts refill after every shrine, and since we're doing all of them, they will be frequently filling up, but at the start we only have 3 hearts. So early on we will need a lot of backup food to sort of compensate for longer distance movement. But as soon as we get past so Kakariko will go up to 5 hearts. That means that reduces the need for food a lot, and then we'll get even more food later on. Or even more hearts later on. And at some point you reach a critical mass where you'll barely ever need backup food.
Yeah, that's the good part. Those shrines healing you at the end is basically... That's something you don't have in a lot of categories, which is nice. And the more hearts you have, the more effective that heal becomes. So even though they might not be required, unless we hit the incentive once again, if you want to see that Master Sword as well, then we actually need even more. I mean, again, the hearts are even more useful in this run because you got a bigger heal.
Alright, so Boss Carla Shrine, we just do it casually. It's so quick to do it casually. You just run through the shrine and ride the wind currents. There were some theorized wind bombs for this shrine, but because the roof is so low, it's just not really a viable option.
Yeah, it is actually faster, but the first wind bomb from the very start, you have to go through like a little... either you have to get like a super low angle that doesn't really reach the end, or you have to go through like this tiny gap at the top, which just won't work. Wind bombs, even to this day, we know how to do them perfectly fine now. We know a lot more about them. We know all sorts of like varieties, but getting like a specific angle all the time is still something that you can't really do, because so many factors play into it. When do you drop your bomb? When do you go into bullet time? How much do you turn? Like, it's just not really possible to get the same angle every time.
So what we saw there was the first attempt of a super launch, where you can use the pause menu to generate lag and try and pull the glider on a lag frame. Unfortunately, Piston does miss the glider pull, but if you manage to get it, it multiplies Link's speed by, I think, about 1.6 times.
You definitely go faster. The game tries to basically make up for that lag. Swiftly has some like cool visualizations of what actually happens. Where during this trick, but essentially what we have to remember is when we pause during a launch, we can go faster if we do a specific input right, which allows us to make those wind bombs even better. You can travel surprising distances with them, like probably like 20-15% or something of the entire map. But in shrine number 2, Vargo Kata, we will intentionally wind bomb into the wall here, so we can open our glider in time to just land in front of the monk, and that is shrine number 6.
Yes, this shrine's had a a history of weird wind bombs, but this one's become a kind of a standard one now. The one to the left into that wall.
Yeah. Any other one, you can either take some extra damage, because when you ragdoll on the ground, you can take damage, or you might not even make it up there.
Exactly. Just a little golf shot.
Yeah, and sometimes those, sometimes that specific strategy is what you want to do, because even though there might be a better wind bomb that saves you like a second, that would be in like the individual level record for that shrine. Since this is going to be a 6-hour run, even for like record attempts, sometimes you just want to choose the comfortable save strat over trying to push every shrine to the max, because yeah, some of those wind bombs, like I said, you just can't get consistently.
Very nice wind bomb to heal a row there.
Yeah.
So what we saw was a turn wind bomb, where you slightly turn Link after you drop the bombs, and that can exchange height for speed, which is very useful in situations like this. And it will be used in a lot of shrines as well to try and make sure you don't hit a roof.
Also, this week at the beginning, there's actually something that is not even that recent. I remember the first at least half a year or year, we were all suffering trying to get onto those little extensions there on the elevator. It would be really finicky, but now we basically do like this little setup where we backflip, swing our X and jump on them, which happens to be super consistent. It was definitely one of... In some shrines, that was like the hardest part on them. A lot of those shrines will look like this. You are going to go for a wind bomb and you get a good one or a decent one. Not all of them though. There's definitely going to be, specifically in this run with the extra DLC shrines, a variety of shrines where that's either not possible or not the best strats.
Alright, so shrine number 7 is complete, and before we go to shrine number 8, Kaya 1, we'll be going through a forest, which is very nice for the early game routing. It gives you a ton of stamina foods, which you can use to refill your stamina meter, and also a bunch of hearty foods. So, yeah.
Interesting backflip wind bomb there, basically on the side of the shrine. Still worked out in terms of that the wind bomb worked. Not sure if we're going to be going to the forest right away, or if we're going to stop at this ferry. There's actually a static ferry. Looks like we will. It's always going to be right next to this guardian. A ferry, again, can be helpful. You can either use it later as a backup to not die, or even intentionally sometimes in the early game to basically get like 3 hearts worth of food without even menuing, or later 5 hearts once we are once you are through Kakariko.
Oh yeah, you also farm wood here, which, as mentioned before, will be useful later. But yeah, there's just a lot of stamina
Pretty
food
soon,
and hearty
actually,
food there.
at this point.
Yeah, we got our first one in not too long.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, that is close, specifically since we are on half a heart, and these trees will also deal 1 heart of damage to Link. Yeah, in these sections specifically, it's always super scary to die, because if you die like right after a shrine or inside of a shrine, usually you get an autosave, but in these like farming sections, the game doesn't usually bother to save for you, even if you're picking up items. So if you die at the very end of a section like this, you will usually use all of your progress, which is obviously annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Autosaves are generally not too bad in Breath of the Wild, but sometimes when you go to places really quickly, they won't proc.
Yeah, I've had my fair share of absolutely ridiculously awful autosaves where I like traveled through half the world and nothing saved. It really depends. Like sometimes the game is really strict. Like when opening a chest or getting a Korok, it will always autosave.
Entering shrines as well tends to give you one. It just depends. Certain categories, it's a lot harsher than others.
Yeah, but some other things you may have like beaten half the game and just forgot. Anyway, Kaya 1. There is technically wind bombs here, but this is one of those specific shrines. You can see the architecture on the top. It's so annoying. Like, there's just nothing that really works all the time. So the best strat for me usually here is just like putting like a cryo block towards the end, and then swimming to it. Exactly. This guy might try to shoot Piston here, but even if it was to hit, I think these guys only do... Actually, I don't know. Do they only do a quarter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only annoying thing is if they force you into ragdoll. But yeah.
Yeah, it depends. Like this is like the tiny scouts, but for example, the ones in like... I'm trying to think. It's not Kemad Source. I'm trying to think of the shrine name.
Hateno.
Yeah, Kano, for example, one in Gerudo later, like these ones are actually considered like bigger ones, almost like the minor test of strength ones. They will do more damage.
Alright, so we don't actually cook any of our hearty or stamina food we've obtained yet. That will be done, I believe, in Kakariko. For now, we will move to TLoZ, a shrine which has had a pretty unique strat for a long period of time. It's changed slightly, but it's still the same.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the ones where wind bomb is just impossible, because there's gonna be like basically 4 separated rooms in the shrine. And you can see some adaptations here for wind bombs depending on when you go into bullet time, how you turn link. You can get like lower angles that will initially get you more speed. This was an example of like a dead angle that can happen sometimes, where if you turn Link specifically or aim at a specific spot, Link won't even fly in the first place.
I think sometimes my Switch is weird. It can like lag stop anywhere it wants and just screw me up.
Yeah, the main reason any of those fails happen is because there's actually like a speed cap in this game, and there's actually great visualizations of these speed caps nowadays. One video that like really blew my mind that made it so visible is from Yukino-san on YouTube. I think, if I remember correct, I think it's exactly like 360 kilometers per hour where the speed cap is. You can go faster in this game most of the time, with like some super small exceptions. For example, this other trick with bombs we talked about earlier, the bow lift smuggle slide BLSS, where you can use bombs and then wiggle around and fly, will exactly stop at that sort of speed. And if you go too fast with a wind bomb, you will also just stop.
Alright, so yeah, talking about the strat we just had in TLoZ. Basically, usually Link can't go underwater. That's just a feature of Breath of the Wild. However, by ragdolling him in a specific way, by detonating a bomb behind him, you can basically lower yourself under the water briefly, and you get enough momentum from it to pass through a little gap that you're meant to go through by draining the water.
True. I love the strat. It's definitely... I mean, it still uses bombs, but it's definitely refreshing after just flying around. And again, it shows something that you usually wouldn't see, like being underwater. You go into this little secret room that I feel like a lot of people... I guess if you actually drain the water there, you would have found it.
Yeah, so we'll just take... I think, yeah, 3 wind bombs to get into Kakariko Shrine. There is a BTB you can do, but it can be inconsistent and it can break your shield if you hit a wall, so wind bombs are definitely the safest strat.
And here, if we did a... Okay, I was going to say, the BTB, the main advantage for the BTB is what you can consistently get with this BTB is for Imper's house to not be fully loaded yet. The door is actually conveniently one of the things that loads later. So sometimes you can just glide through the door without having to interact with Paya, which saves some seconds. But that BTB is awful. You have to use a Lizalfos for it, and the Lizalfos, if we can avoid them, not our favorite BTB targets, because they have so many different spots you can hit, and you can go in so many different directions when you hit them. There's like a tier list basically, like usually with like Moblins at pretty much the top, they are like super cooperative. But Lizalfos are definitely pretty annoying. Maybe not as annoying as like whiz robes or something, but they're still pretty bad.
Inox BTBs.
True.
Yeah, as mentioned before, talking to Imper is what starts the camera quest, which we will need later, as well as spawning in the dragons. Those are the 2 main reasons to talk to her. One twice, or else the dragons won't spawn. But yeah,
exactly. And then one small thing that you can do here to save some time is after you are done with this cutscene here, where usually it would be a cutscene that shows what happened 100 years ago. We skipped that one. You want to select the second option for both of these, basically telling Impa that you already know what she's talking about. Otherwise, she would bring up the map and explain you what she wants you to do.
Exactly.
So small optimization.
Yeah, because otherwise she'll introduce you to the Divine Beast quests, which is basically the main quest of Breath of the Wild, as well as the camera quest, but again, she talks, we don't want to hear her talk. And now, yeah, as mentioned, Piston will cook up some
No.
stamina. Oh.
I want to talk to the
This child gives you a
pot.
sight, but not a good one to talk to. But yeah, we'll be cooking up.
Talk to the pot, please. Oh my god.
Yeah, it looks like Coco does not want to free up the pot because we want to be waiting here until night, because once we're done with the section, I mean, there's actually a couple shrines from now. I think like 1, 2, 3, 4 shrines from now. We are going to be getting to Kam Urok, I'm pretty sure, which you have to shoot a cursed statue, which is only possible at night. I think from like 9 to 5 in the night or something. Maybe actually not. I think it stops earlier even. Anyway, we want it to be nighttime. However, this is a very technical section. Once we are done with the cooking, we are going to be going for our first, and we can actually take some time here to explain what is going to be our first shrine coordinate warp. So a shrine coordinate warp allows us to enter shrines that are still underground. That's like the baseline or why they are useful. They can also be used for shrines that are still blocked off, but the main idea is basically to enter shrines that are still underground. Now, the reason that's so huge is because for some of those shrines that are underground, you have a huge quest to complete to get them out of the ground. This first one is a pretty good example that we are going to be doing. The first one that we're going to be doing it for is Lagna Roki. Lagna Roki is the shrine basically just on top of Kakariko. I remember in my casual playthrough, I was so confused why there was like some sort of pedestal, which I had learned from the game usually makes a shrine spawn. I had no idea why. Now, the reason the way you unlock this one is by completing several side quests in Kakariko. I think it's 3 different side quests. The one with the fairy fountain, bringing back the cuckoos, showing this one girl fireflies. And then there's a big section coming up where you talk to Impa. She has this little shrine orb in the house, and it got stolen. And then you have to follow this Sheikah, this old Yiga clan member up this hill. And there's like this drama, there's like this big cutscene. This probably takes like 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of work. So yeah, we can skip all of that with the trick known as the Shrine Coordinate Warp. And basically the way that works is you can perform a full damage cancel whilst in midair using, by using the throw method. And that lets you basically activate the entry, you get to store the shrine entrance, like, check in the game. And then, because you're in the air, the game doesn't instantly pull you into the shrine, and you can escape the shrine, basically. We won't see this for a couple minutes.
Yeah,
but if
we
you
still
can
have to
keep
do the
that
shrine.
state and bring it to another shrine's load radius, it pulls you into the other shrine instead.
Now, that's the baseline. So you activate a different shrine's elevator, but you trick the game, so you store activating that elevator and take it somewhere else. The game will then remember, hey, Link went into a shrine. I remember this now. And then the way the game decides what shrine to enter is by checking where Link is. So if you store the elevator from one shrine go to another, the game will be like, oh, Link entered an elevator. Where am I? Oh, I'm closer to this shrine. So he's going to enter a shrine that is potentially still under the ground. That's the baseline. Now, the problem is that for some of them, and this is going to be one of them, 2 shrines can be too far away from each other for this trick to normally work. Because each shrine in the game has an unload radius. The elevator will only be loaded in the game if you are relatively close to it. This unload radius depends on a bunch of different factors. Some of those unload radiuses are bigger, some of them are smaller. This one here is a standard unload radius, a small one. And that means since the elevator from this shrine and the shrine that we want to enter are too far away from each other, we need to do an additional step while we go from this one to the one we want to enter. And that's gonna be pause buffering. By pause buffering, by basically pausing the game on the same frame consistently, the game will not unload the elevator. So this is gonna sound quite dramatic. It's actually gonna be more understandable once we do it. But the game will always check for that elevator to be loaded on the same frame. And we will always skip that frame by pausing the game. So what Piston's going to do, he's going to do the Shrine Coordinate Warp trick and is going to set up some campfires to allow him to basically not touch the ground, and is then going to go for a wind bomb from this shrine to this Lagnaroki shrine we talked about, the one under the ground that usually takes a lot of quests. And then on his way from this shrine to the other one, he's constantly gonna be pausing on an exact specific frame using basically like a specific rhythm. And it looks like for this shrine, Piston's actually not going to go for the campfire method.
Yeah, no, you can just do a jump up method and win bomb. But yeah, what you see is what happens if you get the storage but don't successfully jump out the shrine is it will instantly check if Link's in the shrine, it will confirm it, and it will just pull him into the shrine he's at. So you'll have to exit the shrine again. With this setup, it's not too much of an issue because you're not like using any resources to attempt the trick. But if it's a shrine where you've used campfires, that wood will be removed, and you'll have to.
Yeah, I have seen this no wood strat once before. I never really managed to make it work. Piston, to be fair, is something that we can definitely say probably, at least if not the expert, the guy with the most expertise about SCWs and all those unique quirks that we talked about with the different unload radiuses, ways to unload the shrine. Probably number one. This input though is pretty hard. Once again, you have only just a little bit of time to go for that fall damage cancel, and you have to go for like a shield jump, blah blah blah. But we will definitely be doing one of those buffered SCWs in the air using campfires later. Specifically when we make it to the Gerudo Desert. There's one of the biggest. Actually, I think this run actually uses a different strat for that. We'll see.
Excuse the interruption. We have a $20 donation from Silkwaza. This is my first time catching ZSR live, and I'm having an amazing time. Good luck to all runners. Thanks again for your donation, and welcome to ZSR.
Yeah, thank
you so much. That's good stuff. Once again, we have a incentive for this run to additionally get the Master Sword that would usually be not be a part of this run, but always a great moment. And let's see if we can get this shrine coordinate warp. Oh, one interesting thing to note as well is that you have to stand on like a specific part, basically, on the elevator to make that work. Because again, what you are essentially doing here is by doing that fall damage cancel, the game will think you're still on the ground. But you obviously want to be in a position where not only is the game supposed to think that you're on the ground, the game is also supposed to think that you're still on the elevator. For you to even be allowed to press A there.
Exactly.
Okay, it looks like we're going for campfires now. Now you need 4 campfires to start an updraft. And you can see that updraft here right now.
Yeah, so
that's basically created.
Ideally you wouldn't have to go for this method, but it's fine. It's a useful backup, and it just means you have to farm a tiny bit more wood later.
True.
By destroying the logs, it means he won't get pulled into the shrine.
So here you could basically see that the examine prompt did light up. So right now the game stored the fact that Piston activated a shrine. And what he's going to do now is, again, very specifically, pausing the game at a specific beat to make it so that the game doesn't forget that Piston entered the elevator. But it looks like the pause buffering there was slightly off, and this is sadly the story of the SCW. It's a trick that, and one of the reasons that I personally ended up not really running too much of shrines anymore, even though in general the category is amazing. It's like an amazing completionist category to all of the shrines. This trick is sad because it's very hard and has some annoying inconsistencies with it, like this pause buffering here. And maybe one day we'll have a way to do this without the pause buffering, which is the worst part about it. but it saves too much time. Like, you can't not do it.
Yeah, exactly. One of those tricks that if you have a slight, like, hiccup in your muscle memory, it's very hard to fix it because there's so many parts to the trick. Timing all the jumps and unequips and A presses.
And again, like this one here, for example, probably saves, like if you get it first right, like 8 minutes. The one in the ones on the Great Plateau later will essentially save like hours because they skip every single Divine Beast.
So yeah, usually the chance of this working comes down to the length of your buffer usually. So if you're buffering for a quarter of a second, no, if you're buffering for 3/4 of a second, I'm buffering for 1/4. Then there's like a 1 in 4 chance that you that it fails just because of chance.
Yeah. The only thing that makes this trick like a tiny bit better is that depending on your choice, you can usually use any sort of like metronome in order to help you pause buffer correctly. But you can also just use a song that you like with the right BPM. Is what I prefer personally. Makes this a little bit better. But yeah, it is just tough.
I can just picture your song in my head right now.
Yeah. And again, like, there's so many small quirks to talk about too. Like, you want to land at a specific point where the two shrines basically land, and there we go. This should be fine. So we can see, even though we are not on top of an elevator now, the shrine entrance animation actually played. And again, the game is going to check, wait, this looks good, this is what we want to see. Where is Link? Oh, he's closer to the Laknaroki shrine, so let me port him into this one. And this is usually the blessing shrine that you unlock by doing the trick. And that's the first buffered SCW out of the way. There's going to be some other ones. And Piston, I'm not sure if there's only going to be 4 more on the Great Plateau. If you found like ways to skip the other ones, like for example, Rakat Sunzo, I think you told me something before.
Yeah, there will be only 4 more.
4 more.
Plateau.
4 more on the Great Plateau. And arguably... I mean,
hopefully
I feel like
not as bad as this one.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I think specifically the one from Stasis is kind of nice on the Great Plateau. Some other ones maybe not as nice, but that's definitely one of the hardest parts of the run done with. The first big buffered shrine coordinate warp, and here you could see a good example of the game being bad at loading things. I noticed this only after learning the speedrun, how bad it is, and you can even encounter this casually, specifically in Hyrule Castle. Sometimes objects will load in visually, but they won't actually exist yet, so you can hit the tree, nothing will happen. In Hyrule Castle, that gets really bad. Like, objects take like 20 seconds after you reach them before they appear. But we're going to... yes, I will definitely remember the shrine name. You need a deer to get there.
Yeah,
Lumina,
exactly.
you know this one, right?
You're the shrine guy, dude. I have nothing.
No, wait.
Dear shrine.
Any second now, it's gonna come to me. Definitely not looking at the splits.
No, you wouldn't.
No, I still haven't found it. Don't give it away, Piston. I got it. Metzalo, exactly. It's the one. Yeah, no, shrine names definitely a little bit tricky to remember. If you don't, I feel like if you run all shrines actively, they will come back to you. But yeah, essentially, this is one of the shrine quest ones. We won't get the shrine quest here. You get the shrine quest by talking to Cuz. We'll skip that. We don't have to listen to the song. And here, for example, this is a good example, right? The shrine is underground here, but it's just not worth it, even if it was easily reachable. Like for example, if we had gotten that other shrine out of the ground, this would be a potential one for a shrine coordinate warp. But since we did that, it will actually stay under the ground for the entire run. It will never come out. But we got its spirit orb, so it counts as completed. But the shrine will stay underground.
Yeah, precisely. What's the inside of the shrine again? Ah, this one.
Yeah, I actually was looking at a
one,
wind bomb for this.
Yeah.
No.
And this is why
Exactly.
exactly. I usually go a little bit closer to that cage there. It's obviously slower, but that's an annoying shrine because the ceiling is very low. There we go.
And then we'll be heading to, I believe, Camarog's next, which is the shrine on the time cycle we mentioned before.
Next
Probably skipping at the waterfall, behind the waterfall.
Going to down
Which
there.
is another one, actually, another bad one. With a low ceiling. I'm gonna steal some strats here as I'm watching.
Yeah, usually Mezzolo is fine, but the next one is really bad.
Yeah.
Rita He is the worst.
Yeah, there's like 20
True.
strats for Rita He, and no one
I
agrees
thought
on
I had it
this.
figured out at one point. I had like a turn that worked so well for like 10 runs, but that's actually a common thing. Like a lot of runners will agree with you. It's actually weird that you will have a strat, it'll work like 5 times in a row, and you think you finally did it, and then 2 months later it just stops working. And it's probably realistically because you do something slightly different, like your bullet time
Yeah,
activation,
it's highly
but it's still gonna
reactive.
feel bad.
Even with tricks like the Shrine of Resurrection clip, you can see people who just sometimes have issues with it, even top runners.
That was a nice wind bomb, turning a little bit, delaying inputs a little bit to get like a lower angle with great speed, so no super launch required here. Making it all the way over, nice. Okay. Still enough stamina. That was
Yeah,
beautiful.
A little sketchy, but I'd say perfectly measured.
Definitely on purpose.
Yeah.
For sure. Alright. Down nigh. I actually loved the strat in this shrine before we had wind bombs. It was like a really cool like trick jump basically. But here again, you want to make sure that you don't go. Oh, very nice. Okay, so delaying inputs there, delaying the second bomb, and managing to land right next to the monk. Again, if you go, if you have a little bit of a different input there, you will land against. You will hit the ceiling and then fall down, not make it. But that was great. And now we will make our way to Kam Urog, the cursed statue. Wait, is this? No, this is the cursed statue. And the one in Hateno where you do hard looping on is the horned statue, I'm pretty sure.
Something like that.
I was confused the two. We're gonna be wind bombing through the waterfall here, if possible. Nice. Wow, okay, I've never seen that angle. That's nice. Taking notes. And now this one should get us to the statue. And since it's actually... Wait, what is the time? I think 2 AM is definitely fine, right? But doesn't it end at like 3?
I couldn't tell you.
I think. Nice. Piston just knows what statue this is. Usually the eyes are glowing, which you could see there.
From the back.
During the cutscene.
A lot of familiarity.
This is another interesting one though, where for some reason that statue is the first one to load in. So if you fly over there, sometimes only that statue will be visible, and then the other ones will load in, giving that away. But we got the shrine out of the ground. That's one of the faster shrines to get out of the ground if you are here at the right time. And again, this is also one of the only reasons, specifically in this run, to watch the first cutscene of the game. Like, there's a couple shrines that will require the time of day. It's a little unfortunate because it's not that much content that requires the time of day to be started. And it would be very convenient if we could not do that, because not only is it nice to skip the intro, but having some randomness of the weather later on can just be annoying sometimes. It's usually not the biggest problem anymore. But there's going to be a decent number of shrines that require us being there at a certain time.
So, the next shrine I believe will be Toto Sar. That's a very nice shrine because there's an incredibly high roof. think it's one of
True.
the most satisfying shrines just to wind bomb through.
It was also one of the first ones I tried it in, I remember. And it felt very natural.
Yeah, in terms of like a slightly more words. As a slightly larger overview of why we're doing this branch now and not later per se, is this is one of the areas which has none of the DLC stuff near it. And basically we wanna have the DLC stuff available before we go through the areas which include it.
Yeah.
So we're doing these branches now, so we don't have to like backtrack later. It's just a matter of getting all this stuff out the way nice and early.
Yeah, exactly. That just makes it feel cleaner later. But nothing really here. There's the final memory here, but we won't be doing any memories. So we get this one out of the way. And again, we wanted to make sure to be at the previous shrine at the right time of day. Also, one thing important to note is basically on the other side of this mountain where the shrine is in is Farron. And Farron is gonna be the home of Farosh, the green dragon. And this one has the best spot in the game to farm it for parts. And why would we do that? Because not only are we gonna need one part anyway, specifically the scale, to activate a shrine later, the Spring of Courage. That's gonna be one where you have to place a scale and then there's gonna be a shrine behind a wall. And before you ask, you can't clip through the wall. If you do that, the shrine won't actually really be there. So you actually have to drop down the scale. And then, since the dragon spawns at such a convenient point, we're gonna constantly make it morning again, and the dragon will spawn again, and we will constantly shoot the dragon, because, at least for a couple times, because a dragon horn will actually increase potion duration by a drastic amount, to the point where you can get 30-minute lasting potions. So we're gonna get a bunch of 30-minute level 3 speed meals. So we are constantly be running much faster.
Yeah, precisely. So that will be in a few shrines' time. Before that, we have one more SCW and this shrine, which I think is safe to say. A lot of people don't like this shrine, Harder Hammer.
True, I think it got better over time, but still not great, because you're going to be falling, and that's dangerous because we don't have that much health yet. But here we are basically slowly gliding down that cliff to collect some Swift Violets. Those will be part of our speed food that I just talked about. 4 Swift Violets. Well, technically, you would only need 3 of these, and then let's say like a Swift Carrot. But what we will be doing here is we're going to be using Swift Violets or Swift Lotus Seeds, 4 of them, and then a Dragon Part, and that's gonna be the recipe for that very effective potion. Not potions, actually going to be fried greens, but they will have that level 3 speed up effect for 30 minutes. So here we're going to be attempting, I'm assuming, to wind bomb against the wall on the right. Actually not. That's the strat that I haven't seen this way, personally.
Very precise wind bomb. And it works out.
Nice.
Well.
There's actually a gap behind that wall there where you can still fall down for no reason at all, but you can technically still mess it up there, but that worked great.
But yeah, this shrine is annoying, mostly because there's a massive cage of iron where you're trying to get into, which means that you either have to like thread the needle and risk full damage, or land on the tiny ledge we saw Piston land on.
To be fair, some of them actually have casual strats that are not that slow if you know what you're doing. That's one of them, but it would still probably be 15 seconds slower or something, or 20. And that worked out very well. Now, actually, okay, there's one shrine still, but after that shrine, we will see our first shrine coordinate warp without a buffering, which actually can be very nice. And we will actually use it for travel. This is actually one of the few sections where we will just use the shrine coordinate warp to travel instead of entering a shrine that would usually not be available. This down there is Ridahi, and there's 2 other shrines on top of this mountain, much higher than this one. And even though we have BTBs and like wind bombs, completely vertical movement is not great. There's not too many options. You can do specific BTBs where you instantly unequip your shield and then you only fly upwards. But even like that shrine is so much higher that there's no really good movement to just go up there. So we will use the shrine coordinate warp on this shrine, slightly change Link's position, and then we will warp up onto the shrine that's on the mountain. We'll see it after this. But like Piston said, this is also, and for some people, sometimes for me too, the worst shrine, because again, super low ceiling. And like this is actually, compared to where we start, probably the lowest ceiling. And maybe not, but we have to go quite far as well. So hitting like the right angle can be super annoying. This looks good though.
That looks fine, yeah.
That's what we wanted. Using a square bomb first to get some kind of like a lower angle there.
And yeah, we'll now be traveling up to Shiva by method of SCW. So before we had the SCW method, we used to go from Kakariko, and it would be 2 really long wind bombs and then a BTB, compared to what we're about to see.
Yeah, and here we won't need any buffering, because the shrines are so close to each other that the unload radius from this shrine will be in the 100-meter entrance radius of the other shrine. So we get the input right here. Shield jump, just in time, beautiful.
Done.
We just need to land on the opposite side of the river, which is closer to the Shevanir shrine, the one on the top of the mountain, and we will enter. Not like the game made us think into Reader here, where we just came from, but since the game checked where Link is, and he's closest to that shrine, instead we end up here. And that's the shrine on the very top of the mountain. So by doing that, we essentially traveled all the way up to the top of the Dueling Peaks, which allows us also to just glide over to the other shrine. It's on the opposite side.
So this movement's so good that it's even been used in several Master Sword restricted speedruns where you complete 40 shrines. It's just really fast, and also getting to a high point quickly is super useful in speedruns.
Yeah, specifically here, because these 2 shrines up top here, they're also a really nice gateway into Farron. So getting up here is good. Getting quick shrines, both of those are just 1 wind bomb. Also an easy wind bomb. They're so quick, they're so close to each other. Like, you will even see this even in all main quests, where you just have to get some hearts to get the Master Sword. That's just so good.
We're using the new tech to go to Farish.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually a good idea, because the wind bombs, they are awful. It's really hard to get lag. And we'll see that then. We'll wait a little bit more before we explain what's really happening.
The inside of this shrine is exactly the same as the previous one.
Yep.
You do the exact same movement, basically.
Casually, that's obviously the gimmick of these 2, where the solution of this one is basically displayed in this one, and you have to go between the 2, the twin shrines there. But that also means we can do the same skip twice.
Exactly. Very useful. And yeah, now we'll be heading over to Farosh after this cutscene. What you may notice is that we actually wait a little bit before skipping this final text box, because if you don't wait for that text to fade, the game will try and deload the text and then like load the game after, which basically doubles the length of the load. So waiting a little bit actually saves time.
Okay, looks like Piston is going to set up the trick here. So this is the bow, lift, smuggle, slide. And what we do here is a bunch of different inputs to basically, you can already see it, make Link fly through the air. Did end up flying against the wall here.
Yeah, it's a little finicky to do it in tight spaces, because hitting walls can knock you out of a state, but yeah.
But this is all intention to give me time to explain it. So what we first do is something called bow smuggling. When you smuggle your bow, you can actually slide on the ground. The ground becomes really slippery. We use that to do that mid-air, and we use this bomb and then basically flick our control stick from left to right. So this bomb will constantly push the sliding Link. So it's like Link is on ice, but this bomb will constantly push him, and we can manipulate the direction. This is crazy. We can literally fly now in the game. Not vertically, like I said, so this would be great if we could do this upwards for the earlier split, but we can get insane vertical speed like anywhere. You can literally cross the map with this.
Exactly. So the good
you need to
thing
make
about
sure.
this is, yeah, sorry, what?
I was going to say, you need to make sure that you don't go faster than 360 kilometers per hour again, like I just said, because the game will make you stop and you have to build up your speed again. But other than that, it's just obviously super useful.
But yeah, it's really useful for long distance movement, because unlike the methods which involve Paraglider, your speed doesn't like gradually decay over time. You can keep increasing it, and as soon as you're at the speed cap, you can stay there. So for long
True.
distances, it's actually insanely fast.
Yeah, the round bomb is definitely the choice there because you don't slow down. Again, I really do just want to say Yukino-san's video there is really good to showcase that. They did something really clever as we're going to be farming the dragon here. Not too much to talk about. The dragon should spawn every morning and we need to shoot. The first shot doesn't really matter because it's going to drop a scale either way. The first time you shoot a dragon, and then the next ones you want to make sure to hit the horn. And here the campfire is barely under the tree, so even though it's raining, we can just go again. But they did something really clever, which allows us to have this data available. Essentially, they wrote a script that reads the meters that show up at the top of the screen when you do the fly, like the Birdman challenge, where this one guy wants you to travel as far as possible while gliding, and then basically they had a tool that read the position of Link on the map and compared it to how far he was traveling to calculate Link's speed, which now we know like how fast the BTB is and how fast this new trick is and stuff.
Yeah, it's a clever method of measuring Link's speed. It's the units we use.
And again, I don't know how much Piston's probably going to catch us up here. I think, okay, I'm going to guess it's going to be like 7 horns.
5.
Sorry, 5? Okay, that is a lot less than I thought.
Game, yeah.
So basically that means 5 speed food dishes.
I think that was 3, so 2 more.
2 more shots. Yeah, for example, in the past you would shoot more like 7 or 8. To be fair, this run is almost as long as the normal old shrines now, which is just crazy. Obviously still longer, but yeah, in 100% runners would stay here for like 30 shots or something to get 30 horns because, again, this meal is one of the most useful ones for speedrunning. Even though we are not running that much. Like, we are actually not running too much. You can see small distance traveling here, like from the campfire to where the dragon is. But usually you will always be flying, and the speed up food does not increase your flying speed. But there's still enough running, let's say a test of, not a test of strength, actually even that for like a little bit at the start, but specifically like a blessing shrine or small sections where you are still running, and the speed food ends up being worth overall.
Pardon the interruption. We have a $75 donation from Glizzy Diamond. This is a great cause. Cancer sucks. Also, I'm looking forward to watching Lime Cube's incoming 100% world record. Thanks again for your donation, Glizzy Diamond.
Right.
Definitely
happening soon. Definitely happening soon. Yeah. Johnny Who. Just kidding, of course. Thank you so much for the donation, obviously, and to indeed a great cause. We are now done with the dragon farming, got some elemental arrows there. Ice arrows and fire arrows, which is great. Fire arrows will only really be used for a specific shrine later on, mainly.
Yeah, that and the SCWs, it's a useful way
True.
to light the logs.
Lighting fires. And one of the most useful shrines in this run. We'll talk about that when we get there. But ice arrows are much more useful. I am not more useful, both of them are useful, but ice arrows have a completely different use. They're not used for combat, they're used for freezing enemies and not to just CC them, not to like stun them, but some enemies need to actually be... I'm not sure if we've seen that, I don't think we've seen that yet, like a frozen enemy BTB in this run.
Yeah.
But yeah, some enemies need to be frozen in order to do that bullet time bounce of them, because they wouldn't fall over without being frozen. That would not bother them enough. But when they're frozen, they will always roll over, and that's what causes that interaction.
So now that you see we have our speed up ×3 meal, I think it runs a lot faster. He's on a mission now. And yeah, this will
forgot
save us
to
a lot
pick
of
up the
time.
torch.
You forgot to pick up the torch, you said?
There's a backup torch here.
You did grab it, I
that
think.
was picked up.
Yeah, I think you grabbed an
Oh, yeah.
earlier torch. Oh wait, how many torches do you need?
Forgot the torch after forest farming.
Okay, but how many torches do you need? Because I'm pretty sure I saw you get like another torch earlier.
Yeah, that's the backup.
Okay. And we will need one eventually when we make it to Hateno.
But before that, we just got to clear Farron of all its shrines, because once again, it's not an area that features any DLC content.
True, there's nothing really here.
We'll slowly work our way around towards Hateno, is where this branch is aiming to end towards.
Yeah, next up we will actually potentially use something that in my mind at least Piston found. I have not really seen that before, at least done consistently. You can save a tiny bit of time with a clip coming up into a shrine that is not this one, but the next one that is encased by a big rock. And you usually need to get struck by lightning or have the shrine get struck by lightning to free it. But you can also clip into that rock. But first we are doing Shodasa. In this shrine, there's a very low ceiling, but we will actually not wind bomb because it's just too low and too annoying. And there's no super consistent setup. Instead, we are going to jump over here, break this box with a sledgehammer.
And then we'll wind bomb.
And then we wind bomb. There's some options there you can actually, and we will see that later probably using the camera, go through thin walls like that, and gates with some specific tricks. And specifically when we get to our first test of strength. Well, actually, we have already seen that earlier. We didn't really talk about it, but we're definitely going to get the chance to test of strengths. Are definitely going to use some shield clips. Because they are completely, there's a full-on wall. You can't skip them by just flying over.
Yeah, precisely.
Here you can still. But now we're going to get to Kwakana-Ta, the shrine encased in rock.
Do you remember that name, or did you pull up the splits?
I feel like I would have remembered that. I do have the splits up, so I can't give myself all the credit, but I think that one I would have actually remembered. Because this is, again, also in smaller, nowadays, at least in smaller categories like the Master Sword run. Actually, I don't even know after BLSS what happened there, but it actually used to be. Okay, so here we are going to try to get our skew, what allows us to clip on this ledge. And then lining up Link specifically. Okay, Piston makes it look so easy. I don't know what he does, but for some reason I had big issues trying to learn this clip. But yeah, you don't need to wait for the lightning to strike, which sometimes can take like 30 plus seconds. So that's actually really nice.
And then, yeah, you saw Piston also knock himself into Ragdoll. Basically, he does that to clear Ragdoll glitch, which is a glitch that stops you doing wind bombs, amongst other stuff. And you want to clear it before your next...
You'll see that after every test of strength later, it becomes more effective later to just bomb Link instead of doing that little flop. But right now we are pretty low on health, so we don't want to sacrifice that. If we can, just do the shield flop.
Yeah, precisely.
Now, one thing to keep in mind is because we did this clip, the rock will actually still be around the shrine, which not only is going to make it impossible for us to warp back here, but we also need to do a little clip out again. Not a shield clip. You can just crouch at a specific point and then uncrouch. You barely saw it, but basically running through the wall there. You can see that the wall is still there now when we look back. And we did get the super launch here. You can see how fast Link is traveling now.
Yeah,
And we have a $33 donation from Tomaldak. It says, all right, this puts us at 100 to go. There's over 500 of you watching right now. So if 20 of you donate $5, that'll get us to the Master Sword incentive. Thank you so much for your $33 donation, Tomaldak.
Good stuff. I think $5 for the Master Sword sounds like a good deal for me.
We also get to watch whipping Ganon with Master Sword.
Oh, that's actually true. Beating Ganon with the Master Sword is one of the most satisfying things. Which, to be fair, we didn't even notice this yet. This run actually does defeat Ganon. All main board runs in Breath of the Wild do end with defeating Ganon.
Yeah, and since we don't do any dungeons anymore, it will be a full health Ganon, so it's
True.
actually a little bit of a challenge at the end of an All Shrines run now.
That's true.
Previously, you'd have Urbosa's Furies, which would basically just melt the phase 2 Ganon.
Now, here we will not be doing any fighting. We're just gonna steal the Hinox orbs. We will get rid of this guy because he has shock arrows and he makes the section scary. But there's a bunch of Fleet Lotus seeds here, which we'll be using for speed food. We already have one speed food active right now, which is why Link or Piston is running so quickly. And this is, again, like, these small sections are the reason that speed food is still worth it, because you're going to be running around. But we're also going to be carrying the orbs. One small detail here is actually interesting, is these orbs on the Hinoxes, they are coded to be in one of the specific pedestals. Like, you can't interchange them. Or you couldn't also bring, for example, this orb to bring it to, like, Eventide Island to activate one of the pedestals there. The game actually will keep track of that.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things to just take care of. Because currently, like previously, that wouldn't have been viable because you'd have to travel a long way with the orb. But now with the Bolus Smuggle, you can actually use it with these orbs as well, as we will see later for one shrine.
Yeah.
So you can travel long distances with these orbs.
True. I did actually, that was one of the first things I tried, but then I realized that I should have already known that. It's unfortunate. You can place the orb there, but it will just not play a cutscene. There's not going to be any reaction.
Oh.
Now this is Benjamin. Officially, it is the youngest of the three.
His name in French, was it?
Yeah. In French, this guy's called Benjamin, which I don't think he's called it. I think that just means the youngest son. But I almost thought it would be. It's just an official name for me now.
Yes, exactly. Sometimes communities name enemies, but Nintendo took care of it themselves this time.
True. Now, in this shrine, there's a great Thunderblade. Not sure if that's needed anymore. There's some interesting like backups that you can do with it.
I think we get it for Hyrule Castle.
We need the Thunderblade for Keep Tala. That's the only reason we're getting it.
Oh, you can use it for Keep Tala? Okay.
It's just nice to shock people. I mean, shock enemies.
True. But wait, Keep Tala is the one where you would usually use the Thunder Rod?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's also, I've seen...
We'll get to it eventually, but yeah.
I've seen some people use this blade on Eventide Island, which we'll be doing early here, but I'm assuming not anymore, and we're just going to be basically doing it weaponless, only with the resources that we get on the island, because, and this is actually a good point, Eventide Island, which is one of the scariest and most notorious shrines, is actually coming up pretty soon, relatively early in the run.
Yeah, exactly. So it used to be right at the end because we wanted some... Well, it's also an awkward spot to get to, but we wanted, like, Furies, Gales for it.
Yeah, Urbosa's Fury was, like, the best thing to have there, but now we don't do the Divine Beast anymore, so we won't have it ever.
Few people have managed to find strats for it, which have just made it a lot easier to do.
Again, that's one of the shrines where, for example, the best completion of that is, like, crazy. You can use bombs to catapult the orbs around. Something that you won't really see in an RTA run, but this game has definitely been pushed quite far over the years with a pretty slow start. To be fair, I mean, I'm at the beginning. Obviously, people were pretty interested, but a lot of people didn't believe in this game because it was mainly running. I mean, to be fair, I personally didn't even play the game then, but obviously, this is not even close to what this used to look.
Yeah, exactly. This game's just got more and more insane, and it hasn't even slowed down really yet. There was like a little bit of a drought after Wind Bombs, but then we found Shrine Coordinate Warps, we found, more recently, the Bolus Smuggle Slides. It just keeps on giving.
True. And there's still the potential for so much stuff that could be discovered that could make it even better. This is always going to be our backup plan if the sequel ends up not being a good speed game.
Yeah, exactly.
But we are in Hateno now, and this is actually how an unloaded shrine looks like.
Hey.
I'm not sure how that happened.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not sure if I don't think you need it as a warp point here, but this can actually be really annoying in categories where you want to warp back here, because sometimes the game allows you to enter the shrine, but it hasn't actually loaded in the real location yet, so you're not allowed to warp back here. Don't think it should matter here. Also, the shrine being unloaded is not as important as the Magnesis one was, because we could have just activated it. It's still slightly faster.
Yeah, exactly.
The weather in Hateno is also nice.
That's
Ain't no
important.
fake rain.
That is important. Since we started, this is one of the few sections where weather will matter. And since we started the first cutscene of the game, we can't really know what it's going to be. Because we are going to have to carry the blue flame up to the tech lab. Like I said, we are going to get the camera. And there's 2 shrines specifically that you need well, technically there would be 3. We already skipped one of them by doing the shrine coordinate warp. That's where you would usually have to show Pikango, which is the painting guy in Kakariko, the fairy fountain. The other one is going to be the one where you basically pick up the shards of the Mirror of Twilight in Lurline. There's like these 3 shards that you have to take a picture of. And the other one is where you have to show this lady 3 pictures of guardians. Now, you can technically shrine coordinate warp into both of them to skip the camera, but those shrine coordinate warps are super annoying and very inconsistent. And additionally, the camera will help us in the DLC shrines for some nice skips.
Exactly. It can be used to flip through certain walls, which we will see when we get to it.
And now here we saw weapon smuggling. We were both smuggling earlier, now we are smuggling a weapon, in this case the torch. And that allows us to perform wind bombs while we have this torch around, which is obviously super useful, because now we can just wind bomb straight to the tech lab without stopping at like torches, and just basically going right here, and that's it. Tech lab is activated.
Hey guys, we have a couple of donations. $25 from Dutch Cheshire Cat. Good luck to all runners. Mark R with a $5 donation. Let's get that Master Sword. Trust me, it's cool. Thank you guys so much for your donations.
That's good stuff. I'm personally Master Sword enjoyer.
Yeah, Master Sword and Dungeons is the better category than Master Sword Restricted, just saying.
Okay. Though I do think, to be fair, Master Sword non-restrictions has one of the coolest histories.
Only someone had a video on that topic.
What? Wow. I should watch it. No, I'm kidding. Okay, camera. There it is.
Final rune.
Now, what we can... Oh, actually, I'm not sure. Wait, can we skip taking the picture of Pura with the
Yes.
the things we still have to do? Okay, so the one thing you usually have to take a picture of Pura for here is the fairy fountain quest. If you don't take it, and this happened to me many times in all shrines, if you don't take Pura's picture, for some reason, the painting guy does not recognize the fairy fountain picture. But since the upcoming pictures are different, we can actually just leave. That's so weird, because I feel like in terms of the nature, the other pictures are like similar. But I guess this game is weird.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those checks that they put on a couple of things.
Oh, health, by the way.
And
we are going to be BLSSing, it looks. Looks like we'll be sliding. I'm assuming into Nicluda, which is the shrine, like this area coming up here around Lurline. You can already see that the height here ends up working out pretty well. Going over to the shrine on the cliff, and then you can already see, we can kind of see the route coming up. You can see this shrine, the shrine down there, and then Eventide Island on the left. That's basically gonna be our plan.
Yeah, exactly. So this one's really high up, so this is a nice way to get to it without having to worry about...
Wow, the height here is just too good, actually. It's almost the same height, so we can just slide right there.
Very clean. Remember correctly, this is a test of strength, so we'll be seeing... a test of strength skip where we try and do an interesting wind bomb where we place the bomb on one side of a wall, and then we jump off the other side to get bullet time. And hopefully, if it's done correctly, we'll get over the trigger for the Guardian spawning in. because the guardian
Right.
spawning can be very annoying when you're trying to clip.
And that looks nice.
That looks
Ooh, quarter
That's a little
health.
sketchy, but got the
I think
job
we
done.
still have that ferry, though. That's one thing that's important. The one ferry we got earlier on, the one next to the Guardian, I don't think we've lost that yet. So if something like that ever happens, we should be fine. Now here you can see we need to actually do 2 shield clips, one into this pillar and one out of the pillar. Again, I think this setup, I've first seen Piston do this, actually very nice setup where you get skew inside of the shrine. We needed to remember like 40 different skew setups at one point because we got that skew outside of the shrine on a specific spot. Now we can just universally do this setup and clip through every wall. It's great. Like that's actually such a big deal.
I think Piston's found a few good normalized setups like that. Like
I actually
castle
found
gate
this
clip.
setup after losing like 4 minutes to the next shrine.
Oh, this is actually exactly. This is a notoriously bad one where you had to climb up to like the higher part of the shrine to get a good skew. And importantly, just now was a modest test of strength. Without any equipment, they're already horrid to do. The minor ones you can sometimes like gun down with like a random bow and some like ice arrows. But this one is a major test of strength. If you don't get a clip here, you just literally don't have the damage to beat it. So you are gonna have to clip.
First, we grab a tiny bit more wood.
And some food. Good to have.
Yeah, I used 4 extra wood for the CW, so I need to find backups.
Was
There's
the 3 apple trees before the deer shrine not part of the backups then?
Yeah,
that
that is
routed?
part of the backup.
Okay. Here we go again. Same strat, same clipping method. These shrines will look very similar. They are going to be on different locations. But the idea is always the same. Wind bomb over the cutscene trigger. Align with the wall. Jump and X swing to the right. Shield jump on that ledge. You'll have skew. Clip number 1 into the pillar. Clip number 2 out of the pillar. And then the last step is always going to be removing the ragdoll glitch again by either bombing Link or flopping over like this. Later with more hearts we can bomb.
Yeah,
little faster.
exactly. So currently we have no armor, so you take a lot of damage from it. Once you have like a decent amount of armor, the bombing yourself takes like practically nothing.
True. And even, I'm assuming you're gonna get hearts after Yarin.
No.
No.
We guess
They
stamina
get them in
first.
Rito Village, I think.
I'll stamina first. I feel like if you're warping after Yarin, that's such a good spot though, because it's just like at the end of the branch. But I guess you get stamina there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we do. Very important to save here.
Yeah, this movement's a little scary on one wheel of stamina. But first do you not get that chest? That's just some backup arrows there.
Yeah, you want to do a bunch of mid-air wind bombs here. I mean, not a bunch. Ideally, I think you can get a really good second one. You'll be fine. Specifically with this amount of stamina.
Would it not be worth BLSSing off the tree stump?
Good point. Potentially possible.
Nah. Fortunately, the bombers, yeah. That's gonna be a reload. That's why we save.
True. I also think technically you can drown here, right? For the cost of 1 heart. And then just be back.
Yeah, but he shot an arrow as well, so it's a couple of things.
True.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that dead angled.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's very far. Obviously, casually, you're supposed to use the boat here. I think you are actually supposed to go from here because there's a boat and a Korok leaf right next to it. I actually have no idea how I got here. I probably must have gotten from that
I think I cryo blocked it. I think it took a long
Yeah,
time.
same.
Ah, okay.
Blocked and I died. And
The classic.
cryo-blocked it.
So yeah. So when you go onto Eventide Island, like when you get out the water, you will lose your current items. That's part of the challenge. However, you can just drop some stuff before you walk on and it'll still be there after. So you can just bring some items on with you.
We've done it all now. Smuggling items, weapons, bows. All we really want here is 1 arrow, not for combat, but in order to go into bullet time. Because we
you
will
get
still be
2
using wind
because
bombs.
I think you shoot a electric choo-choo jelly as well. For one of the camps. But yeah, you need at least 1 for the bullet time to move around as well as a bow for the same reason.
Now, there's 3 orbs. One of them is basically on this enemy camp. Right here, and you're supposed to bring this one over to the other side of the island. It's the pedestal that we saw when we glided here in the water.
Yeah, this is one of the very nice spots to have speed food. But yeah.
For sure. Yeah, running here again, just like with the Hinoxes or Hinoxes earlier. I still don't know. I've heard every version of it now. It's actually, we're going to be running because we will carry this orb. And since the island is in a weird shape, even any like BLSS, any bowl of Smuggle Slide would probably not really work out.
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is the first one. Then the second one is going to be on a necklace around a Hinox on this island. Definitely the scary part. But again, we're going to use the same strategy we used earlier by just stealing it. And then the last one is in a big enemy camp, which it was great in the past to have Obosa's Fury there. But now we will just steal it.
Ooh, nicely done. Yep, so we'll one bomb over to the Hinox. By doing this, we'll basically get onto them from above, so you don't have to worry about sneaking around him or anything.
Yeah, and even though it's thunderstorming here, which is very scary, specifically on the upcoming camp, because there's going to be some metal boxes, we won't have any metal equipment, so we should be safe at least. I say that.
You say that?
Yeah.
I actually got hit by RNG lightning once, but that time I had a Fury.
Yeah, the game keeps you on your toes whenever you taunt it.
True. Yeah, these orbs are also tied to specific pedestals.
So you couldn't do Tower Jin by bringing these 3 orbs over.
No, but you also have to bring this one to this camp and so on.
Yeah, exactly.
They aren't? Apparently not.
Yeah, I don't think they are. Oh my god.
Ooh.
What the hell?
So I think they threw the explosive barrel and it hit some of the chew jelly,
Yeah.
which reached the box.
That's interesting that they aren't, because it makes almost like no sense that you don't bring this one to the pedestal next to it. Wait, if that's actually true, I feel like there could be a faster order then.
I don't think so.
Because you could probably use the Hinox one to BLSS over.
Yeah, but then you'd have to bring the you'd have to do a Hinox with a BLSS with a Hinox chasing you, and then you'd have to
bring the one from the camp up there.
Yeah.
I know, but it's interesting. I did not know that was the case.
But yeah, that's
There is an eventide order where you only smuggle an arrow.
I know, where you land on the camp first. Yeah. You need to pick a shield. Yeah, or bring one. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Wait, actually, does the Hinox? No, the Hinox only has a bow. No, I'm just like confused now because I didn't know there was a thing. But that's definitely interesting.
Anyway, Blessing Shrine, I think.
Yes, with a gold rupee inside. Not sure if we need it. I don't think this run needs many rupees. Surprisingly, compared to, well, actually, this is actually another good point. Not only are we going to be skipping. Well, that's at least the case for normal old shrines. The Divine Beast now, Boris, but we are actually going to be skipping the entirety of Gerudo City. We won't need the clothes because we never need to start the quest for the Divine Beast. So we can usually just get away with a lot less rupees than in the past.
Yeah, this run only gets the ruby from Magnesis and the rubber tides for money.
Yeah, so you do a lot of buying in Kakariko for fire arrows and normal arrows, I think. And I'm not sure what else you buy.
Bought 2 extra normal arrows because I have 10 extra rupees that I don't know how to spend. and I don't like having extra rupees in my pocket.
That's actually true. I definitely feel that. Anyway, very nice lighting around this area, which is nice after coming out from a thunderstorm, specifically at like dawn, which is basically going to be here now. This area is super pretty.
Yeah, exactly. One of the areas they show in some of the trailers, just
True.
really nice.
And yeah, this is probably a play on the Mirror of Twilight.
Yeah, that's what it's been theorized
Oh.
as. Oh, hello.
Go.
That got me off guard.
Thankfully, we still have that fairy round if something like that ever goes wrong. And the Zalfos are notorious for being very annoying to fight. Looks like we're just gonna be ignoring him now. Okay, there we go. He did
got
get
caught in the
the
blast,
fair
yeah.
punishment there at the end.
But yeah, so there's 3 parts to take pictures of, and that's exactly what we'll be doing. Sometimes the game can be a bit finicky about if it counts as a photo, but usually it will count it.
I think it's sometimes the quest trigger for the object can not load.
Alright.
So usually I wait while you take the picture.
Yeah, it's really weird. I did even have that happen twice though. Like I went there, took the photo, it didn't count. I went back, took another photo, still didn't count. And then eventually did. It's a bit annoying. Alright, but here we are. Need to show off the pictures and then just kneel down on one of the pedestals. That will get the shrine out of the ground. And again, so technically you could do a shrine coordinate warp here from the shrine we did earlier on the cliff. It's very annoying though because we have to fall down, do a buffer SW, and then we would have to do much like this one is actually maybe still fine. But the other one we would have to do later to the one of the Guardians would be much worse. And again, the camera will actually be helpful later too.
Yeah, exactly.
Outside of just taking pictures.
Yeah, a lot of mashing B for the shrine. These tend to be like that.
And then this branch is almost over.
Yep.
We
haven't warped yet for a single time.
That was just one long path from the plateau to Kakariko to Farron to Hateno and now Necluda Lurline area. But we will soon have our first warp after the shrine here in the village, and then we are gonna make our way towards Hyrule Castle, I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And the reason Hyrule Castle is also relatively early in the run is because the other 2 dragons, Nadra and Dinral, we will actually not shoot. But there's 3 springs that require a dragon scale to activate. For some reason, the game put 2, actually all 3. I'm not sure if there's a Farosh scale. I think there's one. A lot of the dragon parts are in some chests in Hyrule Castle, so you can actually get away with never having seen the dragon and still activate the response, respective springs. And that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to go to Hyrule Castle mainly to get the shrine there, but also to get the dragon parts there to enter later shrines.
Yeah, exactly. It skips us having to do the Nadra quest, which is a moderately long set piece. Lots of cutscenes.
Yeah, the Nadra quest is definitely a big one. Actually, now when we're talking about routing, I'm pretty sure there's still no strats where you can skip the first Nadra cutscene, right?
No.
But I think it's been theorized to be possible or something. I feel like I remembered. We can talk about that later.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure you will get the cutscene after we come out of the shrine.
Oh,
so
I guess that's true.
Doesn't really help. Also, a really nice thing here is this village, Lurelin, is not raining. That's actually very good because we can cook here and stuff later.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, but thanks to an anonymous $65 donation, we have met that incentive for the Master Sword pedestal pool.
Okay, Piston, I hope you're ready. Thank you so much for the donation.
Yeah, thank you everyone who contributed throughout the event so far.
We actually are going to the Master Sword pretty soon, but we are not going to pull it until the end because that allows us to skip a 1 minute cutscene.
Yeah, that's huge. The cutscene that introduces the Trial of the Sword. And if we do it before we go to Ganon, that cutscene will never happen. So that's what we will be doing.
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of extra shopping here. And perfectly down to 0 rupees. Very neat and tidy. Very nice wind bomb as well.
To the pot, and time to make some more speed food. Again, here's the recipe if you want to do it yourself. If you have some dragon horns around, use either. The easiest way is just to use 4 lotus seeds or 4 swift violets. You can optimize it a little bit, but a 30-minute speed potion is really nice, specifically when exploring casually.
And yeah, we'll use this statue here to get a bunch of stamina for extra wheel, which is very useful for lots of the long distance movement we'll have to do.
Yeah, around the desert, I feel like always comes to mind. But in general, also a big thing actually in this run is what surprised me when I tried to not use stamina in this run is the fights. Doing like spin attacks and stuff later against the blights. Extra stamina there is really nice.
Also against the DLC Overworld bosses.
Oh, true. Are you not doing SCW for the TLoZ?
No, because we're using it to SCW.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of SCW when we get to the DLC parts.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of ridiculous how much we can skip with them.
Yeah, and that's actually a big point. We touched earlier about the unload radius. The DLC shrines have a massive unload radius of I think 1,500 meters. Is that right,
Yeah, exactly.
Kristen? So if you have a DLC shrine out of the ground, you can use that to almost enter any shrine around that's under the ground, like in like a big distance. So they're super powerful. And the only shrine in the base game that has that too is the shrine we touched on earlier, Kataka. It's one that's encased in a big ice block. We'll use that one too for similar skips.
Kataka's a weird one, but once it was discovered, it just made SCWs a lot nicer. It allowed us to easily skip arguably the worst shrine.
The Blood Moon Shrine.
One.
Yeah, that's always a big question that always comes up in all shrine speedruns is like, how are you going to deal with the Blood Moon Shrine? And that's how you'll see. Well, in the past, actually, when the run was still long, the first Blood Moon did actually happen eventually, but it would always be the theoretical cap. That's what we were afraid of, that the Blood Moon Shrine would always basically keep us from getting faster times, but that's no longer a concern.
Yeah, so there was like, you could theoretically speed it up by lowering the amount of time you spend in loading screens, because Blood Moon Shrine spawns based on
in-game time. That's not a loading screen, yeah.
But it's just like, you're having to slow down one area to speed up slightly in another area, and it just kind of... It was always something people who were running all shrines were worried about as a theoretical cap.
Well, now that cap is gone, and all shrines are now completed in under 5 hours.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Which is crazy. But, and also, like, the SCW is arguably, like, this category is arguably the no, not arguably, it's just the biggest user of the Shrine Coordinate Warp because it literally skips doing every single Divine Beast. It's so huge.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, and we've walked. It's happened.
Yep, that is first walk back to Metzalo, I remember now, the Deer Shrine. And we're gonna make our way around the wetlands here into the Hyrule Castle region and then the Korok Forest, like Piston said. From there we will make our way to the first Divine Beast. Well, not Divine Beast, but first Divine Beast area.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nice big hearty radish there. That's a very useful one that spawns in. But yeah, we have another test of strength. So it'll be another skip.
We're doing a bunch of tests of strength in the upcoming splits.
Yeah, this game has a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't know from the top of my head, but I would guess like at least 30.
I think it was 24, but I might be misremembering.
It definitely feels like 80 when you're in Hebra, but there's a lot. Same thread. I'm gonna be clipping through this pillar, and you can also see Piston go at this wall at kind of like an angle. It usually helps
Exactly.
when clipping through.
Hopefully we don't get to see the backup if we get stuck in the pillar.
True.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do it. I was always too lazy to learn it. But technically you can lose your skew in the pillar and then you're stuck unless you do set backup.
Hey guys, we have a $25 donation from TLoZ. Thanks to everyone who put this together. This is an awesome weekend. Thank you so much for your donation.
I agree. An awesome speedrun of Zelda. Awesome weekend of Zelda speedruns. That's definitely a treat.
Yeah, exactly. And thanks to everyone who's organized it. Next we'll be moving to, I believe, Sharata, which is a shrine, believe it or not.
It is. Since we're doing all shrines, we will be doing this one too.
Yeah, it's a fairly standard one. Not much to talk about with it, to be honest. Don't know why I've made this a talking point, but hey, it's got a wind bomb.
It does, and it's usually unloaded. Actually, that's a good point. Sometimes it does load last second.
Nah.
I think it's because this one. I think it's because the game is also busy loading in those thorns. They also take a long time to load. There's thorns around this one, and usually you're supposed to burn them down to reach it. We obviously don't need to do that.
Yeah, pretty standard shrine. Just a little wind bomb which gets you right to the end.
Great stuff.
Yeah, this is very close to the first branch of shrines we did, because we're very near to Kayawan and Dakatus now. We're just kind of cleaning up this area, because it's, yeah, not an area we want to come back to towards the end of a run.
Definitely. Now, from here, we will go to the Golf Shrine. I will remember it. Miro Shah's, I think. That one is notorious for casual players. Maybe not so much the first, but specifically, I feel like when I play this game and I hear it all the time, the second quest, which we actually won't do because it only unlocks a chest. It's like a giant ancient core or something. Is notorious, but there's actually a consistent way to beat this shrine, and I think this is most people go for that strat now instead of trying to clip through the wall, which you can do, but it can be an annoying clip. And the casual strat, if you know exactly what you're doing, is consistent and not that slow.
Yeah, exactly. There was a clip here, but it was a little awkward to get a consistent ski for it.
Yeah, and sometimes you get stuck between the two walls. But the key here is basically to use a specific weapon. Depending on your weapon, you will actually get different results when hitting this. And the weapon is the Iron Sledgehammer, which is actually in the chest on the left there. But if you hit the ball 5 times with the Iron Sledgehammer, it will always exactly land right there.
I think any two-handed weapon will.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I tried it before with like a flame blade and I got a different result, but maybe I tried with like a one-hand weapon. Oh yeah, it probably was a one-hand weapon because that definitely charges the ball less.
Yeah, exactly. Because for the second section mentioned before, I think it's if you're using a two-handed weapon, like, is it 6 hits is too few, but 7's too many, so you need to do like 6 with a two-handed and then 1 with a one-handed. That's where a lot of people get caught out on it.
Yeah, I think that golf puzzle is one of the only ones that I had to look up on the internet how to do.
Did you technically BLSS it now?
Oh.
There's like a gate in front of you, no? Or is there not? No, I guess not, because the ball has to go through.
Yeah,
Good
the
point.
gate's towards the end, so you could walk it like most of the way.
That might be possible now. Right, here we're going to Namikaos. That name always stands out to me. I don't know why. I guess because of the Wizard of Oz or something.
Yeah, it's got the
like-
3 whiz robes about it.
Yeah.
So. It's a very useful bingo shrine as well, for those who do that.
It's gonna be another test of strength. A modest one. Just right here. And this was, for example, also one shrine where the new setup that Piston found was a saving grace, because skew setups here were notoriously bad, at least in my experience.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the same deal as every other test of strength. Yeah, there's 2 types of test of strength you can do. There's the one where you place the circle bomb first behind the wall, and the one where you place the square bomb behind the wall. Generally, the circle bomb first is the preferred one, just because it's a lot more consistent.
True.
But if you're really good and consistent with the square bomb first setup, you can save a little bit of time by landing right next to the end. Unfortunately, it has failed because it went a little too low this time.
Deciding
I
to
tried to,
clip anyway.
yeah, but it's hard.
It's hard. You have to specifically do some inputs first of all to even get your shield out, because the button that you use to get your shield out is also the target button. If you do it wrong, then Link will target the Guardian no matter where you are on the shrine. And then the Guardian will try to hit you as you're trying to do the clips, and it can be super awful. And
Yeah,
losing your fairy here might also be a little annoying. So just reloading, getting the skip this time is the safe option.
Many a run has been lost in the past before we had consistent clips to
Oh, for sure.
failing this many times.
Or
across the
before,
run.
just like this was just what you did, because there was no wind bombs. The clips were already a thing, but there was
Yeah.
no cutscene skips, so you always had to deal with the Guardian.
Back when we used the weird, like, back of the elevator skew, which would not work 100% of the time.
Pretty much, yeah. And now we're going to be going to Hyrule Castle, probably also taking some pictures around, little photo tour. There's a bunch of Guardians that we
Getting a bunch
can,
of weapons.
a bunch of weapons
Yeah,
too,
weapons,
and the
dragon
scales.
parts. Yeah, it's just a useful place to go to.
It always is. Definitely very stacked place in terms of equipment.
Very nice wind bomb. Unfortunately, not quite getting the super launch on it though. That would have been really fast.
Usually, you just land on this little hill coming up anyway. From there, you can take a picture of a Guardian Stalker. You can take a picture of a Guardian Skywatcher. Want to make sure that the picture comes up afterwards, like hopefully this. Yep. Otherwise, it's not considered a compendium and it won't work for the shrine coming up. We got 2 pictures. Only need a picture, unless you took one and I missed it, of a stalker. Sorry, scouts.
Oh,
but there's a
scout,
bunch of scouts that you can get quickly. No, I think K No is definitely one you can get because it's gonna be there anyway. The ones in the shrines, obviously, ideally you won't, because we're gonna be skipping them.
We're actually taking a very fast one later in Plateau 2.
In Plateau 2, interesting. I'm assuming inside one of the shrines.
Yeah, exactly. Inside Etsukarima, I'd assume.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
They like drop in your face. and
True,
just
true.
Take a picture of it.
One of the shrines I do know the name of because it's in the DLC.
True. The DLC shrines have like specifically weird names, I feel like.
Yeah. I have a very sporadic name of, like, collection of shrine names. Mostly the ones that are in the Master Sword and Dungeons run, and then the DLC ones.
They also look very weird, but we'll get to that eventually.
Yep. We'll move on from all shrines to tool shrines.
True. Nice freezing stance of the Lizalfos.
So yeah, there's a few more bits and pieces we can get from these, from this area.
Yeah, also the Flame Blade is just really good. Has great durability. It gives you cold protection.
No. Need this.
For an ancient arrow here.
Which area we will use for Satokoda, I believe.
Mm-hmm. one of the Zora's Domain DLC shrines, which is also at a great position for some shrine coordinate warps.
Yeah, I think that shrine's the best example of how ridiculous the DLC unroad.
True. Yeah, where you can literally go to like a different region.
Alright, what's the name of this shrine then?
Sas Kosa?
I can't actually test you on it, so we'll see in a second.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yes.
Nice.
Alright. You get a correct point for that one.
Good. I'm pretty sure I should know the order from here. Oh, the next one actually, I'm not sure. I know most of the Korok Forest ones, but the first one with the shield and the chest, I'm trying. It'll come to me, but right now I actually don't know that one.
Nicely skipped. And once again, we'll be getting our skier from the usual setup.
Oh, is it Kunsidage or something?
Yeah.
We will see.
Yeah.
Piston can be our invigilator.
True.
I don't know why I'm not getting these.
It looks like a slightly weak skew. Gets the job done though.
That's another major test of strength, so clipping pretty much mandatory. We do actually have some okay weapons now, so a minor test of strength we could probably beat, while even though not fast, but still kind of get away with it. But these ones are just like, they're so tanky that even when you have the best weapons in the game, you're still basically gonna break them on them. And this was how the run went at one point, where you actually had to get all of these weapons. Like, to be fair, these Guardians also drop relatively strong weapons, and also weapons that are effective against them. The Guardian weapons are actually effective against them.
They are just weapon sponges, though. They take a lot of hits to take down.
Exactly. Like a full-on Battle X++ would also break on the next major test of strength.
Yeah, those small guardians have 3,000 health.
Yeah.
And light only have 2,000.
That's crazy. I'm pretty sure, yeah, some of the enemy health is insane. I'm pretty sure the gold Lionels have like 500 less HP than Ganon full life.
Hello?
Good example here, like I said earlier, just literally casually running somewhere in the castle. That item was still not loaded. Hyrule Castle is specifically that.
Thunderblade now, it's very useful to disarm enemies quickly and stun them for a short period of time. Nice wind bomb to get out of the library and land by, I think it's Ancient Arrows, yes.
Yep. And now to the scale.
Scale, yes.
Oh yeah, I don't know what, specifically with Nadra's scale, I don't know if they had thought this through. That right here you can just get a Nadra scale, allowing you to completely skip that big quest where you free Nadra, because you can just take that scale, drop it next to Nadra, and you can enter the shrine. So that always, I don't know, I still don't know. Like, I really wish we could get like an IGN developers react to speedrun of this game, which will never happen. It'll be so interesting to hear some of the things that they were thinking about and maybe just think of.
Excuse the interruption. We have a $75 donation from Edium Shadow. Excellent cause and excellent speedruns. Thank you for putting on a great show. Thanks again, Edium, for your $75 donation.
Super generous. Really appreciate it. We are now in the Korok Forest, and that's actually pretty impressive. The wind bomb there allowed us to basically make it through that fog barrier. Usually when you try to enter this forest, you will void back out. If you're fast enough, you won't, and we could basically skip the Lost Woods, which is usually the way to get here. And there's like a really cool niche thread that you can do here, which is taking the chest and then using it to push the boat instead of using a Korok leaf. It's only really done here, but it's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, getting around Korok Forest has a couple of restrictions, mostly due to the fog. It can be there's a couple of things you need to consider with it. So you need to move quickly so you don't fade out in the time that you're moving. And also, like, different points will fade you out to different areas. So occasionally we'll actually want to get taken by the fog, because it will ping us somewhere we want to be. But yeah, it's just a little challenge moving around this area.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that is Kunsidash, first shrine. And if I'm not mistaken, this is actually the only shrine we'll get for now in Korok Forest.
Yeah, we're getting all of them.
Yeah, we get them all.
Oh, all of them now. Okay.
Because
I
we
saw that we
can't
were going to
go to any other regions unless we do DLC first.
Okay, that makes sense. Elden is only later on. In normal shrines, you would leave here now to get to Retop Village.
Yeah.
But we're gonna be finishing up this region first, and because what you would do instead is go to Elden, but we want to go to Elden later when the DLC is active.
Yeah,
So we'll actually be finishing them.
We go to Elden from a completely different spot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ridiculous spot. I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
that
we talked about that basically briefly already.
But yeah, now we get the... It's an interesting part of a run. It's the buffered SCW. Well, actually, I lied. That's after these 3 shrines. But after Korok Forest, we get the awful part of a run.
Alright, so it's worth to note that there is technically an absolutely awful shrine coordinate warp here, where you can store the cutscene of this shrine, and you don't actually have to buffer, but you have to land on a specific part in the forest to pick up an item or make a campfire. There's a couple of ways to activate the SCW that allows you to enter the next shrine. But then the shrine won't be there, which makes things awkward again, and we can be skipping this one relatively quickly. Notoriously, this is one of the worst shrines in the game, probably my least favorite casually. It's Dark Chokar, and you have to follow Oki, the Korok Seed, through his trial without getting spotted. Now, he will not spot us, but we also won't be following him, because the second you talk here and activate the shrine, I just gave it away. This activate the quest, the shrine is actually there. So if we get a super launch now and stay on this very small path, we will actually almost make it to the shrine. You can see how unforgiving the fog is here. You could see the shrine, but the fog still caught up to Link, warping him out back to the beginning. If you do it right, you can get to the shrine without Oki and just do it, because you don't need to finish the quest. But it's super annoying because you can't see where you're going, and the fog will void you out.
It's just an elaborate way to farm wood.
True, true.
Keep voiding out so that one tree respawns. I think this one looks good.
That looks really nice, yeah.
Skipping the really annoying sort of escort, sort of stealth section.
Yeah, and I will always say this because it triggered me so much. There's this one point in this mission where Oki gets attacked by wolves, and he's like, help me, help me. And if you actually help him, he's like, wait, you're here? You lost. And you still lose the challenge, even though he said, like, help me. I guess you're supposed to help him from the shadows. Yeah, or like kill the wolves from like the shadows or whatever. I did that like at the very end, and I did not want to do it again. I probably did like some other shrines first before I came back here. That made me really mad. But no need for that here. Shrine is done.
Exactly.
And we are gonna go towards the center of the forest now by, like Lumina said, intentionally going into the fog this time. That way we'll be back at the beginning of the challenge. And this is technically where the Master Sword is, but like Piston said, even though we did meet the incentive, thank you very much again, we won't get the Master Sword yet, because when you get the Master Sword, the next time you warp or like do a shrine and leave, this 1 minute cutscene that introduces the Trial of the Sword will play. We can avoid that by getting the Master Sword before Ganon and never entering a shrine or warping again until the game is over. So we won't care right now, we just get to the shrine here, Keoruk, one of the most tricky puzzle shrines casually. Obviously not really important for us.
Yeah, we just kind of win one through it, you know.
True, I did like it though. That was definitely a big aha moment once I figured out what the idea was here. There we go. No puzzles.
Puzzles are nice, puzzles are slow.
That's it.
Yeah. We'll move on to our final Korok Forest Shrine, which I may or may not know the name of.
Makhalan, right? I think I knew this one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I do remember this one. It's the test of wood, and we actually have to. I'm pretty sure we have to start the test of wood for this one.
We do. Yes.
If you go there, the shrine will be. Is it like this weird case where the shrine is like semi-transparent, or is it just not there?
Pretty sure it's just not there. But
I think it's just not. Yeah, I think it's not there because I think for the spring ones, the shrine like outline is actually there, but no elevator.
no,
Or something.
The whole thing's not there.
Nothing's there. I feel like I remember having seen like just like a
I've had
translucent
that
shrine.
if I got to Dako Chisei quickly.
Yeah, like sometimes the unloaded shrines
And
look
that's
like that.
unloaded, yeah.
Anyway, here the case is we can't do the shrine unless we start the test of wood. Here the challenge is to actually not switch of your equipment. If you take off any of your equipment, you lose. That doesn't bother us though, because we still have a bow. A different bow, but it will still allow us to wind bomb.
A little bit of an awkward wind bomb because of the ledge above your head, but it shouldn't be too bad.
And potential enemies
Notice
attacking you.
for wind bombs in this area, it was the same with Farron. We often angle our camera upwards for them. This just minimizes lag, which can save a lot of wind bombs, which would otherwise die.
Yeah, sometimes if it's too laggy, and Korok Forest is a big area like that, the wetlands is a big area like that. Hyrule Castle, you want to look up. Another test of strength here, like all of the shrines here that are not the middle one. So we just have to run to the other side. And then I think we will be warping again. And this is going to be one of the, basically the most notorious, or like basically the biggest part of the run. The reason this run is so much faster, which is Plateau 2.
Yes, exactly. The blessing and the curse of this run. It makes the rest of the routing really nice, but it is just like, if you're going for PB attempts, it's a huge reset point.
So basically, usually, like I said, there's a quest that starts the Champion's Ballot, which you get after defeating each Divine Beast. And finishing the respective quests by talking to the descendant of the champion. Not necessarily the descendant in the case of Eldin, but usually finishing the Divine Beast quests. Zelda will talk to you, tell you to go back to the Great Plateau, put the Sheikah Slate back, and the one-hit obliterator will spawn. There's a new Great Plateau, a very dark Great Plateau where you have to beat a bunch of enemies to unlock shrines. Very notoriously hard section. Now, these shrines are technically here right now, but they are under the ground. So their entrance, like load, like their elevator, their entrance area, I don't know, their entrance radius is there. So what we can do is we can do the shrine coordinate warp. We can activate the elevator here, for example, from the Stasis shrine, and then go down to the DLC shrine that's there, and we will be able to enter it. And once we beat all 4 DLC shrines, a huge sequence break happens, and we actually skip the one-hit obliterator completely. Link will leave with the one-hit obliterator in hand, and the DLC is activated, skipping every Divine Beast, the one-hit obliterator quest, so much, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing the shrines with this routing as well, because usually if they're all balanced around you having the one-hit obliterator, which means you have infinite damage but 1 HP, or a quarter of a heart. And yeah, so because we're SCWing in, we'll be on our normal stats, so 5 hearts and usual damage. So for the for these shrines which are revolved around you wanting to barely survive, it's a lot easier. So there's one which tries to kill you with spikes.
True.
But then there's also one which previously you had to defeat an enemy, a really tough enemy, which you just defeat with a one-hit obliterator. So that shrine used to be really annoying with this route, but we found a clip which basically lets you skip all of that.
Yeah, that clip's nice. There always used to be some potential skips for that one, but that clip is actually RTA viable. That is the only major test of strength plus, which makes you think that the Guardian is stronger. I think the Guardian isn't stronger. There's just more to the shrine than just the Guardian. I think, at least. I don't know the exact exact HP value. But yeah, ICW, definitely tricky input to do. And I feel like once you're kind of out of it, it's hard to find back to it, but we'll get it done.
Yeah, exactly. Once Piston gets one of them, I wouldn't be surprised if we just flew through the other three. Yeah, actually
Also,
also to go for the reward back on this one.
I like that. If you can, like in other categories, you actually have like a pretty powerful shield here. Not powerful, but it is, which this shield already is slick, which means you can jump on the ground with it. There it is. There's the input at least to get the elevator stored. Slick shield, specifically the Radiant shield, the most slick shield in the game, allows you to shield surf everywhere, so you can just shield jump out of the shrine consistently. But with the campfires, you are much more consistent. Now here, this is a unique strat for a buffered SCW, which is going to be a tree launch. Actually works out great. So Piston has to do the consistent buffering here again at the same frame, but this tree will land Link on just the right spot. Damn, that's actually so good. Okay, I don't know why I never did that. I always try to do a wind pump there. It's actually griefing. That tree launch is actually amazing. And we are in the first DLC shrine now, the major test of strength plus.
Yeah, so this is one I mentioned where previously you'd have to fight the enemy, but there's a clip here which has the same skew setup as all the test of strength clips we've seen before. But instead of having like one clip, you have three. There's 3 walls you have to go through.
Yeah, the first one is already not that great. The second, it gets like worse because your skew gets like a little weaker as you clip. And this one can sometimes be really bad, but that was really good.
Really
like,
good.
That's definitely rare that you get these clips that quick. And you can see the monk sits basically right under there. Usually you have to beat the test of strength, then go and kill some guardians in the lower floor. But this is obviously very convenient. Now another great thing is actually in the route we had with SCWs before, the ones that does not use the route that doesn't use the buffered versions of them, you would get to one of the DLC shrines out of the ground and then constantly warp back there to enter the other ones pretty easily.
Yeah, so that's the All Dungeons extended strat.
Yeah, but even there, I feel like it was at least theorized that this is better because you don't have to do those warps. Yes, the buffering is annoying, but the distance between the shrines is actually pretty short. It's just like a tricky strat to do.
Yeah, exactly. Because in All Dungeons Extended, it's like just over halfway through the run, so it'll be a pretty late reset point. So most runners tend not to opt for it. And what we're seeing is, even though we completed all these shrines earlier, because we clipped in, we still have to activate them before we can enter. Just a little detail.
True. This one, once we get the storage, is also just a quick wind bomb. From here, we want to go to Rota Chigar. It's a... In my opinion, it's the hardest shrine, probably, casually, with the one at Obliterator in hand. Actually, I also really hated the one in this run. It's not that bad, but the one where you have to maneuver through the shrine with Magnesis and like basically get that ball from one side to the other. But this next one is the one with the moving spike wall behind you and the spike balls swinging around and like constant hazards that are trying to kill you.
It's a really tricky one casually, but in this run, it's just ridiculously easy because of all the health you have.
Yes, there's no threat of dying, but again, Let's focus on the buffering. And one thing that's important here once we land is we want to turn around to look at the shrine we started, which is going to trigger the game to remember that Link actually liked this. Very nice. Hopefully we were close enough to the shrine, but since we get the loading screen here, that's a confirmation that we were. The game remembers now, oh, Link activated an elevator. Where is he? Oh, he's closest to Rota Chigar. And that's the shrine. And eating some speed food here perfectly in time to not to having to do it, so we can do the shrine with more than 1 health, and we needed it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So
Oh wait, that's smart.
casual,
I've never did. That's
all of
actually a
these
cool
spikes
route.
would just one-shot obliterate you, but they're really not a threat when you have more than that.
Yeah, I would always still run over those like rotating platforms. I never thought about running there. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, nice little optimization. Don't know how hard it is without speed food.
True.
Excuse the interruption, but we have a $100 donation
Wow.
from Crazy AZ. Thank you, ZSR, for putting on this cool event. Shout out to the Breath of the Wild speedrunning community for being awesome and putting so much work into this game. Good luck on the run, Piston. Crazy AZ, thanks so much for the donation.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Crazy.
Crazy.
That's awesome. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we all do. Definitely a super generous donation. And there we go. The moving spike wall is probably the easiest part of the shrine when you know where the spikes are coming from that are attacking you. The earlier part, specifically the swinging spike boards are super annoying. If you don't use Stasis like Piston did, like they're really hard to read. But Piston makes it look easy, and once again, not having the one obliterator here makes this a lot more relaxing anyway. Now, this is the worst of the buffered SCWs.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean, this one is probably the worst. The last one is also kind of annoying, but this is probably the worst. Because we have to travel quite far here from Magnesis into the Forest of Spirits, which is the forest between the cryonis and the Magnesis Shrine. There's one close to this huge log. I'm actually curious now that I think of this. What is that log? Was there like a huge tree there before? That must have been massive.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things in this game which are like that.
True, there's a bunch of those huge logs. Where are they coming from? Celtic? Where's the video?
Yeah. The lore of the giant logs of Breath of the Wild.
But yeah, so here, and I'm actually curious because when I did this in runs, I had Rivali scale available, which made this a bit nicer, but I guess we're just going to be using a bunch of wood. We want a strong updraft out there, which is going to need 5 wood pieces. That is going to give us some extra height. And then I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, I usually notice with like a burnable item. I'm assuming the Bokoblin arm works similarly. Maybe you can explain it, Piston.
Piston's deafened currently.
Oh, okay, that makes sense because like as buffered SCW is coming up. So basically, I can already kind of get the idea across why there's an item on the elevator. I've seen this before done with like a burnable item, like a stick or something that will essentially help the game remember the elevator, because when you do the but that actually won't be possible here because I don't think Piston has a memory. There's like another strat where you can throw like a burnable item there and then watch a memory that will actually cause the object to burn down and make the game reload the elevator again. I'm assuming the Bokoblin arm has a similar purpose.
So yeah, this is an alternate method for doing the jump out. You see where you actually face into the shrine rather than outwards. That was discovered by Orcrist. And it basically means the camera movement, you don't have to move the camera, which makes the inputs a lot more forgiving.
Yeah. The movement of the Bokoblin arm on the elevator causes the game to remember the trigger. The cutscene. Okay, so apparently the Bokoblin arm is like an extension for the unload radius. Very interesting. So much niche shenanigans here with the shrine coordinate warp.
Say, all shrine runners are always constantly cooking up strats.
True.
Like, it's one of the most active channels in the Discord. Despite the fact it doesn't have the most runners. I go in there, there's always like 5 or so new ideas.
Yeah, again, we will be traveling pretty far here once we get the storage. All the way into the forest at a specific spot. And that shrine that's coming up will actually make use of the camera rune like I teased earlier, where it has some extra uses.
Yeah. So unfortunately, he's just missing the timing on the jump. He's getting the A press fairly consistently. That's usually the more annoying thing to miss, because like if you miss the A press, then you could just try it again. But if you miss the jump, you get pulled into the shrine.
I've also never seen the Stasis chili updraft. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's just to keep it there for longer, I think. So all you see there is he missed the A press.
Yeah, but it also saves like a lot of wood potentially.
That's kind of what I mentioned with the muscle memory thing, because now he's slightly adjusted his muscle memory, and in turn, he's now consistently getting the jump off the wall, but he's missing the A press. So if he can manage to find the balance between the two, then he'll be able to get out.
Honestly, that's what I also don't like about any of the buffet SCWs here, specifically when you use Rivali scale, which sometimes you do in other categories. It makes you feel like so much more pressure because you're doing it essentially on like a timer. Like you literally have like this annoying stasis beeping in your ear there that's like, you gotta go, you gotta do it now. I feel like that's awful compared to when you actually just have to shield jump out. Those are like my favorite ones. The ones where just shield jump out and then you don't even have to buffer. Like those SCWs are actually great. But the more technical ones here, which are, again, unfortunately way too much of a time save to just not do because they're annoying, they're tricky.
Yeah, they're struggling with that jump timing currently.
Yeah, honestly, the only, I think, trick that not trick, but the only thing that helps me when this happens is like sometimes I rush my A and X input too much, like I do them too quickly next to each other. There should still be like the tiniest of delay between them. It's the only thing that I can maybe say might not be helpful, but it's tricky.
Yeah. This has done this a lot, though. I'm sure he can figure it out.
Again, we can basically fail this 50 more times, and it would still end up saving time.
Honestly,
What we are currently doing is basically the same than doing every single Divine Beast talking. Like, just talking to the people in Zora's domain alone is like 6 minutes. I mean, I think it's like 4.5, but still, to activate Varuta, which you then have to do, and then there's like a bunch of cutscenes around that. Then you actually have to talk to the guy again because you have to finish the quest, and then, I mean, like Naboris is also like, that's, for example, the most ridiculous one because you have to buy the armor, you have to get into the city, you have to beat Master Koga, you have to come back, you have to attack Vanaboris, you have to do Vanaboris. It's insane. That's probably like 30 minutes alone.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of cutscenes in the dungeons, as well as actually having to do them. Yeah, it's always one or the other at the moment. See.
Also, we have to note that there is only 2 Buffet SCWs left. This one and then the last one. from the Cryonis shrine down to Etsukorima, the shrine that you already mentioned, where we're going to get the Guardian picture.
Yeah, exactly. So this is probably one of the hardest tricks of the run, but
I'd say it's just the
we'll
hardest.
pass this in. Yeah. Okay, he's opted to just make a second campfire, which will
Allow you to do more, like, basically, you have more time to do your inputs. Because you don't have to stasis the chili and there's no timer that, like, annoys you.
Yeah, but he's still having the same issue of not being able to get the jump. Because I don't think the timing's the issue for him currently.
Yeah, definitely is something that I am familiar with.
Yeah, I
tricky
think
input.
everyone who's run SCW categories has had days like this.
Yeah. Again, for me, it's usually being conscious about delaying the A input and the jump. Because sometimes if you just like slide your thumb too quickly from A to X, it just gets eaten. So doing like a quick da-dum instead of like a da-dum, you know what I'm talking about, Dumina, come on.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's funny that you probably actually know what I mean, even though it sounds so random to everybody else.
Hey guys, we have a $75 donation from Nika. Check this towards the EDM soundtrack for Cadence of Hyrule, please. Thank you so much for your $75 donation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's a huge donation. And Cadence of Hyrule, full of bangers.
Yep.
You've never seen this trick before. Now, we can explain why Piston's trying to get it, because it's really hard, once again, what we are essentially even trying to do. Right now, we are on the Great Plateau again, just like at the beginning of the run, but this time for a different purpose. We're not trying to get the Paraglider. We are trying to skip the one-hit obliterator, which is probably a 90-minute time save, like literally, because you don't have to do any of the Divine Beasts. You skip 4 Divine Beasts, and you skip doing the one-hit obliterator challenge, which is defeating lots of enemy camps. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to activate this elevator like this, and then align Link specifically in the air to do a wind bomb. After doing this wind bomb, we need to pause buffer in the air very precisely to land in the Forest of Spirits, the forest coming up here. Once we are there, we are gonna land, and hopefully the game will have remembered the activation of that elevator. That will allow us. That was a very good wind bomb, like great speed. I personally always take ages to get to this location. Ideally, we will land here, and the game will play the shrine entrance animation, like this, and Link will actually enter a different shrine, the Yovaka-Ita shrine. Again, this is going to be where we're going to use the camera for the first time. Or not. Actually, maybe?
Yeah, we do. It's you just do it.
Okay. Yeah.
I
actually... I was going to say I might steer this strat. I don't know how consistent this wind bomb is. The alternative is basically running into the shrine and then like up the ramp. And then you have to do a jump, which can be really annoying. But you can actually use the camera to clip through these... what is that called, Lumina, in English? As a native speaker, like... bars? It's bars, right? Yeah. So by doing by opening the camera here and pressing the selfie button, this is literally called a selfie clip. The camera basically turns around and the camera is pushed through the wall, and then you are also pushed through the wall. So you use the selfie function of the camera to go into the
it's a very
wall.
unique clip. There's like maybe one more of them in the run, but you don't see them in like standard all shrines runs or anything.
No, and a lot of other runs, even runs that do the shrine, just don't have the camera. For example, all dungeons, the DLC.
But yeah, since all we needed to do was to get the trick to work was to get Piston to do a tutorial for it rather than just
the extended
a live
parts.
demonstration. But yeah.
The extended part of this run, just to explain it again, is the DLC. The Champions Ballad adds 16 DLC shrines from the second DLC pack, and we are going to have to complete all of them. So 136 shrines instead of 120. Currently, we are doing some of them, just in a very interesting way.
Yeah, exactly. Coming up to the final buffered SCW now.
Yep. And this one is going to be the last buffered Shrine Coordinate Warp. So once that's done, we just have to focus on getting that input, and then there doesn't have to be any buffering. Though, to be fair, I do have to say Piston has been super consistent at the actual buffering part, which to me is usually the hard part.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a little topsy-turvy.
Like the getting the input on the elevator is pure muscle memory, like Lumina said, and you can easily struggle with it, but the buffering is what's really hard, and Piston has been amazing at that. Alright, here we go. So this is nice. We actually only need one updraft here because the shrine is at a position where if we get the input, we can just glide out of the shrine, and it's kind of like on a mountain, so we have some space to do a wind bomb mid-air. This is just so ridiculous. Like, what we actually do here, like doing this crazy input and then jump out of the shrine, instantly turning around, doing a wind bomb mid-air, pause buffering in the air. Like, what's actually needed to make this happen is just absurd.
Yeah, it's a little silly. Like throwing a skeleton arm on the floor as well.
Yeah. Like, yeah, that's just a different game than what we all played at first, but it's a great game.
See, we don't need logs for this one. That's because this is at the top of a hill, so there's room to set up
Wind bomb
elsewhere, yeah.
This is probably the most annoying part about it. Is like, there's definitely annoying tricks to fail. This one's probably the most annoying trick to fail, because when you get that A input but you don't get the jump, you will always enter the shrine, and you always have to sit through the animation of Link entering the loading screen and then going into the shrine just to load again and try it again. It's super annoying that you can't just redo it. The good thing is, once this is over, this run becomes very nice. We're going to be doing a bunch of super fast shrines. Like most of the splits in this run, and the splits for most runners, they just put every shrine up, essentially, like this shrine, next shrine. Some of those splits are like a little bit over a minute. So you just do like a shrine each 1 or 2 minutes, with some exceptions.
Yeah, exactly. It really picks up after this. I feel like the issue is what you mentioned. I think he was doing his jumps way too close to his save.
There we go. That one did work out. And the wind bomb from the updrafts coming up. And you can see those 3 trees on the mini-map coming closer, kind of like a triangle position. That's a really nice angle, because that's exactly where we want to land, kind of towards the last tree on the right, basically here.
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be the perfect spot where the elevators overlap.
Slightly scary because you can't see where he's going. I'm assuming he has to avoid lag.
Yeah, and looks like the buffering that didn't work out, which is annoying. That's the last hurdle when it comes to that trick. You have to do 16 different things and then hope that your pause buffering is right. And I mean, it's just that's what makes it, I think, like the most ridiculous, that you have to do this pause buffering. There's a great I think there's a great video from Paraglider that explains this, like the way the game works there. Again, checking for the elevator being loaded on that specific frame makes it so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most technical glitches we have. I think it like goes deepest into the mechanics of the game. And this isn't even the first SEW we found. There was an old method, but that was extremely cursed.
Don't bring that up to me.
Yeah, it was. You had to go to like a specific shrine with an apparatus in it, go out of bounds, and like, how did you even fly? I don't
like
know how
there was like there was like another glitch first, like where you were basically still in ragdoll state, and then by like shield jumping you would get like insane speeds. But essentially how it worked on the overworld is you literally change the position of the camera, so Link would still be where the original shrine is, but you would bring the camera away from it, and then you would use the camera to enter the shrine. Really, it was like the... God, I'm very glad that is not what you have to do now. Because the sad part is that it would probably still you would probably still be forced to do this because one runner would have probably at least used it once to like skip Naboris or something. And then everybody would have to do it from there because it would just skip like 30 minutes. Even still. Yeah, I wonder if I ever tried that for like 6 streams and never got it.
I think that may have been a thing that happened.
I don't remember if I think I did get it once at the very end then, and I never went back to it. I mean, I did once this was found.
Nicely done. Have another attempt at the buffers.
You just saw the estimate. Yeah, get cozy, get a drink. We're doing 136 shrines. To be fair, in my opinion, it doesn't get boring because we are going to be seeing the entire overworld of the game. We're going to be beating the final boss. The difference between All Shrines and All Shrines Extended is the DLC, the 16 shrines that the DLC adds.
Fortunately, no DLC dungeon, but it is what it is. You have to watch all dungeons extended to see that.
True, the DLC dungeon is... well, to be fair, it's cool, and I know you like doing the DLC dungeon. Like the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 shrines. No, there's no shrines for Xenoblade Chronicles 2. The shrines that are added are through the Champion's Ballad. That's a full main quest that gets added with 16 shrines. They are all over the overworld. They look very weird. They have like super big like roofs. There's a DLC dungeon. Yep, there's a 5th dungeon. If you haven't played the DLC, play the DLC. To be fair, I feel like you can watch this run and you don't even get spoiled at all. Because you barely see any DLC. Actually, you see like no DLC content.
Okay, Piston seems to have figured out his muscle memory now for the getting the storage. So it's just a matter of getting a decent buffer set.
Alright, here we go.
We pray. Looks like it's failed again.
That's super frustrating.
Yeah, I don't know how the skeleton arm's meant to work, but it seems to be doing him dirty at the moment.
Yeah, I personally landed at like a slightly different spot. I would never question Piston's landing spot because essentially that's where I got it from. Closer to that one tree.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry about cold damage at all here because of the fire blade we have. It's just a nice little thing we get earlier on in the run. Very useful for the SEWs in general.
For sure. Yeah, this mountain specifically only needs... there's like basically two levels of cold protection. This mountain only needs the first one because level 2 cold protection I don't think... I mean, it's technically available on the Great Plateau if you were to get the warm doublet and chili peppers, because attack, like any buffs, basically stack up if you use like cold plus weapon, like cold food plus weapon plus armor. Like if you, for example, used a flame blade, an attack up armor, and attack up food, you would have 2 attack up. And still 1, like they still stack up, but they don't go over level 3. Like that's the highest you can be. Like you can't have 6 attack up or something. But this mountain only needs 1 anyway. Either cooking chilies or the warm doublet. I'm not sure if there's any fire weapon, any flame rod usually on the plateau. I don't think so actually. So casually you're supposed to do one of them. Even though I'm pretty sure a lot of players just ran up there and like saved a bunch of times. But the flame blade is enough to keep Link warm here.
Alright. This is the one. I'm sure of it.
Oh? Oh.
Oh. Looking good. Yeah, so extended means it includes the 16 DLC shrines, which we're doing one of which now. Unfortunately, there was a slightly scuffed midair from Piston this time, so it's a slightly slow wind bomb, but it should definitely get him to the landing spot. Yeah, Lim had to be right back real quick. He'll be back in a moment. Okay, I think he just has the horizontal speed, but it's very tight. Looks like he's there now, actually. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Enjoying the run so far. It's a bit scary doing a 6-hour commentary, but I don't know. It sounds like fun, and I enjoy doing it, so yeah. Let's see if we made it. The scary part with this is... Oh, there we go. Very nicely done, Piston. With the longer you spend buffering from a slower midair, the more buffers you do, and it has a higher margin of error. Anyway, good job on getting them all done, Piston. Welcome back.
That's not the worst.
I've seen worse from myself, at least. Yeah, that muscle memory on the A press and jump timing was definitely a little scary.
Yeah,
but
when your muscle memory is like 1 frame off, it doesn't work.
Exactly, that's what I was bringing up early. Like, if something's wrong, it's really hard to fix it with this trick. Because if you try and think about it too much, you'll either forget to do other things or you'll overcompensate slightly. Yeah, that is the last buffer SCW done, so moving on to your regularly scheduled shrines again. And here's the Guardian Scouts we mentioned earlier that just fall on top of you.
As we made it.
We did. It was the one where I said this is the one.
I had to switch to a tighter buffering because 3 tries, come on.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting unlucky there.
But it's fine. That was the last one. Last buffered SCW out of the way. It's a creamer done, and we got the picture, I'm assuming I just saw.
Yep. Definitely not the worst I've ever done that.
It's fine. It's the marathon angle.
Alright,
Personally,
now
my favorite cutscene here.
Oh yeah, the camera goes really funny, doesn't it?
And we have the one-hit obliterator for no good reason. I mean, kind of, because we did the one-hit obliterator shrines, but we never technically got it.
Yeah, Link's just kind of cheated to get it. But yeah, now we'll be moving on to our first branch, which would have the Divine Beasts in it, but no, we just kind of go around the Divine Beasts to do all the shrines in the area, which I believe is the branch towards Rito Village. Featuring iconic shrines such as Rota
Volota,
Kamyatak, Monyatoma.
Oh, Monyatoma, definitely a notorious shrine. I don't know if we can request...
Amistrat?
Yeah. Of Piston is gonna be like, no. You gotta
No,
save
it's
the
not
frames.
fast enough.
Gotta save the frames.
Let me get to the shrine under the bridge first. Which is another test of strength. I hope you're all looking forward to test of strengths, because we have those in bucket loads.
Definitely.
We also haven't mentioned that Link is not wearing any clothing.
Yeah, no, we've got quite far and he's still not put anything on. Do you get any? You get the barbarian stuff, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Shrine
Is that it?
85. I'll
Okay.
put something on.
Nice.
But yeah, it's not too long until we get more hearts, though, so... sort of
Wait, that's actually
compensates for it.
interesting. Wait, what do you use the barbarian armor for? Just for the boss fights?
Or the DLC Overworld boss.
Ah, okay, because I was gonna say you picked up those like porgies. I feel like you could get away with being like completely armorless, but I guess that's at least enough parts to actually make it worth.
The porgies are for SCW.
So much stuff is just using SCWs now. I get really confused. Like when
Yeah.
you got the skeleton arm, we were fairy crafting before Bing's.
Wait,
just told
so the
us.
porgies are also for the elevator, or to like cook them and like get an item box?
The item box.
Ah, okay.
Because in Zora's domain it's gonna be raining and we cannot set a campfire there.
Okay. Alright, here we go. I think this was, this was actually, I remember also casually, this was a shrine that took me like surprisingly long to find, considering that it's literally right next to the Great Plateau. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I know,
basically
it's-
just next to Cryonis.
It's surprisingly hidden, this one.
It is actually surprisingly hidden, and a lot of the shrines in this game are, like, did a very good job of, like, perspective, where something that seems obvious is actually not at all.
Now we have the barbarian stuff of the attack up. Which I think is one of the cooler armors in this game as well.
For sure.
Don't get me started on the lore stuff relating to it. And the mazes.
Oh, I've seen, like, lots of stuff, that this armor is apparently,
From the Zonai tribe,
yeah, the Zonai tribe, which is supposedly gonna play some role in the sequel of this game.
We shall see. There's some very cool and well hidden lore about them in this game, though.
Another shrine in our pocket.
That's Shrine 40.
And like Lumina said, we're going towards Rito Village now. The next shrine is gonna be next to a stable. And traditionally there's basically a shrine next to every stable. With a few exceptions. Pretty sure the stable at Rito Village. I mean, technically, Dunbar Tark or whatever is kinda close to it. Just on the other side of the canyon and like much, much lower.
Yeah, I guess, but I think it's just because it's so close to Rito Village that it doesn't have a shrine for it.
Yeah, see, things. I'll give you some Zonai knowledge. So, in the item description of the barbarian armor, it says that this was from a savage tribe that used to wear this armor, and it also actually has some interesting hints towards Ganondorf. So the theory is actually, you can get the notebooks out. The theory is actually that the Zonai tribe was a savage tribe that was actually, like Ganondorf was kind of their, their god or their leader. And the theory is actually that the Zonai potentially helped sealing Ganondorf in the place that we see in the Breath of the Wild 2 teaser. There's actually some wall paintings on the wall that show Ganondorf on a horse, kind of being cheered on by savage tribe members. So maybe Ganondorf was like their leader or something along that. And it also said that the Zonai tribe mysteriously vanished, and it could even be that Ganondorf ended up getting too powerful and being responsible for the vanishing of them. Very dramatic story. We'll find out more in the sequel, hopefully.
Yeah, we also know the mazes are built by them, which is why the mazes each feature the barbarian armor.
Yeah. This is easily one of the most inconsistent super launch spots in the game. Also,
Yeah.
one of the worst. When like that shrine is just at the worst angle for some reason.
It's not too bad when it's like, it depends on the time of day, really. But yeah, it can be slightly inconsistent to get lag here. you ever do the fast horizontal mid-air piston?
I was practicing those before the run and decided not to do them.
Alright. I just really like using them in this kind of situation.
I see them all the time, but I never really got around. I should probably, because my mid-airs right now are kind of slacking. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for $5,000. I think $5,000 this early into the marathon is insane. According to Tress, I think already surpassing the ZSR marathon from 2018, if I saw that right, which is insane. So making some big progress. And this run is still long. There's so many incentives. Keep it coming, but thank you so much for the support.
And you have an old trick coming up.
Oh, is it the BTB?
Yeah.
Wow, that's an old trick now. Holy.
Remember when we bullet time bounced to places?
Yeah.
Ugh. Feel old. Yeah,
this is not a beta version of the game. This just means that the game was released in 2017. For the question coming up, Breath of the Wild came out in March 2017, but this is the newest version. You can do all of these tricks on the most current version of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I believe we'll be traveling to Moglatan, which is... It's recently become a very important shrine in the Old Dungeons category, just because of location, and also it provides a lot of hearty food, which is very useful, which I'm sure we'll be grabbing now.
Yep, like 10 durians or something.
Yeah, 10 durians, exactly.
And
There's also a diamond, which is useful for all dungeons.
Yep. Just under a rock, static spawn, very random
it's a really
spot.
weird one. This is a random diamond.
But the durians are specifically useful when cooked in singles. You get a lot of yellow hearts if you cook like 5 of them in one batch. But every time you get... I mean, arguably they... So I think the mistake that most people make is they still cook like multiple durians even though they have a lot of hearts. That's when they are the worst. Because if you already have a lot of hearts and you cook one durian, it will always completely fill up your hearts. It will always completely fill them up and give you 4 extra yellow hearts. Right now, cooking multiple durians is actually not that bad because you spend less time in the cooking cutscene and you can use up all of those yellow hearts because you don't have that many. But in general, you want to cook them in singles.
And sorry to interrupt, we had a $50 donation from Pleasant Breeze with no comment, but we do have another $50 donation from Shadow Shine 57. Says, come on, guys, we can't let Eurobeat win for Cadence of Hyrule. Like Jack Black said, you can't kill the metal.
All right, that incentive is still going strong. Thank you so much for the donations. We are now in Moglatan. This used to be my favorite shrine before wind bombs were found. Definitely very unique strat to speedrun through this one.
Oh yeah, this one.
But now we will also just opt for the wind bomb. Actually, a specific one, the ceiling, not the ceiling, but we see all of these structures kind of like in the middle make other wind bombs annoying. So a backflip makes it over here perfectly. We just basically fly on the left side of the door. And then activate the monk.
Yeah, just a very interesting shrine. Very unique one. Formerly, there's also a forest dweller bow you can get in there, which is very useful at times. And yeah, we'll be moving on towards... I believe we're about to do another bowless smuggle slide. Or sky slide, if you prefer. Yeah, because it's a very long distance movement we're about to do. The newest of the tricks we have in this game, and I think it's just very satisfying to watch, to be honest. You do a little jiggle, and you go flying. These are some very nice wobbles from Piston as well. We'll be travelling right past the Tabantha Tower in that lake to Monotoma.
Not very nice to execute.
It is, yeah. So, this trick... I suppose I should talk about the execution of it. So, You need to get into the state, which is what you saw with the whole jumping and unequipping shield. Once you're in it, you need to walk off the ledge and hold B whilst not letting your stick go to neutral, because that will instantly make it fail. And then once you've managed to line it up, you just wiggle back and forth, and Link will build up speed. Relatively slowly, to be honest, but he keeps it very well. But it does involve a lot of mashing of a stick. It's nowhere near as hard as MSS.
To drop it.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as hard as manual super swim, but it's still like probably the most physically intensive trick of a run. As like a tricky one to practice for long periods of time. But yeah, it's not too bad in practice.
Yeah, it's super easy to at least drop the stick angle and unintentionally hold neutral, and then you fall. And if you lose all of your height, it gets annoying because you can't just like set it up quickly in the air. You have to either just go back, because again, you can't get any extra height with it. You just have to nail it first try pretty much.
Yeah, so it's an opting for the less cool strat. It is what it is. No hammers
It's
today.
faster.
It's slightly faster, yes.
Yeah, sometimes I do miss some of those old tricks, but unfortunately the wind bombs are too powerful.
Alright, next shrine. Magnara, I believe.
A notoriously surprising blessing shrine. Like, a lot of people were curious why this one was a blessing shrine.
Yeah, it's just a slightly awkward one to get to. As long as you get a nice wind bomb there, it's not too bad. You can break in with a hammer or a bomb.
Please, Link.
There's a small spot, yeah, right there you can stand on to swing a hammer. Otherwise it can be a little awkward to...
These rocks have a pretty weird hitbox.
Yeah.
I think the weather is good. I don't want it to be raining here. But
Yes,
I didn't
so
pay
after this
attention.
shrine, there will be a bullet time bounce to get to Rito Village. But if it's raining, the moblin can't hear the arrow shot, which can make it slightly awkward to set up.
Also, this one is bound by time of day.
Oh, true, yeah, because you're on the cycle for Burrito Nag, right?
Yep. Should be fine.
Yeah, this is just one of the shrines where you set a precise... you set time of day.
It also makes
early,
no sense anyway.
so you don't have to wait around.
Because when it's not raining, this guy can hear like everything.
Yeah, it's slightly awkward. That looks good. Very nicely done. And because we have the extra one wheel of stamina, I think this can take us all the way to the Rito Village. Though I do
Yeah,
think
this
we
is definitely
actually
hard
go
with one wheel.
We go straight to Burrito Nag with this one.
Yeah, I feel like that would actually not even be... Actually,
Yeah,
I
we
guess
go to
Burrito Nag
and then
isn't
go
that
to
much
Vuluta,
further.
And we go from Vuluta to Rito Village.
Burrito Nag is actually not much further than Rito itself, it seems.
It's not much further, and you go down a lot more, so you could
True.
actually make it with one wheel. But yeah, as you see, the light is shining on the pedestal, which is what
Very
we're
nice.
aim for. Yeah,
You see the
nice.
little heart on the ground, which is like, yeah, very nice shot of it. There's basically like a hole in the big structure on Rito Village. And when the sun is on the opposite side, the heart shows up there, and that's the condition for the shrine to be obtainable.
shrine itself is a fairly interesting one because it's slightly too low for you to do a circle first, so you need to do a slightly lower wind bomb. I thought it was quite a fun one casually as well.
I was going to say it's specifically fairly interesting, I think, casually, because you get to shoot a cannon, which there's another big version of that in the DLC, which we will also be skipping very easily, actually.
Yes.
But yeah, here you wanted the layout
Just a little
very
square
nice.
first, so you get a nice low angle. That was a really good one. There we go. So because we're about to do another SEW, you want the Slick Shield to be the first one in your inventory, or the inputs can be slightly awkward.
It's just muscle memory switching to the wrong shield.
Yeah, exactly. You want to minimize the amount of things that you have to think about with this trick.
And this one is probably the most lucky SEW we got. We don't need buffering here. And this skips in all shrines alone. And like we need to do the plateau stuff in this category to skip all of the divine beasts anyway. But in normal shrines, this SEW skips all of Varmedo. Because Varmedo is not a shrine, but the shrine that is coming up here is usually locked behind doing the divine beast. And there's also a big quest to even get it. So this is a huge skip.
Yeah, exactly. This one and also the cutter car unload radius are very convenient for us. Nice little mid-air over, and there's a rush room here. There's a few ways you can trigger the SCW once you actually got to the location. One of them is picking up a new item, which is what we'll see here. This text box will trigger the old elevator. And yeah, we're into Vulotta, which is
Everyone's
an interesting
favorite
shrine.
ladder.
Everyone's
It's
favorite
got a
ladder.
very long ladder.
I was
think
gonna
this is
say-
what most people remember it for.
I'm pretty sure I saw Komali in chat too. Notoriously the biggest ladder hater for this one. I remember whenever there was like a news thread, Komali was like, "Oh, can we skip the ladder now?" No.
No, it's an iconic ladder. And it's a little finicky, but you can just do a midair here to land right in.
Very
Nicely
nice.
done.
And we just skipped like 15 minutes of gameplay.
Yep.
Maybe 12. To be fair, doing Varmedo obviously also did have some advantages, like the Great Eagle Bow and Rivali Scale, even though it's not... It's actually less needed now as well, because one of the main uses for Rivali Scale was the Divine Beast, which we no longer do. It's just obviously worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's not even the big quest, there's like a whole cutscene that specifically plays for this shrine with these like birds flying away.
Yeah. That's even like a minute and a bit.
Yeah.
And it also completely shatters my immersion when one of them does a little squeak as it falls over. There's a few things in this game that just are immersion shattering. There's also like a Nintendo Switch t-shirt you can get, and I think like certain categories grab that. And the second Link puts it on, it's like, okay.
True.
But yeah, Aquicot is a surprisingly difficult shrine. The roof's at a very awkward level. Where
Yeah, I'm noticing that that's like the hardest part about shrines is the ceiling height.
Yeah, exactly. That's what usually decides what you can and can't go for in them regarding to wind bombs. If you can get a nice low one here, then you don't have to worry about it. And thankfully that is what's happened today. But I've had several MSD runs die here just to
So much.
taking an unexpected amount of full damage.
And thankfully we don't get the cutscene here I talked about earlier. I mean, we still get the cutscene of Medo screaming around, but not of Zelda introducing us because we talked to Impa.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, an advantage of doing it in that specific order.
Nice little time save. And here we will be grabbing,
Hearts, I think.
yes, 6 more hearts, I believe. We'll have to grab a couple more by the end of a run to get the Master Sword, but yeah. Very nice to have these now. So it means after every shrine you'll have an additional 6 hearts to work with, and it just means food routing is basically non-existent outside of Elden now. Elden, it can still be scary because we don't have any fire resist.
Did we?
Pardon the interruption. We have a $100 donation from Cubs Rule 21. Trez, go the F to bed, you nerd. Thanks again, Cubs Rules.
Alright, Trez, you've legally got to go to sleep now.
I was going to say, I don't disagree. Sleep is good.
And thank you, Cub, for the really big donation.
Massive. Yeah, this is something that I definitely... I feel like that's actually so funny, because when you play the game casually, I think you realize how useless hearts are. Because, I mean, not useless, but I feel like most of the enemies will just do so much of your health when you play casually and you fight them, that it feels so bad to have 16 hearts just to get them all taken away by one Guardian laser. And people notice that stamina is really useful. But the funny thing is, in speedruns, obviously you want to do as little upgrading as possible, but if you do anything, in most categories, yeah, some extra stamina is nice, but hearts are actually so useful in speedruns, specifically since wind bombs. Because even though we won't be doing any combat, having these extra hearts and specifically having shrines fill up these extra hearts is actually really nice. Like, you even get 2 extra hearts in Master Sword Restricted, which is like a short category, just because it's just nice.
Very nice wind bomb there, actually. It's a very nice angle. Jawave. This is another SCW shrine, as we will see shortly, but first we have to complete the shrine. There's 2 strats for this shrine. One involves a mid-air, but that one's slightly less consistent, so I reckon we'll see the one where you do a single wind bomb and then just glide up the rest. Which is what we have seen, yes.
The mid-air definitely pretty cool, but like you said, sometimes you don't get enough height.
Yeah.
And that's like
mid-airs,
you...
it's quite hard to control your height for.
I tried the mid-air once, it worked. Then I tried it again in runs, lost a minute. Then
Yeah,
of
the
course.
classic.
I just said to myself I'll never do it.
But yeah, coming up on unbuffered SCW. Is this our first of a run? Or have I missed one?
Volota and
Oh yeah, Violeta.
Trevania.
Well, it counts, okay?
True.
First in my mind.
This is definitely also an easy one because you don't need like an extra wind bomb. You do the SCW, you shield surf a little bit, and you have just skipped one of the quests for a DLC shrine. Usually, you come back to this point later once you've done. This is actually super interesting because we haven't even done the flight range for the first time, and we are skipping now what usually would be the second time at the flight range, where you have to shoot like 5 targets during one bullet time activation. We just have to glide over here now, and we'll enter the shrine.
Done with the timing of the SCW there.
This actually breaks the game so much that Divine Beast Vow Meadow is no longer completable.
Yeah, exactly. So with All Dungeons Extended, if you wanted to implement the plateau SCWs, you'd have to be very careful when you did it.
True.
Yeah. I thought it was an item here we get. Maybe I mixed it up. Either way, very nice wind bomb to...
If anything, maybe the Hebra one. I know there's like a Falcon bow there, but it's not in every run. But yeah, we will... Oh, actually we won't. I was gonna say the plateau SCWs breaking the game will actually break the game in super funny ways. For example, when you actually try to complete Varna Boris, which we won't do here. There's other runs that do that. Because the Divine Beast will actually be in the state of refighting the boss.
Oh,
In the DLC, you get to refight the boss,
yeah.
so it will be like dark and weird and cloudy.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the only sequence breaks in Breath of the Wild because of how open world it is, and it is interesting how it works. And also,
Do we
the
talk
other,
about... Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the other major thing it saves is it skips you having to go to the DLC monuments, which activate the free quests. By SCWing into one of the shrines, you A, skip that really long cutscene, but B, it also activates the 2 other quests of that specific region.
Yep. Can we talk about what now, Piston?
I was actually going to say monument skip, but...
I was 2 steps ahead of you.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, usually those are fairly long cutscenes because you have a whole... The monument like turns blue and shows you the map, and then you have to talk to Cass after. Each of them's like 2.5 minutes maybe, so it saves a lot of time skipping them.
Getting some extra safety food.
Later, what we can see here, we will actually use our advantage. So once you do that SCW, like we just said, the thing that we need to activate it will actually appear. In Zora's Domain, we will actually complete the shrine and then do the quest for the shrine anyway, just to get it out of the ground.
But now we'll be doing the Hebra shrines before we worry about any of that. Where I got really confused when I was studying for the run because Piston went in a completely different direction to what I expect, but it turns out there's like 2 branches inside of it and you walk back at some point. But yeah, there's a lot of shrines up in Hebra, and there's a lot of height variance, so it's like very carefully routed. Makara is a fairly annoying shrine, not as bad as Dakatus. Not Dakatus, Dakotar, is that the bad one?
Where?
The one in Gerudo.
That's Dakotar, yeah.
Dakotar, yeah. This one's slightly more forgiving. There's been a lot of
I really like this
people
one.
who didn't like Dakotar.
Dakotar is bad, but I like this one. This is usually normal front top timing.
Yeah, nice one.
In the past, it was actually pretty nice to do Hebra relatively early because it has lots of pretty valuable chests. This is like probably meant to be a late game region. You need level 2 cold protection to be here. There's a bunch of major tests of strengths, strong enemies right off the bat. Usually overworld enemies scale from, like, their color changes depending on how much content you complete. For example, like black and silver and white enemies don't even appear anywhere on the map other than these late game regions like Hebra. But notoriously in all shrines we would want to do this region early because late game area means high level chests. And for example, this next chest in this test of strength has a diamond. There's another one with a sapphire, but since we don't need rupees anymore, that's not important, and we just do it because it's convenient.
Yeah, another annoying part of the area is the reduced visibility, which when you're starting out can throw you off a bit. Trying to find the shrines or anything in the area. But yeah, as you see, there's a lot of moving up because very hilly area.
I mean, honestly, it still does to me. I feel like specifically going to Hiamiu, the one on the edge there, if it's like super foggy, I can still get thrown off.
Yeah, it'll take me a long time to find. Tucked away in the edge of a cliff. It wasn't for the beep beep that the game intends to throw you.
Also though, the beep beep destroyed me when I was like finding my last shrines because I think Tokuomo or something. It's the one at the Great Hebra skeleton.
Yeah.
The sound will actually happen when you're on the other side of it.
Yeah,
but there's no way to enter it.
Hill and I got really
or like
confused.
that, yeah. You have to casually find like a snowball and roll it down a hill to open the door to it. but that's like way far away from the shrine, so you would actually get baited.
Yeah, it's a really cool shrine to find though. It's like one of the coolest areas.
It
I
looks
think.
really cool once you enter. Yeah.
It's a shame that there's only like a singular shrine in there.
Oh. Never mind. I thought we were finally going to see the backup, but no.
Let's hope we won't. But again, this chest set technically contained a diamond. It's just not worth it. 500 rupees are nice, but opening the chest also, I think, loses 8 seconds for opening the chest and the item box. So you just obviously don't need to do it.
Yeah, the only other thing you might want in this route is fire resist armor, but it's a very expensive armor for rupees, and you can just get through Eldin without worrying too much about it.
If you don't do the Divine Beast specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
The Divine Beast would definitely... Like, I guess you could do the Divine Beast. But actually, can you? Is there like something... Does Universe say you can't go or something? I don't even know.
I think you can, but I think it causes you a lot of issues.
You would probably waste like 500 hearts or something.
Yeah, especially in the escort, having to spin every few seconds would be atrocious. Oh yeah, because you'd have to cancel every time you're carrying something around with Magnesis just to spin.
Though I also don't know if being exposed to level 2 burn does more damage than level 1. I don't think so.
It starts burning faster. Like
it starts burning faster.
Every 5
right.
seconds, it loses 1 heart. And you have to spin cancel.
There's something I found out the hard way is that the initial tick of fire damage does more than the subsequent hits. I think the initial does a full heart and the rest do half.
And it also makes your wind bombs fail, which is what I recently learned.
Another slightly hidden shrine in Hebra. It's a bit of a theme here, depending on the angle you come from.
I definitely remember having some weird MacGyver solution to this shrine casually.
It's called Red Giveaway.
Huh. That's a bit of a dead giveaway.
Because you're supposed to use Magnesis and then it shows the hidden...
I think I probably did something weird.
That's the beauty of the game. Just throw yourself at it in a different way and it will probably work eventually.
It's true.
Speed capping by the looks of it. Very similar to the Wago Cattle Wind Bomb, which I opened. Okay, that's just unfortunate. Flying into the very thin flag there. Yeah, similar to the Wago Cattle Wind Bomb, where you're going very near to Cardinal, it can cause issues. There we go. Ooh, very nice super.
Nice. Getting to this shrine was notoriously bad in the past. You used to do a pretty annoying BTB where you had to push a moblin around on the ground to even make it possible. But this wind bomb into super launch makes that a lot nicer.
Yeah. This is one of the most annoying shrines to get to. I just put it perfectly in the top corner of the map. Behind a mountain. Is it a test of strength?
It is a major test of strength, and I think it's also the most... I'm not sure. It's definitely the most northwestern shrine, but I don't know if it's the most northern.
Yeah, the maze one might be slightly further.
Now I need to look this up.
Pull up the object map.
Yep. No, it's the most northern one. This one. The maze is actually only number 3. Shah Gamma is more northern than it.
Yeah, right.
Just going again, the Guardian, specifically the major test of strength, is just a little dangerous and annoying. The most annoying move that they have is probably the small laser shots. They can even hit you while you are in the wall.
Yeah, and that can cause you to lose your ski if you're unfortunate.
I'm pretty sure they can also like one-shot me at full hard right now.
Yeah, the major ones do like a ton of damage, specifically without armor.
Basically, avoid at all costs. They're not fun. Yeah, we get our hearts back. Another shrine completed. I believe now we'll be doing some out of bounds movement to get to the Great Skeleton Shrine we mentioned before.
Yeah, I was going to say the thing will beep on the other side of the mountain, and
That was actually a hint. That was actually a hint.
Yeah,
way to
exactly. So this is the opposite side of the
The
mountain.
game actually knew.
And yeah, it's a nice little clip which saves a slightly awkward snowball stasis.
That's funny. Like, this clip was actually found just before I did my first All Shrines run. Because when I used to watch, like, ZDI do this, they still went the other side, to the other side. Because this is quite a weird skew spot and quite a weird clip.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very unique one.
Darnox is awake. It's the middle of the night. Also, I had something really weird happen here before, which can happen at night. At night, we can obviously have Stahl Moblins spawn. It happened to me before that they actually spawned on the other side of the wall. In this area that we're about to clip in.
Huh.
And they like shot me through the wall. Very nice.
So we use a bomb there to clear ragdoll just because of the sheer amount of hearts we have.
And then we do a little out-of-bounds wind bomb. That's also why Piston got hit intentionally, to get rid of the ragdoll state we talked about. If you clip, you can't do a wind bomb until you do that, or fall over.
And you're trying to land by this texture here, and if you walk up to it correctly, you'll just kind of slide through.
Through the ceiling. Kind of at the edge there, very nice.
There we go. Nicely done.
And here again, another late game shrine. The chest here contains a Royal Claymore right off the bat. Some weapons. There's like basically like a leveling system in the game. Depending on how many divine beasts you do, items start leveling up. Like, for example, what at the beginning would be a knight's broadsword will become a royal broadsword, and then that will start having modifiers like attack up and durability up. This one will immediately have a Royal Claymore, and looks like Piston's gonna pick that up probably for the late game boss fights, or again for some of the DLC bosses like Moldu King.
Do we meet the Master Sword goal?
Yeah,
we did, yeah.
Oh, okay. So we're actually going to be using the Master Sword to fight
Moldu
boss.
King? Oh, nice. Yeah, that's very interesting. The Master Sword obviously comes with a pretty solid base damage, specifically for a one-hand weapon. That's something that's often overlooked. The two-hand weapons seem so good because they have like 50, 60 damage values. And they are really good because we can get double hits with them when we do spin attacks. But the DPS from a one-hand weapon is just really strong because you get so many more hits in.
Since
Yeah,
we were
exactly,
talking
especially-
about
Yeah.
Moldu King, a major portion of this route is actually routed toward those bosses, because we won't attack up armor before we fight those boss.
True.
That's where we're going.
That makes sense. In case you don't know, attack up armor provides you with... wait, are you not doing Goma Asark now?
Yeah,
oh,
that's what I was
when-
talking about, where I got really confused.
I
you
guess
walk back
when
a bit
we-
later.
Yeah, when the ring is there. That makes
So-
sense.
The ring is fair, but we come back to that later.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because if you get a fast wing bomb from shot and all, the ring takes a while to load.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which is why we're doing this one first.
And I guess when you shield surf down there, you go to the snow field and to the maze and stuff. So this section can actually be scary, even with this amount of hearts. That cold water does a ton of damage.
Yeah, it just kind of shreds your health.
And even... okay, there we go. And it will be very unforgiving. Like, as soon as you stop menuing, it'll immediately start taking off your hearts.
And another thing I forgot to mention is another reason why we're not doing the other branch first is because time of day. So it's night right now, and when we do the shield serve quest / minigame, we don't want any stall enemies to spawn. We do this branch first, so it's nice and sunny and daytime.
I used to actually wait at the campfire and like other categories where I do the SCW after Toyasa to make it morning just to not have them spawn. They can be so scary. To be fair, even at daytime, for some reason, sometimes there's like 60 animals on that track. Making the shield surf section scary.
Yeah, that area already has like a ton of large animals we need to dodge. So adding star animals.
Yeah, Animal Crossing.
Area.
Animal Crossing. Okay, going down here and using the snowball to break the door. You can actually use a tree there, but to be fair, it's kind of a gimmick strat. You can just use the snowball, constantly knock it up the hill, so it'll eventually get big enough to open the door for you.
Yeah, the tree strat's probably quicker, but it's a little scarier. Like, if you make a mistake, you'll lose time with it.
Here we go. Yeah, the problem with the tree strats, I don't know if it's actually faster. It seems like it would be slightly faster if you get it right, but the problem is if the tree is not positioned the right way in front of the door, it gets really annoying.
Yeah, exactly. It can be a little finicky at times.
Which, again, if you don't know, you can technically actually use a tree. You stasis the tree and hit it against the wall, and the reaction will still be the same. If it's fully stasis, fully charged up. Just a physics thing, I guess. But it can be annoying.
You can actually also use the Master Cycle 0 to
True.
We should go get that.
Where could that be used? Like, maybe all quests extended or something it could be routed in, but probably not.
All quests extended. Whatever.
I always thought it was interesting, but it's just too long.
Does that mean you have to do stuff like all the random DLC chests?
You have to get every armor, yeah.
Oh, that sounds both amazing and awful at the same time. Because you'll be there for like 12 hours probably.
I think it's actually, like, I think the all quest record is already 8 hours or something. And that was like a long time ago. It already used some SCWs, but like there wasn't BLSS for the letter quest. There wasn't... I don't know. I feel like a bunch of stuff was still found since then. Honestly, can we talk about all Koroks? Dude, I see that making an appearance soon.
No, please no.
No. I think it's actually good.
No.
I used to think the exact opposite. But ever since I started doing some Hundo stuff, the Koroks are like the best part of it now. Specifically with the Granitus route. Where everything else is just like duping and like shooting. Exactly, getting 55 rush rooms. Getting, talking to fairies. I honestly, I see it. It would be an absolute grueling run Because there's almost like there's like no real cutscenes. Yeah, there's like no real loading screens other than the Korok cutscenes. BLSS probably doesn't change it much, but I think the record back then didn't even use like the golden gauntlets glitch, which is really, really big for all Koroks. It's a hard run mentally. Yeah, I agree. That's the problem. And the routing for me would probably break me as a person because I would have to try out so many different things.
See, it's your ultimate challenge.
Maybe. That it is. I just wonder how long it would be now. I think somebody said DJ did a run where it was like maybe 8 hours or something. I feel like you could probably get it to like 6, but maybe. Actually, maybe not, because I think it's like 2.5 hours of cutscenes. Literally. Like, or 2 hours just Korok saying yahaha and stuff, because it's 900, it's 900 times.
I think all Kilton Medals is a similar thing, where it's like almost entirely overworld. I think it's a very unique run.
Very unfortunate. Bad hitting the ceiling there.
If you want to get Ruin 1.
That's that is a great wind bomb though. Going through the Forgotten Temple, it's a very amazing, unique location in the game.
Yeah, one of the cool areas in the game. And like all cool areas in the game, it's capped off with a singular shrine.
And a huge statue, which is actually, now that we're on ZSR, probably a nice little...
got a statue?
Yeah, nice little throwback to Skyward Sword. And you can actually talk to the statue just like any other one and get some upgrades. I wonder, maybe this would be faster to get hearts here than in Korok Forest.
Yeah, we're doing that.
Nice.
Yeah, more hearts anyway.
Oh, okay, nice. Also, worth to note that traditionally, in the past, the rule set of this run actually had us collect... well, I'm actually not sure about extended, but at least in the original oil shrines, we had to collect the outfit here behind the shrine. The tunic of the wild, or the outfit of the wild. It was decided at one point that that is no requirement anymore, because it was actually, it kind of messed with the run. It made the run slower. Yeah. We talked about earlier how the Blood Moon Shrine was the cap for this run at one point. So doing the shrine at the end meant that we had to do the Blood Moon Shrine earlier, which meant that the cap would even happen earlier. So it was decided that it's no longer needed, so you can do the shrine at an earlier point in the run to do the Blood Moon Shrine last, technically. Now that that cap is gone, that rule set kind of stuck. Arguable. I mean, there's definitely been like votes before to like end on the outfit instead and on the quest compared to Ganon, but traditionally the main board ends on Ganon. That's just what it is. But this is, for many people, the... I mean, I don't think it's actually for many people the final shrine. I think that's actually not very common that this is the final shrine, but you have to go here after beating all shrines to get the outfit. Like when I talk to people, usually something else is their final shrine carry. Now we actually go back to Goma Sark in the wall here to then shield surf down during the for the DLC shrine. And I think, wait, is this actually gonna be the first DLC shrine we see?
No, we had the Noirage.
Flight range.
Oh. No,
this is the
I
first
mean the first one that we see, like physically.
Yeah.
Like that's what I mean.
Yeah, it is.
The first tool shrine in all shrines. No more small shrines. Now it's cool shrines.
Yeah, another royal claymore here. If I ran all Koroks, I would get the Korok seed there. The Forgotten Temple last. Well, maybe actually. It seems like a decent branch to end on, because you would probably warp from there anyway.
If you're really gaming, you'd play Ballad of the Goddess from Skyward Sword and have it finish as you get that Korok.
Wow. The best ending.
Yeah. Think of the cinematography.
Alright, so
Now we get to slide down a hill.
Get to slide, and this is Animal Crossing. Because for some reason, whenever you do this, they do want to cross the roads multiple times. And that's scary, because if you collide with them, the timer here is actually very scary. Like, if you bonk, like we already saw like 6 animals there. I mean, I think it was 4, but still.
Yeah, exactly. This is the harshest of the ring quests.
Yeah, if you collide here and you miss a ring, you have to go all the way back up, which honestly, it's bad in this run. It's not as bad as another. I mean, like, literally, look at this. Why does everything... I mean, okay, this is what I mean.
That's brutal.
Ow.
I think you can make it.
Oh, maybe this one with the... Damn, that was actually the worst case.
Moose.
We got attacked.
Was that an unloaded moose? Look at this.
Look at this. There's like 6 people.
Yeah, this is a weird one.
Yeah, in other categories, you actually don't do the shrine that Piston just did, so if you fail, you have no war point up there. And then it feels really bad.
Yeah, exactly. But now...
Okay, I mean, this is actually one of the worst. This is actually one of the worst I've ever seen, so at least we didn't hype it up for no reason.
Now it's time for our first tool shrine. That was really weird ragdoll. Look at the size of this lad. I'm in awe.
That is pretty impressive. It is very interesting design. I
like
guess I had to go with something.
And yeah,
I wonder how many shrines we actually get of the DLC ones, like to come out of the ground. Definitely this one, definitely
not many,
Satokoda.
to be honest. Maybe like
probably
5 or 6.
Kedafunia, the one that comes out of the water.
Yeah.
And that's probably almost
this is the
it.
second usage of the camera clip. I think it might be the last one, actually.
The last one of what?
The last camera clip we do. Or selfie clip.
Seems right.
Oh my god.
Oh.
See, this is a good thing.
Try here,
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the good thing with going all the way up.
Yeah, it pushes you really weirdly. Ooh.
There we go. Yeah, there's still another shrine in this area. I'm assuming Piston will also be SCWing into it.
Which one?
The one after Toyasa.
Right.
Yeah. Traditionally, you have to shoot Dinral, the dragon there that we talked about, that we already got his scale from Hyrule Castle. But yeah, again, there's actually another shrine that we can use that we have to get anyway to also make our way into that one quicker without getting it out of the ground.
Actually, almost done with Hebra.
Finally. It's getting really cold. Yeah, I was trying to work out if you could actually do an SCW from the shrine up there, but the loads don't quite match. It's
also,
really
this is probably... Sorry, I was just gonna say that this is probably my favorite shrine name. For some reason, it's just always fun to say. Rokuvok.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like it.
It's not a Kemakasasa, but it's up there.
That also does go. That does. I mean, I said this before.
A lot of them roll off the tongues.
Yeah, like Kemakosasa. When I always think of The Sims.
Yeah, it does sound like Sims language.
Also, like Rokuvok, Kemakosasa.
Yeah.
And actually, it's too funny.
Probably because
yeah, you could just go on like this, like Sasakai.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that we're going to Gerudo Highland next, so it's not exactly over with the cold.
Oh, it's still gonna be cold.
Oh. I'll go put my gloves back on.
Yeah, wind bombs are definitely learnable for casual players. That's actually the surprising thing. Okay, I'm gonna flex here, but I made like a tutorial, and I think like 500,000 people have watched that now. So wind bombs are probably more a casual strat now than speedrun strat. Obviously we use it in speedruns, but a lot of casual players do them.
It's become very popular. It's a very easy to learn. I say easy to, yeah. Once you get the muscle memory down, it's a bit of effort, but it's not too hard to learn. And once you do, it's so universally usable. So I think it's probably one of the most popular glitches in speedruns generally.
True. I will also quickly say, just like Liz said, that Vivo's tutorial for wind bombs is probably the most well-rounded for nowadays knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's like just more recent.
Tutorial and pick it up pretty quickly. That's the one I usually recommend. Shagema.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're actually going to see a rare occurrence of a casual strat here.
Ooh.
Because there's technically a weird speedrun strat that's really awkward to do and barely saves any time. All you need to do here is just stasis this block, and then you get the key and go through the door.
Yeah, it's really not a complicated shrine if you just think about it.
Ridahi. Oh yeah, that's true. That's another great name. It's also the sound that most runners make when they run it.
Yeah,
the first part specifically. We talked about earlier how this is potentially the worst shrine, even though we should make a shrine tier list at one point. I feel like Dakota is definitely up there. It's so bad.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, I feel we're coming up to our first of the mazes, which means we might get close. Finally.
Don't put it on.
You don't?
Because there's a section later that we cannot have any attack. Otherwise we'll kill the enemy we're trying to beat EV off.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
So still staying.
Never mind, we're still naked.
Yeah, we're still going with the aerodynamic setup.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
Reduce
can't
drag for
see.
maximum effects.
Oh,
It's, yeah.
there it is.
This is another thing that feels just so wrong. There's like a diamond chest right next to us, but nope. Doesn't really help us.
Think about how much value you could get from that. How
The
convenient.
diamounds that we passed already, there's like 3k.
Yeah.
We left 3k
we
in
didn't
the
get
grounds.
the one in. The one on
Kambia
Satori Mountain, the one at Kambia Turk. It's just lying around all over the place.
To be fair, even when you do want money, you don't even want those anymore. I mean, in some cases you do, but if you want like a lot of money, we do something else instead. That's just it's weird. As the other things we use to break the game.
Yeah, I suppose printing money is also one of the weirdest glitches in this game, but we won't see it, so I won't dive too much into it.
True. Okay, assuming from here, we're gonna go to the
Dark Shrine.
The Dark Shrine. And this was actually, I remember this also casually because I streamed it. I did randomly walk forward and found the Hinox that's guarding the orb here and also stole it from him. Like completely casual. I had never seen it and I felt like the biggest gamer. Specifically because people in my chat were like, oh, I hated this. This was like the worst shrine. We are going to do something similar here, just cooler and faster.
This is one of the weirdest, like, not in terms of mechanics, but in terms of just like world building. One of the weirdest shrines. Why is just an area of like land completely dark?
Dark. I think
How
this
does
is
it
also
work?
Zonai related though, right? Like we said, because there's like similar structures there. I think like the pillars around here are also like these dragon heads.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. They have light removing.
Even if you see it
technology.
from here, like it just looks like a black hole.
Yeah, exactly. Like Sheik Attack, I can buy it. Shrine Orbs,
Yeah, true.
sure. Darkness out of thin air? Yeah, I don't know about that.
Maybe it's like a curse or something, an ancient curse from the Zonai. I'm making a lore video right now. What does it say in here? Find the shrine hidden in these dark ruins.
You've got dark ruins, but why?
That's it. That's all the hints we get.
That's all you get. That and whatever the architecture can tell you.
Wow, Piston going for the dark mid-air. Very nice.
Dark mid-air.
You will actually, you lose all of your speed when you enter this, so that's actually really nice. No matter how fast you're going when that cutscene plays, you will get your stamina back, which is nice, but you will also lose all your speed.
Ooh. Got half slapped there by the Hinox.
Yeah, shrines are anagrams of the staff. The thing is, though, Lemon, that in the shrines were translated, but they were like randomly translated. Like, I think depending on the localization team, for example, I know the German localization team tried to mimic the Japanese sounds in European language.
Phonetic similarities.
But the English ones were basically just like easier to say, even though they're still weird to say, but they're like drastically different, but they're not close to the staff members anymore. It's very strange. I think the localization teams had like quite a bit of freedom there.
Keto will why.
Yeah, but they are different in each language. It's like sometimes they will be called the same between like French and German, but they are different. Okay, we got another blessing shrine completed.
Yep.
And we will actually be warping out of here back to Varmedo. Or Aquaquote, at least Rito Village. To get... we can't warp to Varmedo actually in this round because we never did it. But back to Rito Village. Because now we are gonna go, like Piston said, to Gerudo Canyon.
Yep, you can see the areas where we've completed. And... yeah, we're getting there. Bottom left and... wait. Yeah, bottom right and top left, we've pretty much finished now in terms of shrines.
Yeah.
Well, there's quite a few in the center.
Gerudo Canyon is also an area that whenever I get there, it's like surprisingly high.
Yeah.
Like right there, you'd probably find the biggest height difference from like Gerudo Canyon to Gerudo Desert, which is one of the lowest sections, which makes it look even higher. I can see how high these mountains are from this location. It's not the highest point in the game. Highest point in the game is actually that mountain, the peak of that mountain that you can get to. But it's so high. I was actually literally just like, I think today or yesterday, I was rewatching an all Lionel's run I did in the past, where I realized that this run is probably a lot better now with the LSS, because that sort of movement is like perfect for that run.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of category extensions have been completely bolstered by it.
All towers, the biggest ones.
All towers, even like dog percent.
True.
So rather than learning specific BTB setups, you can kind of learn where people set up the BLSSs, and it's pretty easy to control.
Yeah. This movement specifically is potentially worth it for BLSS if you miss the super. If you get good wind bombs, that's probably faster. I think the general rule is like, if you can make it somewhere in like 2-3 wind bombs, BLSS is not worth it. But if you need more than that, it is worth it.
Actually tried with one of the vases near the shrine. And because the mountain in between is like,
in a bad
in
position.
the way,
Yeah.
it's hard to control, and you have to cut on trees to actually get the BOS.
Okay, Borkov, you don't need to complete the Vine Beast in this shrine, and we talked about this earlier. There's a trick called Shrine Coordinate Warp, exactly, that allows us to enter these shrines anyway. So this run, like technically this run used to have to get them all, because in order to like start the DLC, you need to do all Divine Beasts. Also, I'm gonna steal that wind bomb. But that trick allows us to get away with doing none, which is a huge time save and makes it possible. Because before, this run would be around the 10-hour mark, not around the 6 or 7-hour mark.
Yeah, exactly. Pre-SCW, I think the world record was like 9 hours.
Just under 9,
minutes
just under 10 hours.
Under the bed, yeah.
I still remember I was also on like 950 pace at one point and lost like 10 minutes in the shrine we did the camera clip in earlier. I guess I didn't know about the camera clip. I don't even know why.
The TLoZ.
Yeah, oh, I guess, wait, was that before Wind Bombs when I did it? No way.
No, it's after.
It must have been after. But I wonder why I lost so much time there. Why did I go for the strat of Stasising that boulder?
This isn't too hard. I just remember a couple people had some, like, yeah, there was some like misinformation about what the ideal way to do it was.
I guess, yeah.
I think I used the spear we get from completing Mipha's quest when I did all the dungeons extended.
That was done for so long, I just realized. Like, even when we were doing our all dungeons race, that
Yeah,
was still something
exactly.
people did. Okay, but that was because we didn't have the camera.
No camera,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's still used for.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that race later when we talk about the Sato Koda SCW, which was randomly just like thought up during that race.
Yeah, that was something you just come up with randomly. I remember you talking about it. That race was cursed for me though. That's probably the worst all
same.
extended run I've ever had.
I was just distracted at that point.
I failed the final trial skip so many times I just did it casually.
It is a fun dungeon.
It is a fun dungeon. I was glad I got to do it.
Here we go.
Clip,
Even
very
though
nice.
we are still without armor, the normal bomb, the non-bomb plus, doesn't do that much damage. A little bit over 3 hearts. And it's faster. I think it does exactly 3 hearts actually.
I think it's slightly more. I'll check real quick.
Yeah, it's 12 damage, so
Oh, yeah, it is
3
3
hearts.
3 hearts, yeah. So it's just faster than flopping over on the shield.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
when
You
you
get
have
to the end of
ragdoll, you get to be back on your feet.
Yeah, if you get to the end of the shrine and you're on more than 3 hearts, you can just go for it. It's something you can check when you get there. Okay. I believe we will now be moving into the Gerudo Highlands, using this moblin, who has been used a fair share in different runs. He was used twice in the Old Dungeons route alone. That looks good.
It's a great moblin.
Yamikasasa.
It's a great moblin though. Great position right next to some pillars you can jump from.
Yeah.
You already have some base height. You can go to Hyrule Castle from there to Rito Village, to Gerudo Canyon, to like almost anywhere.
When's that moblin tier list? Because that's a top tier one.
True.
When
I
you
would argue.
eventually run out of normal tier lists, then that's the one.
True. I feel like that actually must be one of the highest.
Yeah.
The one that Piston used earlier at that like little hut or whatever is pretty good. The one to Rito Village, if it's not raining, has some options.
I think the
That's a pretty high tier moblin.
Cool
Yeah.
one.
True. Ooh, I like the one. I like the one at the Nehru Promenade. Yeah.
The one to get to Hateno.
Yeah. Or I used it before to get to Nadra. There's options.
There's a lot of good moblins in the game.
Yeah, I think most people can agree that moblins are the best BTB enemy.
This is a slightly damper test of strength, which means you can use ice blocks. But
I was gonna
think it's
say,
still
that would-
okay to just do the standard
Yeah.
setup.
I like the ice block there because I personally am making the bad decision to go for the square bomb first around the wall, which is technically fast if you manage to open your glider, but it barely happens. You can first place a square bomb, then a round bomb on the other side of the gate, ideally giving you a lower angle so you can open your glider. But
Yeah, so you get carried all the way
good.
to the end, and also you don't go into ragdoll, which means you don't have to do a whole getting up animation. It can save about 10 seconds per test of strength, but it's a lot less consistent, and if you mess it up, you can fall into the central pit of the shrine where the Guardian's meant to come up from, and it's
Yeah,
basically
sometimes-
impossible to get out of there unless you know like a specific glitch.
True. And sometimes you Exactly. Sometimes you don't activate the cutscene in the process, and then you're stuck.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like risk reward.
This is an interesting movement that I haven't seen. I am thinking of 100% here immediately because there's like this Korok seed. But we won't be getting any Koroks. I guess we're gonna go to Kmart Sauce.
Imagine if the incentive was just like get a singular Korok.
True. Wait, I'm sure that's already a run, right?
There is one Korok speedruns, but I meant like on top of the
Oh, okay, on top of the
120
shrines.
shrines in a Korok.
136.
I remember people
even.
used to get them by mistake at like Kano.
Or intentionally, actually. At one point in all shrines, you got them intentionally because the rock they were hiding under was like perfect for like a launch.
Oh, right.
But wait, just out of curiosity, the one Korok speedrun, which one do you get? Do you get the one, the ring? Outside of, next to Temple of Time? I don't know what the fastest Korok is. I feel like it's that one.
I don't know, there's 900 to choose from.
Or maybe one in the forest. That's just like under a rock. Actually, that might be quicker.
There's a few at Castle there, aren't there? That might
Oh,
be
but you
quite
don't
good.
want to... And you don't want to clip out... you don't want to clip out of... the front of the Shrine of Resurrection. Because you don't want the cutscene, obviously. Wait, now I'm curious.
I found this shrine really funny, casually. It's like, you see it from miles away. It's just on the hills, like, what is that? You get there, it's like, please
Oh,
shoot
true,
you with a
true.
shock arrow. It's like the least subtle shrine in terms of figuring out what you need to do.
Wait, there's no one Korok speedrun? I can't believe it.
It's not about getting one as fast as possible at the start. It's about one that you could route in at any point, which wouldn't be a
No, I
detail.
know, but I was curious what the fastest Korok would be after starting the game.
Oh, right. I had to assume the ring one. By Temple of Time.
Lily pad.
Yeah, the lily pad circle.
Yeah, I was thinking that first, but then I was thinking there's like a couple quick ones in the forest that's just below, where you just pick up a rock. That are probably close. But I don't know.
Gotta time it.
True. And here we are at Kataka. We
That's
briefly
right.
touched on it earlier.
Objectively.
So our theory here is the reason. I mean, Piston might actually know why. The last theory that I knew about this one made a lot of sense to me. You can correct me, Piston, if that's wrong. So Kataka also has a 1,500 meter unload radius, just like the DLC shrines. Different than all of the other shrines. So normally, I'm pretty sure the normal shrines have a 64. Is that right?
Yeah.
Meter unload radius. The
Yeah.
ones that are tied to like a pedestal have like 520 something or 512. So you gain access to a bunch more shrines, but this one has a 1,500 meter radius. The theory I heard before is that's maybe because of the ice block around the
Yeah.
shrine, just to make sure that the ice block doesn't unload when you're in the close vicinity, so that players that reach this with like, let's say, 4 fire arrows could still find some fire arrows and then come back without losing their progress. Because that's obviously annoying.
I think this is one of the coolest strats. It's an old one, but it's a
True.
gold one, I think. It's very just neat how you launch up the ice block and ride it as well.
At the same time, and this is obviously a long shrine casualty, you have to go all the way around. And the good thing here is even if you don't manage to ride the block up, you can just do a wind bomb because the door will still open just due to the block being close to the monk.
Alright, now we have another SCW, I believe. Yep, we're getting a save. But because it's cut a car, because although the fact that the shrine we're going to is a little distance away, it doesn't unload. Which means that you can use an updraft.
Like various different locations. Nice. Made it out there, and now we are set. Even if this wind bomb had failed, he would still be... Actually, I guess with an updraft you're not fine.
Because pepper is finicky, because the pepper can roll onto the elevator and just cause it to fail. So
That's
I generally just made it out if I can.
Yeah, exactly.
Also,
If you're like affected by the cold, then it affects Link's jump angle, and it makes it impossible to jump out of the shrines, basically.
Was it just me, or did it look like it was raining then? It did, right?
Yeah, it's weird. I first thought that's like actual rain, but one
it's
time
just the snow changing
Yeah,
to...
the thing in the corner had snow at the... Yeah, it still said snow at the bottom right. Anyway, that's another DLC shrine completed.
Yep, we won't come back here. This is usually where we fight Master Koga, but since we are not going to be doing Naboris, we won't have to fight Master Koga either.
Yep, instead we'll keep moving through the Garuda shrines.
Which is actually an underrated, nice extra thing, because in a run like this, that would mean that some random Yiga could show up later, and that's also a nice little bonus for skipping Naboris and Master Koga.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when you... this is also something not everybody knows, but the random Yiga spawns in the overworld only happen once you've beaten Koga. Not the people that transform into Yiga, they can be there earlier, but the random Blade Masters or bow people spawning, that only happens after fighting Koga.
Which was very annoying, because I was using an old save to try and practice... It was an old dungeons route by Katakar. And there's a camp you go to get some bananas and resources, but on the practice file I was using, they would always spawn.
Yeah,
really
there's like
nice.
specific spots where they're more likely to spawn. Bridges are like the worst ones for some reason. They always spawn on bridges. Alright, so here, it's a super easy shrine to activate. Definitely not worth SCWing into. I don't know, Piston, if you're gonna go for an SCW into Sasakai.
You do SCW out of this one, yeah.
Yeah, that seems more worth it. You can technically also SCW in here, but it's just too fast to do. You just get the Luminous Stone, which is right next to the text that explains you what to do.
I do think we do a total of 3 SCWs from Katakar there.
Yeah, I'm assuming Gino
Julina
or Julina. Yeah.
And also
this shrine is
Mimagana.
also called
Mimagana.
Two
Yeah,
Bombs.
This shrine is called 2 bombs. We are going to be using 2 bombs here.
Yeah, no, they... Nintendo predicted it. They just didn't want to tell us.
Yep, there's the first bomb, the second bomb, 2 bombs to beat the shrine.
Bombs. Yeah, we did it, as intended.
Thanks, game, for the hint. There's actually this one loading screen that says wind and bombs. When you like...
Yeah, and you like double take.
Yeah. Like when you... I don't know, I think it's just like wind can push bombs around or something is what the hint is. But one of the loading screens actually says that. This is what I mean, like, I'm assuming they didn't know about them, but what if the developers were like, oh yeah, we use that all the time to, like, test things or something? I highly doubt it, but I would just love to know, but I'm assuming everybody's under some strict NDAs.
Yeah.
I don't think we talked about the Radiant Shield yet.
Yeah, I briefly mentioned it earlier, yeah. when you were doing the SCW, but exactly, there is once again different levels of how slick a shield can be. The Radiant Shield is the slickest, and you could briefly see it there already. With the Radiant Shield, you can basically shield surf on any surface. You can shield surf on, or you can shield surf over stone, over like shrine, the ground that shrines are. So the shield, the Radiant Shield is the most slick shield, and that makes it the best shield surfing shield in the game. And that allows us to do those shield jumps out of the shrines. When we do the shrine coordinate warps much easier. You have more frames to actually initiate the shield jump, which makes them easier to do.
It's also a metal shield, which is good for durability. And
Yeah.
It's a very nice shield to get in most of the longer categories.
Also good for Elden, where we haven't been yet.
Yeah.
Not good for Toyasa, where we will still get to.
Yes.
Where it's going to be thunderstorming, but we won't really need a shield there. Okay, now we will... So I actually haven't seen... I think you told me how you do it, Piston, but I haven't seen the non-buffered SCW to Rakatsun, so I don't know when that happens.
That's
That
the
just sounds like a
end.
dream to me. It's the end,
of
okay.
round.
Okay. Then we'll talk about it later. Judging from this direction, we are headed for a DLC shrine or for...
Mazos.
Okay. Wait, this is Kemazus. What was the one where the electric thing was on the wall then? That's like similar. Wait, I figured out. Keha Yog and Kematsos. And K No. I always like confuse those three. Or Kemazus. Depends on how you want to pronounce it. This is the probably the hardest shrine to do. Very low ceiling. Oh, okay. Piston's actually gonna go for a wind bomb. Unfortunate. Oh, now you have to use the secret strat.
No.
No. Oh
And you
man.
need the shock arrows.
Okay. Technically, all you need to do here is shoot a shock arrow on the right, and the door will actually open. But I guess we have wind bombs now.
Yeah, wind bombs are faster, I guess.
So I didn't talk about this earlier, but we bought 30 shock arrows in Lurelin village.
Yeah.
That's for Modu King. Because Modu King has ridiculous damage reduction from any other attack.
True.
Except for electric. Like,
Yeah.
a shock arrow deals more damage than ancient arrows.
I think that's the same for all Moldigas, but yeah.
Yeah, which is also why Obosa's Fury trivializes that fight tremendously. For example, Molduking, who is supposed to be super hard to beat, dies to 3 Obosa's Furies and 1 great Eagle Bow shock arrow shot.
Yeah.
We won't have a great Eagle Bow here, but we still have shock arrows to defeat that boss pretty quickly. And again, Molduking will actually now be in the overworld because we did that SCW at the Yiga hideout. Oh wow, that was scary. And we did that SCW at the Yiga hideout, so now the DLC puzzles are active in the overworld. Molduking is one of them. The other one is another ring that we can shield surf through later.
Some of the Gerudo Shrines have interesting entries. I think this is one of the cool ones as well. Just 4 torches you light.
Yeah, for sure. I do think
the extra
Moldugas, even though they have the best soundtrack, they are kind of strange in the sense that they are like considered a major mini boss in the game, but there's only 4 of them outside of Molduking. There's 4 of them, and you can get like a Kilton medal from beating all 4 of them. while you have to defeat 40 TLoZs and Hinoxes. I think that is a little bit unfair. I don't know. I don't know if they were thinking a Molduga is 10 times harder than a Hinox or a TLoZ, or I don't know. I still really think they should have added Lynels to that Medal of Honor list. But I guess it's also funny to see people think Lynels are just a normal enemy when the normal health bar shows up.
Yeah, I think
then get
Molduga
rolled.
is one of my favorite enemies in this game just because of the flavor though. Like, I think one of the things this game lacks is area-specific enemies, and Molduga's one of the
Oh, for sure.
exceptions.
That's true.
Because in most of the world, you'll get like maybe an elemental variation of an enemy you've seen hundreds of times before.
That's actually really true, yeah.
Hey, boombox.
The boombox. That's actually true. Wait, is there? I'm thinking now if there's any other region-specific enemy. And I don't just mean like Octoroks or like Choo-Choos in specific regions that have a different elements. But I guess
like
Molduga is the only. I think it's the only one.
I don't know. You can only find in Linearu Water Blight, you know.
Ah, that's fair. And that's not even true though. You can
True,
find him in
that's
Hyrule Castle.
True, yeah, I'm not even right with my meme.
You can only find Koga in...
True. Gerudo Desert really has the enemy variety, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things I like about Gerudo Desert. I feel like it's something I'd like to see more of in the sequel, but that's one of my distant wishes.
Yeah, I guess I see this as just another Octorok variation. I was gonna say the ones that are like disguised as chests. I think they're only in the desert and in snow, but I don't even know if that's true. Oh, did you actually know that this piece of the shrine like can like go up?
No.
Like this entire way there can like go up like a bridge. I never knew that because I feel like I never did the shrine casually or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So the puzzle is you have to carry a battery.
And the battery makes it like throw you away or something.
Yeah. And you can't touch those like switches.
Right.
Yeah, Gerudo area is cool, but unfortunately, it does also have a large amount of sand.
True, but it's
like
true. Like the electric puzzles and stuff are like unique to this area. Some enemies are unique.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe it that there's no other region-specific enemy.
Yeah, it
I
has
really
the
think
sand
there's-
fields as well, which is cool.
True.
Calamity Ganon.
That's region-specific enough. Also, there's no Molduga in the Triad of the Sword. That's actually sad.
Oh, right.
Can you imagine? That'd be really cool.
They should have put like Molduking in there in one of the floors, actually. Yeah.
Like maybe an area of 2 Moldugas.
Wow, Molduking would have actually been so hard in there if there's no shock arrows.
You just use remote bombs. It takes like 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh, you can actually find the Turret Guardian in Zora's Domain. If you play the
that's part of the
DLC.
DLC, yeah. So I guess that's
No
a half
story,
point.
final dungeon.
But even then, it's not like a unique thing. It's just a variation of Guardian.
True, true.
Like you can get one of the climbing pieces. They used to be got, I think, but not anymore.
Another blessing shrine that's simply hidden behind the rock. They like to do those.
Beep beep.
It is strange because there are some shrines with a big quest that could have been a blessing, like Toyasa coming up later, that they could have just put here instead pretty easily.
Yeah.
Because, for example, for the Toyasa one, you actually had to break rocks in the shrine, so this would have actually made sense. I guess they didn't.
Yeah, it's just a really awkwardly placed shrine. You eventually find is like, I wonder what my challenge is going to be, and you just get a blessing.
I think this is one of the shrine quests where you're supposed to line up some trees to find this shrine.
Is it? I remember there's a shrine quest for the Spring of Wisdom that you get in Hateno. And there's one for the one in Hebra that you did. That's like in like a specific lineup, but I think maybe this one is too.
Get a Korok back to that previous discussion actually. There's like loads
True,
of
there was one there. Okay, we will actually go up.
In the old All Shrines Extended route, there is a Korok next to Retech Zomo I use for cutscene activation.
Ah. So an optimal Korok. So here's Nadra. Oh, okay. I mean, that works.
Yeah, Nadra seems to be in a bad situation right now.
Almost as bad as Link.
Kind of sucks to be her, to be honest. Because we're not going to help her.
Yes, and that is again what I questioned earlier, because you can just get a Nadra scale from Hyrule Castle before this point. Completely ignoring this big quest. Because you just place the scale and the game thinks you're done.
You can actually drop the scale in before this cutscene, but the goddess still wants to talk to you.
Okay.
Like, you will find the trial after you do this quest, but I already found the trial.
True.
Well, technically Nadra gets freed at the end when we defeat Dark Beast, but still. It's one of our morally dubious parts of the room. Oh, move on. Nadra's like, no, you're walking if you're not going to save me.
True.
Hello?
I guess Nadra's hitbox is a little strange.
Yeah, I don't think you're intended to walk over here.
The scale does not automatically free Nadra. When we leave the shrine, Nadra will still be there. In this state.
Yeah, Nadra's got to chill here for another 2 and a bit
Wait,
hours.
actually, for some reason I've never shot Nadra there. I wonder if would she always just be up top there, like flying around?
She starts to fly after the first shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, if you shoot for the first time, would Nadra just like stay on top of the mountain, flying around in circles the entire time? That's kind of cool.
Even if you warp away, she's still there.
That's kind of cool.
Coming up next, we have another shrine. Could not tell you which one it is.
It is Nizyoma, the shrine in Zora's domain.
Ooh, going to Zora's domain. I think there's actually a BLSS to get there.
Yep.
That would make sense. There used to be a pretty cool BTB, but it was also awful because it was on the Zalfos, and it took some time to get there.
We will be sky sliding our way over. I saw this because I was looking at Piston's run to prepare myself, and it looks like a very finicky one to get set up. Oh, have you got an alternate setup now? Yeah, you were doing it off of like a weird rock, I think.
Yeah, this tree stump still... It looks nice, but it still looks annoying because it is quite high.
I feel like you could just walk into it from the other side.
Nice, there we
This
go.
will give you a better launch momentum, so it's worth doing it from this side.
Yeah, Zora's domain is up ahead, still rainy. It'll always be raining there until you beat Varuta, which we never do.
Yep.
You can actually see Varuta on the right there.
This area also likes to instantly speed cap you.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's because of lag.
Yeah.
Yeah, half of Zora's domain is still invisible, like the big fish in the back just spawned in.
Yeah, you can get unloaded Zora's domain, it looks kind of funky. What we'll be doing before we go to Nizyoma is we're grabbing the ceremonial trident, which you need to open the shrine we'll be going to after. That I forget the name of.
Yeah, Daga Keek.
That's the one.
And the interesting part is, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is what I don't know what most people did. Like, technically you can activate the shrine using the light scale trident that you get from beating the Divine Beast and finishing the quest. But I think you are supposed to get this one.
Yeah.
Because there's like an NPC that tells you that they lost it somewhere here. but both of them work. Thankfully, because if only the light scale trident would work, we would have to do some sort of SCW here.
Or router, and we don't want to go through the fish.
That's true. Yeah, that's what we would have done in the past, just doing a router for that weapon. Thankfully, that's not the case. This weapon works, and we are good to go. And for Elden, there is not even a single shrine that's even somewhat locked behind doing the dungeon.
The lotus seed there, which I'm assuming will be used to make the final speed food.
Yep.
meal.
We collect 4 speed ingredients from 4 different locations because it's the fastest.
Yeah, it just saves some time.
All right. Interesting shrine here where when you enter, everything kind of breaks loose, a ton of rocks fall down just for you to get the gist. We don't care about that, we just went bomb over the gate.
Yeah, Bings, I remember seeing a really cursed SCW setup from, I think it was Moonswing, like doing a jump off the pillars in here. Absolutely cursed.
This would be super nice. A super nice SCW from one of the DLC shrines. Unfortunately, we're gonna use the shrine itself to even do the DLC shrines.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't really work that way.
Now this is an SCW I'm familiar with because we do it in all dungeons extended. The
After
cool
we
category.
Yep. Yeah, this is actually a very unique part of the run, even for what we've already seen. So we're gonna get this shrine out of the ground, because obviously we need it, it's one of the shrines. And also you don't need to jump from the waterfall here like many people thought. You just need to be plunge attacking the pedestal and the shrine will spawn. And
yeah, I tried many times jumping off the waterfall to try and get that.
It's definitely the same, definitely the same. We're gonna get the shrine, we're gonna do it, it's a blessing. And then we're gonna use it to shrine coordinate warp into the first DLC shrine. But then after we do that, we will actually... So that's where the interesting part comes in. So we want that next shrine to be out of the ground. So we SCW into it just to get the condition to spawn it, which is 4 guardians. We get those to spawn. And... then we immediately are gonna kill the guardians to actually get the shrine out of the ground, because we're gonna use it for 2 different shrine coordinate warps, which end up saving a ton of time. Because doing this would actually also allow us to skip the monument in Elden.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a very interesting part of a run, which was, as Lim mentioned, put together on the fly during a race.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I stole it from Lim.
Yeah.
His movement.
Yeah, I remember that there was another thing like some time ago, and I thought about this during a race randomly. It's definitely it is some interesting stuff, because it allows us to skip every monument. It just feels weird to do this shrine to basically glitch into the shrine now just to do it the normal way, but it ends up being the fastest.
Oh, yeah,
So what
no
we
Zora
do
armor.
now? Oh, true. There's no Zora armor. Damn, that's rare.
Yeah, so we have to do these careful wind bombs.
Yeah, because whenever you land, you don't want to look down at the shrine, because the elevator cutscene will play, and we would go back into the shrine we just came from.
Yeah.
We
It can
don't
even
want to do
randomly
that.
happen when you're just moving around, if you're on the ground. So you want to spend as much time as possible in the air when you're moving between these shrines.
Alright, are we going to be using Amiibo box here? Okay, so the first time in a game you use Amiibo, we actually won't be using any Amiibo. That text box comes up, and it functions as an activation for the cutscene. So no
Yeah,
Amiibo
exactly.
use.
It's the
you
same
can
as
only do it
the
once.
new item text box. Oh, no Lumina.
Not using Lumina Wind Bomb, I'm confused too.
Aw.
Wait, there's a Lumina wind bomb?
There's one like right at the elevator. It's actually really good. This one still looked very good. There's a small opening at the top of the wall. Just with a little bit of extra running.
Like my one contribution to the route.
Man, come on. Also, it's worth to note that these are actually not spirit orbs. These are emblems, and usually you trade them in at the Divine Beast to refight the boss, to then get the upgraded champion's ability. So these shrines do not show up on the loading screen as like an extra shrine or an extra spirit orb. So we also can, and then again, finally, the ones on the Great Plateau, they give you spirit orbs, but they also don't show up as shrines on the Great Plateau.
Yeah, it's really weird how that works. Yeah, now that we've completed the shrine, we'll get the full guardians to spawn.
And this is where we picked up the 3 ancient arrows earlier at Hyrule Castle. Wait, that kills him? Okay, I'm very confused. Because usually you want to shoot the eyes. I didn't know. I don't even know where you shot for the tower. I didn't know that weak point.
I'm using a triple shot bow, and each arrow deals 500 damage.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that. I usually use... I know that you can shoot the top of them with any bow because it's a weak point. I didn't know that you can just one-shot the tower like that.
Faster, because you don't have to find the eye.
There won't be early Master Sword glitch because the incentive was to pull the glitch, the sword glitchless. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though Campfire Stride would be faster, but that's not the incentive.
Anyway, this shrine here is perhaps the most ridiculous one with its unload radius.
Hello?
It's worth to note for general purposes that the early Master Sword glitch does not complete the quest. So it's actually not used in a lot of the other runs. But yeah, like Lumina said, this unload radius reaches all the way to Death Mountain. But I'm assuming we are going to be doing the other 2 shrines here first. Yeah. This one is not a huge time save. You skip going through all of the rings and swimming up the waterfall, which does take time. And
no, because we don't have the armor, we can't do it.
Oh, true. It would be actually horrible. So it's even bigger here. And also, I was going to say, another thing that you always skip is the shrine coming out of the ground, which is like 28 seconds.
This area is actually very laggy.
Oh, for sure.
That tends to eat my input during the jump, which is horrible.
Yeah, Upland Zora, super laggy. The grass.
I noticed you were looking up for the
the
buffer W's. Was that to avoid lag as well?
Wait, you're insane. You switched your arrows? Holy shit. I feel like I always fail this wind bomb because I try to wind bomb and I realize I still have ancient arrows equipped, so I don't have.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't get the bullet time.
Sometimes you also have a square bomb still not disappeared yet.
Okay, freezing some meat here. That's actually very clever. Since this is now icy meat and we've never picked up icy meat, a new text box appears, which is going to allow us to activate the elevator cutscene. Very nice.
Hopefully Lotus Seed. They're racking up.
True. Getting more speed food.
This is a cool shrine. It's got a lot of solutions for it. My favorite's still the bullet time cryo block
Ice
one.
block? Yeah, that one's nice. There's a lot of cool ones. This one is pretty nice though and pretty fast. There's some really cool IL strats for this too. But using some horse sliding shenanigans, but that one is really nice.
I think we have a couple shrines before we get to the last Ruta DLC one.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm usually so used to all main quest extended where I just go there straight away. But we are going to be getting 2 more.
Yes, there's the mine one and the island.
Which is interesting. We're not getting Daheisho right now. I'm assuming that's obviously sometime later.
The benefit of the lag here is very easy to get lag for super launches.
Which I think I missed.
Which you did miss, but you had the lag. That wasn't the issue. It's just the frame perfect.
Yeah. Since you're not going all the way to Kedafunia though, it's not that bad. It's pretty close.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is Kenai Shaka. Behind this rock wall, it's another modest test of strength. definitely remember getting skew behind the shrine in the wall at the wall in the past. That is not needed anymore.
Nope, we have the consistent inside skew.
Oh no. Should
I
be.
think you're okay. Yeah.
Those pillars are always annoying.
Yeah, exactly. If you get knocked back too far, you will land on the trigger, which spawns in the Guardian. Thankfully, that has been avoided, and we'll move on to the next shrine.
The cutscene
And
and
on the
trigger is
other-
also weird in the sense that it's not just on the ground. It actually extends a little bit up, not all the way though. If it didn't, we could actually technically do that BLSS, the slide over to the other side, but that doesn't work.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's kind of like halfway up, I think, the room, which is very convenient for us. You can just dive down there? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, this area is actually really annoying. I'm glad you got that wind bomb there. There's so much wind, updrafts, wind from the side. Ooh, I like this wind bomb here. Gonna get us all the way to Tingle Island, where we find Carmyle. It's under a stone slab, and casually there's like this little like seesaw scale puzzle, but not that we care.
Yep, we'll also be sleeping to morning, probably after the shrine, because the last Ruta shrine is on a cycle.
That's right.
A very forgiving cycle, but a cycle nonetheless.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Var Ruta is also is that also basically not possible to complete anymore? Oh no, it is, right?
I
Yes.
think you can still get the armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can still get armor, but you can't complete the dungeon.
Yeah. And is that literally just because Muzo's hanging out here now?
No, it's because you'll get a soft lock in that cutscene, but you can fix that by setting a campfire in Zora's domain.
Mm-hmm.
However, after you enter the dungeon, you actually can't fight Water Blight because the prompt is not there.
Oh, so it only works on Aboris because you can like twist it once?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, these shrine coordinate warps are some of the few ways you can really break the game.
Yeah, the
Like, sequence breaking
have a lot
wise.
of potential.
No, it's raining.
Yeah, this wall is horrible when it's raining. There's like a little ledge there where you can briefly rest. But it's still annoying.
I think if you just slow climb a little bit before you jump, you'll be quicker. You'll be able to make it without a slip.
Now, there is a ring there in the middle of the ocean. Just touching that ring is going to be enough to spawn the shrine.
Yeah, usually it would be like directly towards the sunrise from where you're meant to find it, but it's raining and cloudy. Oh no, you do get it
You
now.
can still kind of see it. This cutscene is always pretty.
Yeah, it's nicely set up.
I think when I didn't know about this DLC for the first time when I saw this, I thought it was fake because the shrine looked so weird. But
So, yeah, clearly modded.
I guess it's not.
I suppose, suppose not. This run I used to have a lot of issues with, but it's quite an interesting one. There's a lot of ways you can do it, like some of the other ones.
Also, I'm pretty sure you're going to be using this for an SCW, right?
Yes.
And that's actually a really interesting one. From here all the way to a shrine with like this wind puzzle. Where you're supposed to break a bunch of rocks.
But that's slow. So you won't be doing that. Nice little cryo block jump.
One of the few actual uses for cryonis. Not too many in this run.
Yeah, sorry to any cryonis fans. in the chat, but
Is there cryonis fans?
no, they can't be, right?
I was gonna say, like, imagine somebody said, cryonis is my favorite rune.
Yikes.
It is the coolest one.
I don't know. Motorcycle is a pretty cool rune.
True.
Don't use any motorcycling speedruns.
Other than
Counterpoint, I
all
use it to
main
flex at the end
quests
of all dungeons.
and all
extended.
dungeons extended to
Yeah.
beat Dark Beast, yeah. As a horse.
Technically unoptimal because you spend time summoning the thing as extra menu, but
True. And also, whenever I do that, I realize how slow that bike is. It's
no, it's so much slower than the horse that the game
Yeah,
goes by default.
Alright, so we're gonna be doing some traveling here. But it will be worth it. There's an updraft here, and we're gonna make our way to Shai Yota. There's 3 rocks you have to break for the wind to line up in a specific way. And again, not only is it faster than doing that and breaking the rocks, but it specifically is helpful because no shrine spawn animation, 30 seconds saved. And we were gonna go there at one point anyways, I might as well do that now while being able to skip it. It's not the easiest to go there from here, but
yeah, the
let's skip it.
No,
It's
the
going
cryo-
bombing.
yeah, all rock here is kind of annoying, so yeah. Usually start a bug limit slide. Bug limit? What am I on about? Bow lift smuggle slide. You want
bug limit slide?
about as high as between like Link's knees and maybe his like waist, and you can like just get it going off of that. But that's often more annoying of a scenario than you'd think it would be.
Wing bomb here is horrible because you have very strong headwind. And you just lose speed instantly.
Simply learn to do fast horizontals.
No. I mean,
Oh.
yes. It's
Oh.
good.
This looks good though.
Yeah, you're nice to avoid there now. But the slide's much nicer here, 'cause you don't have to deal with any of the headwind.
Okay, there's a...
And maybe you recognize this from your casual playthrough. This is the area I was talking about.
Please don't
Oh,
rain, don't
it's
rain, don't
raining.
rain.
What if you open this chest?
Yeah, it works. But it's slow.
What is in this chest? Oh my god,
Throwing
a
spear.
throwing
Broken.
spear?
You can throw it so far.
Actually, this chest is like exactly 100 meters from the shrine.
Huh. It's like they put it there on purpose.
Very suspicious. Alright, looks like we're gonna be throwing this throwing spear.
Oh no, Pistons accidentally got rid of a throwing spear.
I mean, we
He's
did
lost
use
the most
it.
important part of his arsenal.
We did use it for its purpose, at least. And again, it's a very... It's not a super long shrine quest, but it is nice to skip. Now, from here, we are going to continue on towards Ruko Mark, which is pretty close. Usually, in other runs, you would do these the opposite order. But now we're going to be doing it from here.
Winds
Another
there
shrine with
also.
extreme winds here, and also where we're going to be going.
Yeah, wind's very annoying in this game, but it's what it is.
Alright, we got it, game. There's a shrine nearby. We see it.
Beep beep.
Yeah, this one, pre-wind bomb, was definitely super creative. We used to get up on that rotatable block to... There was different strats. It was also like with the cryo block, but there was another strat where we actually got up on that block with the arrows on, the torches on there, and then did like a bomb boost from there. Now, since
Now we
there's
just
a
kind
gap,
of wind bomb, yeah.
we just do this.
Stop me if you've seen this one before.
It is interesting that they decided to put a gap there. Because it's like, I mean,
Yeah, it's
I
a
don't
cool
know,
looking
might
wall
as well
there. Oh, uh,
be safe, but I guess
I
it
like the
looks cooler.
architecture.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
guess it's always
I
kind
just
of
wonder
cool
what
to
the
see
decision making is, because like sometimes it is like this and sometimes it's actually in like a full-on wall.
Yeah, in the DLC, they're like, okay, we've had enough of this. We're just putting really
Yeah.
tall walls around him. And also, they made it so you can't clip through by making like a little gap. Under
True,
the
true.
walls. So you can, but it's really finicky to clip through the DLC shrines in a normal fashion.
Nothing that we can break.
No, we'll think of something.
Okay, we're going back to Satokoda, the shrine on the top of the Upland Zora that we got out of the ground. And from here, we are going to be doing... Are you doing a BLSS for this now?
BTB.
BTB, okay, that BTB is really nice. We're going to be doing another shrine coordinate warp, so we store the cutscene of the shrine, and then we are literally going through half the map with this elevator cutscene stored, and that's going to allow us to enter a DLC shrine in Elden. So we are going to be traveling to Elden. We're going to be skipping the shrine quest for that specific shrine, which contains of jumping to a lot of rings from usually the Divine Beast, where we can't even get to right now, really, because we haven't done the Divine Beast. And it most importantly skips the monument, the DLC monument in Elden, which is again a 2.5-minute cutscene. So it's nice.
So
and then
what
also
happened there twice.
Mm.
Sorry. What happened there twice is lag is so extreme that it eats my input, so I can't jump. Very annoying, specifically here.
Yeah, it's a super laggy area. And then it's also really nice that shrine is kind of at a great point where we can just move on from there and do the rest of Elden.
God.
Any second now.
And then let me see. It looks like we're gonna be pretty busy in Elden for like a little bit, getting our way to the next maze.
Yeah, so Elden's one of the areas we will be consuming food because we don't have any way to resist the heat. You can put out the fire by starting a spin attack, but that's not always practical to do, for example, when we're flying through the air.
Definitely isn't. Oh, that's an interesting setup for this
This is why you
BTB.
can't have the armor on yet.
Yeah, usually.
The attack.
Oh, right, because this guy is not tanky enough. I used to know a strat for this with Daruk's protection, which we obviously don't have, but this is nice. So this is actually super lucky. These two shrines overlap each other the tiniest amount. There's only a few spots where you can actually stand to enter this next upcoming shrine, but it barely works. We can literally fly all the way over here. The game constantly still remembers, hey, didn't he just activate a shrine? Yeah. And on this little platform there's like some spots in the ground you can stand on, like this.
Almost went over.
Yeah, and this is otherwise a very annoying shrine to do as well as the cutscene it skips.
And we're going to sit on the campfire. That's going to replay the elevator cutscene. And whenever we see this loading screen here, that means we successfully enter the shrine. If that cutscene ever plays and it just fades to black, then you will actually just stand there again because the game didn't manage to find a shrine in your vicinity. It did here, and we are now in Sharolun, which again, since we are going to be completing the shrine, that will spawn the other puzzles in Elden responsible for the DLC shrines. And we're actually going to be... we're actually going to be completing one of them. Wait, so the one with the Talus, where are you going to be SCWing to from there?
Orator.
Oh, that's actually so nice, not having to clip there. The dream.
Gorotor's known for having a particularly nasty clip to do. Because there's a Goron that blocks the entrance unless you do a fairly long minigame.
Clip is just not good.
It's not good. I completely agree.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that's had a lot of setups over the years and none have truly stuck as being consistent. accident.
How are you gonna be fighting that guy with the claymore?
So I picked
You got
up
the
a
Stone
Stone
Smasher.
Smasher from
Stone
Castle.
Smasher.
Stone Smasher.
And
from
Stone
Oh, I
Smasher
remember, I
does
remember.
double damage to TLoZ.
So Stone Smasher is double and Sledgehammer is quadruple?
Yeah.
Okay. And Boulder Breaker is double as well, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think it just takes down every TLoZ in like 2 hits.
And like, yeah, that would be nice though.
They do be smashing stones.
Yeah. It'll be on fire in a sec.
At what point can you equip the
Oh,
barbarian stuff? Right now? Okay.
Thanks for reminding me.
There we go. He's got shoes.
Link is dressed.
Not sure he's dressed for, but I went
This is actually funny because when you put those on, your shorts become shorter than before.
So here I actually had to go around Death Mountain because when Rudania is not solved, he gives like super strong wings that prevents
Oh
you
yeah.
from going there. It's virtually impossible to wing bomb.
Right here, there's a
Koroks.
rather
a
precise
Korok.
midair that you can go for. By landing here, it means that at least if you don't get the midair, you'll only like spawn back up there. But if you can get it, it saves. Yeah, it's very nice. It saves the void out.
That's super nice. Usually the game wants you to stand in that ring, but being in bullet time allows you to be in that ring long enough for the shrine to activate, and then also leaving that at the same time.
Alright. This shrine... It's also one that's had a few wind bombs, but I feel like this one's generally just got some better wind bomb setups than some of the other ones.
This is one of the worst DLC shrines.
Yeah, it depends. Like doing it right from the start can be super annoying. I personally did something that Kaiko Yellow was doing, which is basically going through these like fire.
I thought the spin
blasters.
attack to go under the fire blast
Yeah.
is clean.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay, there we can see why that can be bad, because if Link Rector is wrong on that gate, he will fall into the lava, but that worked out great.
Two of the Rudani emblems already obtained. We're still missing a meadow one, I believe.
Yeah, one meadow, one, no, two, I think, in Gerudo,
Yeah, you are agree.
Yeah.
and one here.
And like I said before, the reason why we're doing this now is to get the attack up armor at the end of this branch.
So you can
Yeah, so you have it
get
for
the last one on your way to Molduking.
Actually get the one after Molduking. The route is nicer that way.
Okay, so
But
you won't have level 3?
2 Yeah, but level 2 is better than nothing.
Yeah, that's true. So basically the way attack up works is at one piece you get a 20% attack increase, at 2 pieces you get a 30% attack increase, and there's a big jump on 3 pieces where you get a 50% attack increase. Which the more base damage you do, obviously, the better. So, for example, a headshot will get the full bonus. So, a headshot with, let's say, the Royal Guard's bow with 50 damage will do 150 damage instead of 100.
big damage, basically.
Pretty big damage.
Very nice wind bomb. You can take a bit of full damage, but usually it's not too bad.
There's actually super interesting damage calculations in that game. Unfortunately, there's no real quote-unquote like end game content or whatever that would really need that. The only time we really did like deep dive into damage calculation was during the new any percent Hyrule Castle route, where we figured out how many, because the weapon routing there is like so tight now, you have to get specific headshots of the ancient arrow. This is where, for example, we learned that Calamity Ganon has a 20% damage reduction to bombs and bomb arrows for like no reason, or probably some reason. Thankfully, we have somebody that essentially like a team, and I think Piston has contributed to that too, where they essentially reverse engineer the game So we know things like that. We also know, for example, that Master Koga has a 90% damage reduction to everything, even though he only has 300 HP. There's like some weird shenanigans like that.
Right.
But yeah, I thought it was really fun, like figuring out, okay, so an ancient arrow headshot to Calamity does like exactly 275 damage, and we need to do this, and then there's to actually beat him with the small equipment.
The shrine's got a fun little wind bomb. For a little hole in the ceiling, which is very convenient.
True.
Takes you right to the end of the shrine.
This strat was actually found by Small Ant.
Damn.
It's real.
Small ant strats. They live on. Hope you enjoyed Goran City, because that's all we're seeing of it. I think we'll just be moving along.
Yeah, this area is dangerous because, I mean, actually it doesn't matter for Piston because Piston doesn't even have flame protection. But yeah, even if you have flame protection, you will still take damage there because it's twice as hot around those mines.
I remember this shrine being awkward as well.
Yeah, that's definitely close to Dakota. You need to basically go straight up and then hope that you get to open your glider in time, which wasn't possible there. Also, I'm glad that you already blew up your bomb, because for some reason, lava does not blow up these bombs. The only thing that actually does is blue fire.
Damage, right?
Midair.
Ooh, that's ambitious.
No.
That looks hopefully good enough.
Just
Yes,
about.
okay.
Perfectly calculated for the health.
That's actually a huge skip. One of the longest shrines in the game to do. You have to escort this blue flame from the beginning all the way to the end, doing several different strats, specific arrow shots. And even in the old shrine speedrun, you had to do the shrine relatively casually. There was already like a small skip, but it was still like a 1-minute shrine. And this wind bomb is like 8 seconds. That's the thing, like in the shrines where wind bombs actually save a lot of time, like this one, Dark Hotar, they're still annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
Small use of the actual minecart here just to get out of this cave. And then we're going to be probably wind bombing from the minecart.
Intended strats.
And we're going to be fighting a giant Igniotalus.
Yeah, he's a little baby Neotalus for scale.
True. There's basically three sizes of Igniotalus. This one, the ones that are just like normal Talus, and this guy down there. You can already see the glowing rock. Yeah.
This guy's a little finicky to stand on, but once you get your spin attack going, usually he just melts pretty quickly.
And you do also want to, I guess not. I was gonna say, I guess Piston is burning anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Usually you shoot an ice arrow to to stop the burn.
Fortunately, not. Yeah, that's all good actually.
Oh, you can do it.
Not getting the double hits means that the
Nice.
right there to one cycle it.
Nice. Yeah, usually you should an ice there to extinguish him, but since piston's going to be burning anyway, I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it actually saves quite a bit of time not having to freeze him.
Yeah.
So he behaved better when you didn't freeze him, so it looked nice.
Probably more than 84 shrines into the run, because the DLC shrines again don't show up there.
Yeah, we're well into it now.
Yeah, we should be pretty close
Final
to 100.
quarter, I'd assume.
This is the other shrine with the cannons. There's technically 2 sections there you have to shoot, but we have wind bombs.
Yeah,
Seems like a common phrase.
Alright, that's all the Rudania emblems cleaned up. You must go to Divine Beast for Rudania. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, actually.
I don't think it's possible to do that in this file, actually.
That's also true, yeah.
Don't try this at home.
Nicely done. Where are we going this time?
Just over this lava lake to Gorato, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, true.
And again, there's like a Goron right in front of the shrine. And that means we can't clip through the door, which is actually pretty lenient in some cases. You can do that here, because the Goron sits there.
Here for the text box.
Or we actually do the cooking.
Yeah.
Nice. And yeah, there you can also clip through the side of the shrine, but it's awful, honestly, so I'm very jealous that you can do that in this run.
Oh, you'll be much more jealous later.
Oh yeah, for Rockets and so, I know. Looking good. That is a difficult shrine out of the way, and we are gonna make our way to the last of the 3 mazes now. The next 2 wind, I mean specifically the next wind bomb is really nice. It's just a quick blessing.
Right,
If you're
2 more
confused what
mazes.
just happened, Dr. Marty, we explained it multiple times throughout the run. We will do that again. Also, very funny cutscene here that always happens, where the game doesn't really know what's happening. But what happened there was a shrine coordinate warp. Piston stored the elevator cutscene from the previous shrine, and took it over here. So when he came here, the game remembered that Link was supposed to enter a shrine, but then checked where Link was and judged that Link was closer to this shrine, so it instead made him enter this one. It's a short explanation. There's much more to it, but that's the idea. And it allows us to enter shrines this way, but it also allows us to enter shrines that are still underground, which is extremely useful.
Yeah, exactly. So it's used to skip many annoying parts of the run.
Yeah, again, for example, the biggest skip for it is that this run you used to have to do all 4 Divine Beasts, and now you do 0.
Precisely. Does this branch have lots of the color as well?
Yes.
Yeah, nice one. One of the prettiest areas of the map.
Yeah, for sure. Akala Tower, S tier region.
Yeah, exactly.
Won't be getting there quite yet, because after the maze, we'll be on our way to the Blood Moon Shrine, I think. Which, there won't be a Blood Moon. One thing to note is, actually, which is ridiculous in this run, is, yes, we have been in this run for almost 5 hours, but at the same time, we have probably only played the game for like maybe 2 hours or something at most. Because since there's 136 shrines, that means there is 272 load screens, which is ridiculous if you think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Hence, like, the run's about 5 hours after we cook the speed food, but we only make about 2 hours and 30 minutes worth of speed food.
Yeah.
Tells you just the amount of time we spend inside the laser.
Wait, actually, Mister, did you set it up on the elevator or did you wind bomb over?
Elevator setup.
That's actually so nice, yeah. I had issues trying that, but when it works, it's really nice. BLSS to the shrine here. You can make this work with wind bombs, but it's just so far, so it's really nice to be able to do that. Now, you'd think the Blood Moon holds so much back here. But, thankfully not anymore.
But now we can just, warp into it. Like we have a lot of shrines. But yeah, I find the sky sliding really funny too. Cool glitch.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad how it played out, because I think I would have disliked it if this was just the main movement for everything now. But it's actually not used as much, and when it's used, it's nice.
Yeah, very situational, which is always nice to see from a movement tech. Because if it becomes too polarizing, it can become a bit tedious. I feel like that's how a lot of people feel about wind bombing.
So we finished the maze here. We got our last piece of attack up armor, so now we have a 50%. Sorry, that's our second piece, right? So we have a 30% buff now. The last one is still in Gerudo. No, that's not Sumasama. It's I get it for sure. Yes.
Sama's the snowy one.
Okay, no, I have to look it up.
Get the splits.
I still can't find it.
Dila Mag.
Dila Mag. Wow.
Mag Shrine's so good, they made a second one.
Yeah, that's number 2. Okay, but now for real, this is definitely... I mean, next to the Divine Beasts, this is the most useful skip. Because, yeah, it basically would have always held us back. The Blood Moon only happens after a certain amount of in-game time spent. I think it's a little bit over 2.5 hours. And we are going to be using Katakata Shrimp that was previously encased in ice. And again, it's going to show us, very nice, got it first try. It's going to show us again how far the unload radius of this shrine is. We won't even have to do the buffering here. And the shrine that we're going to, you can already see it back there basically. In the far background where these mushroom-like trees are. That's where the shrine is, all the way over there. The game has still remembered that we just activated an elevator. So we're going to be flying all the way there, and then there's very conveniently a campfire that we can just sit on. And we'll be entering the shrine without a blood moon happening.
Yeah, exactly. This is just this was a massive discovery because, no one realized this would happen with Kustaka. Because it's just an overworld shrine, but I don't know how it was covered, actually.
I don't know. I just know that we used to do this. I didn't, definitely. People used to do this also with the buffering from Moglatan, the shrine on Satori Mountain.
Yeah, that was the old strat.
But it's a pretty big buffer. So now we just land here where Cass is playing.
There's a book you can read as well if you don't want to cook something.
But could you technically talk to Cass?
It's faster to do.
Oh, I mean, obviously this is faster, but I guess it would count. So now we're in the Blood Moon Shrine.
Yep, without a Blood Moon. It's less of a big deal in Extended, but it still saves you some time. In all Shrines regular, you would have been here way before.
Yeah, I don't know. Do Blood Moons typically happen in your runs, Piston?
No.
No, I was gonna say. Not anymore. Because in all shrines, they used to happen at the very end, but that was at a time where you still did Varmedo and Naboris. So, now that you don't do that anymore, it's not even close.
Yeah, exactly. It's similar run times, to be honest, because back then, I think all Shrines World Record was about 6:22 or something. And now some people are starting to worry about Blood Moon Cap.
No, I think it's like 4:40 something.
Yeah, it's come down a long way.
That is pretty crazy if you think about it. 120 shrines in 4 hours.
Heading now to a shrine which is not fun if you have 3 hearts. Thankfully, we do not have 3 hearts.
True. There's also a shield clip where you don't take any damage, but it's a bit annoying.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
shooting star.
Nice shooting star. Make your
That's
wish.
the run. Yeah. Yeah, still quite a narrow gap you go through at the top, which means you can't pull the glider.
And you usually be ragdolling around here, and sometimes you can pull the glider at the very end there.
Though, but yeah, if you're on low hearts, that could just kill you quite a lot.
Yeah, so actually ragdolling there I think is better because you don't fall down straight away and you take a lot of damage. With Piston's hearts, he would have been fine either way. And I'm pretty sure you still have the ferry from the beginning,
I
which is
also picked up-
honestly...
Yeah.
Oh, you picked up some ferries around Gerudo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's honestly also nice for the boss fights because either way Calamity will do damage if something happens. Alright, and now we are actually going to be going to Toyasa over here. That's the shrine in the Thunderstorm. And that's also what we'll be using to get our last meadow emblem. Because from here, this is not like Kataka and not like a DLC shrine, but it's a shrine that's below the ground, which those ones, the base shrines, also have like a 512 meter unload radius. So we still can get to many different places without having to buffer.
Yeah, it's not as ridiculous as the DLC ones, but it's still very good.
And we have this wood weapon from the beginning specifically for this shrine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice, yeah. Because even though you can unequip your weapon when you're about to get struck by lightning, I've had it happen before where I re-equipped my metal weapon and I got electric shocked frame 1. Like literally the second I let go of my D-pads and I got really scared. But yeah, thankfully that's not a concern. Oh wow, I'm actually surprised that you didn't charge it all the way there. I guess that works.
Because this has 12 durability, so 6
Oh,
hit
okay,
on
okay.
each. No.
Oof, okay. Very nice. Yeah, no, I mean, that's nice. I didn't know that it was actually possible to get it over there without full hits, but it looks like it does.
Alright.
This is also a shrine. I remember one of the first shrines I tried out with wind bombs because it's just so much nicer. This was actually awful before wind bombs. Because it will always be raining here, no matter what you do.
Some people attempt to throw the orbs into these little gaps here, but they do not go in. If
Yeah,
you're
when it
attempting-
works, it's nice, but you'll get them very close and they just stop rolling like
Yeah,
this.
so. I
Yeah.
think they're going to just slide in and they don't.
Thank you.
Thank you for the demonstration.
Notorious shrine, in my opinion. Like, no matter what happens, I never like doing this because of things like the random random lightning strikes and what Piston almost showed off. Like, the structure you do those stasis launches on is a little bit strange, and sometimes you slip, and then the orb is going to be falling, and it's just awkward.
Yeah, it's a finicky one, but I think it's a cool spectacle for a first playthrough.
Yeah. Also, this wind bomb, I was just going to say it, can be annoying too. I was pretty sure there's another piece of light, like thunder, like rubber armor down there. So, actually, I guess that's one of the reasons they put this shrine here, or this chest here. Each of the shrines that is, like, related to lightning or like tasks that are related to lightning gives you one of the pieces, the Kakariko Shrine from earlier, where you're supposed to get struck by lightning. This one, and then also a X at the top of a stable that's causing lightning strikes. All of those will reward you with the rubber armor. So you are no longer... Well, actually, if you have 3 pieces of rubber armor, you still get struck. Do you still get hit, or do you just not care anymore then?
I'm actually not sure.
Not sure. I know the Thunder Helm, I think, basically completely prevents it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, another shrine, coordinate warp. Didn't keep track of it, but definitely over 10 at this point.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them.
More like 15.
Now that they're so streamlined to do, they're just...
Yeah, these ones are just really nice. Like where you literally just do the input, you jump out, you don't have to buffer. Those ones are the best ones.
Here, because
yeah,
it's
this
night
skips.
time, also use the porgies.
So now they will be frozen. That's considered a new item. We get an item box. Here, remote bombs and wind. There it is.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
They
From
knew
bombs.
it.
Have you been keeping an eye on those, waiting for it?
No, I literally just... I didn't. That was the one I caught, and it was the one...
Yeah. When the sequel comes out, we should look at the loading
tips. Yeah, yeah.
For ideas and
Inspiration.
Yeah.
Alright. Very nice. Second wind bomb, a little bit of an ordinal one there. To get straight to the monk.
Yeah,
And there's our
some
last
very
middle emblem.
satisfying. There's some ridiculous mid-airs you can do in here, but they're way less consistent.
Oh yeah, I know them.
Alright, last Meadow Orb received, so there's just the 2 laborious ones.
Very
Cool,
clever use of the flame blade. Hitting the grass there to get an updraft. Since the shrine is not out of the ground, we have no easy ledge to wind bomb from. That will do. And we're going down here to Dunbatag. Very hidden shrine.
Shrine, yeah.
Yeah. It's also usually just the end of every branch.
Exactly.
Because from
It's
here
so
you
low
can't really
down,
do it.
it's
You can't really do
awful to
anything.
move away from.
Aiming at the button. That's also what I like
This
to
is
use
a
as
cute
a
little wind bomb.
That was the
wind
little
bomb.
close.
Yeah, a little sketchy, but it got the job done. If you're aiming for a very tight area.
Now we'll be warping back to Elden, finishing up that section. And then going into Akala again. Ending that whole thing on the Spring of Power. Where we need the Emerald Scale.
It's warping time.
So one shrine that comes to mind here in this branch is Karamar. I'm not sure if... oh wait, you can actually SCW here now, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's so nice, holy.
There's actually a clip out of that cave that we do afterwards.
So this is actually really nice. Since we got this shrine out of the ground, we can again do a shrine coordinate warp here. Traditionally, Karamar is only accessible after doing a quest where you have to bring a fainted Goron a rock roast. And that is, even with speedrun threads, traditionally tedious and annoying.
Yeah.
But now all we need to do is do a small little wind bump away from the shrine. And wait, what even caused the cutscene?
It was just because he was in range.
Oh, he just turned around. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's close enough.
He did the spin to that fire, which is why it looked
And
weird.
exactly, that's what confused me. I thought like the spin did it, but it was just looking back at the shrine.
Greedy Hill. That's an interesting name.
Yeah.
It says a lot about society.
Oh yeah, that's what they were thinking.
Yeah.
They were actually this shrine is actually really nice with bombs plus because you get to do it mid-air. It looks really cool, but it's not that much faster.
Also, if we pick up any rupees, that's extra text box and extra slow.
True, so you actually want to dodge the rupees. We're going against capitalism with this shrine. No, I'm kidding.
Hey guys, just a quick reminder that we have a lot of incentives still out there. We have met so many of them already, including one in this game where we get to see the Master Sword pedestal be pulled. So make sure when you make your donation, you are checking out those incentives just so we can have a lot more fun here. Again, thank you for tuning in for our 2021 ZSR Marathon. And as always, we appreciate your donations and look forward to reading them live on air.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We do appreciate, obviously, any donation. And thank you so much again for already reaching the extra Master Sword one. Ganon is going to get an extra beating.
Yeah, exactly. He's not gonna hit him.
Yeah, this does not look like the most fun clip, but it doesn't matter because you get to skip the rock roast.
Yes, so an extended shield clip is basically where you shield clip twice by like pressing the clip button again when you're halfway through one, but it is a frame perfect trick.
Here, there we go.
There we go. Nice, had to go back inbounds as well. But yeah, we skipped so much by doing that. We didn't have to talk to the Goron, we didn't have to watch the cutscenes, we didn't have to bring the rock roast up the hill. So that's definitely worth it. And now from here we're gonna go back down. There first is Quarame. Surprisingly again, super quick shrine with wind bombs. And then we are going to some of the quickest shrines in... Actually, I'm not sure.
A pretty quick branch.
Yeah, we're going to some of the quickest shrines in the game around the Foothill stable. Even though all shrines are with wind bombs, those are specifically quick because they're super close to each other, like one wind bomb distance away. And they are usually completed in one wind bomb too.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very nice branch. It's even included in some of the shorter categories. It's in MSR, I believe.
And this is also, I'm pretty sure, the last shrine on Death Mountain, so successfully skipped any sort of flame protection.
Yep, nicely done.
Yep. Being able to skip Kairama carrying the rock is actually the main reason why we can skip
It's possible, yeah.
because we can skip Goron City entirely. We don't have to activate the quest at all.
True. Just gotta get down from here now. Game is not letting us so far, getting some dead angles, but we also want a quick enough wind bomb, so
Yeah, exactly.
we get it.
It's a pretty tight angle, so you gotta play close to the dead angle.
There we go. No lag here. I personally like looking at the tower there, but no matter what, it can get annoying. This is also, to my surprise, I think I found it out the first time doing 100%, actually a shrine tied to a shrine quest. There's like a picture in the stable that is supposed to show you this one because it's quote-unquote so well hidden.
Tamil, the hardest shrine in the game.
Oh yeah, this one also. This one actually, I'm pretty sure Pistons were just gonna do a wind bomb again.
No, you wouldn't.
I don't know about this one.
This one is so hilariously easy.
Okay, actually
Yeah,
running. I
there
guess
we go.
there's also speed food, so it makes it a bit better. But yeah, you throw one
go up
bomb.
a wall and you run up a slope. It is so incredibly easy. But very satisfying to do.
Yeah, there's gotta be more to this shrine, right? Like, what else is in there?
I don't think anything else is in there.
Was there not like a path to the right when you blew up the boxes that you could have taken? Maybe
Is
some
that a
chests or
dead
something.
end, I think, Lumina?
It could
Not
be.
sure.
Could be. Not sure. But if you know where you're going, it's super quick. And then from here...
Yeah. Nice midair will get you to Cascasa. Shrine again.
Moakid.
That's the one. I'm trying, okay? I know the next one's Sadahaj.
Yes.
Right.
That's
There we
another.
go.
That's
Learning.
another MSR shrine. And then the next one after that is very notorious, in my opinion.
No idea.
It's the motion control one.
Apparatus,
Yeah.
where you have to get the 3 balls.
Yeah, I know which one you mean, I just don't remember his name.
Z car show. Yeah.
Ah, that one.
Oh, this is. Yeah, that's very annoying. When you hit the wall there, at the ceiling there, you can no longer make it into this caged area where the monk is.
Yeah, it's a little finicky here. The roof's just a tiny bit lower than you'd like it to be.
Okay, nice. This should still be enough height. So we basically turn around in the wrong direction
Yeah.
just to gain extra height.
Exactly.
So that way we can glide to the monk. Yeah. This next shrine is pretty easily my... I said earlier the one in Korok Forest was my least favorite one. That's mainly because of the shrine quest, but as far as interior goes, the next... No, actually not the next shrine. The next shrine is pretty easy. The shrine after that is really...
I was like, well,
Yeah.
dude.
I was already skipping one forward because... I mean, honestly, in runs, Sadahaj can sometimes be super annoying.
It's a little
love-
precise, but
Like, I feel like with this one, it's one of those where if you mess it up once, the game is like manipulated, and you can't get it again. Like you either get it first try or 8th try.
you miss it once and again, it's like you done messed up now.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one's sort of at a very tight angle where you gotta go far enough to the left that you don't hit the elevator, but far enough to the right that you don't hit like a fence. Just gotta thread the needle.
Thankfully, Piston did that and made it perfectly through.
Very nice done.
Again, very much in our favor that these walls are just not all the way to the ceiling.
You on the tip for Sadahaj, Dim?
Yeah,
I think if you just place your bomb as fast as possible, it works every time.
Okay, I noted. That definitely does help for some shrines. I've never really tried it there, I think, mainly because I probably was tilted. But, oh, a tip for Z car show? Honestly, I feel like just the aiming there is very precise.
Just don't miss your aiming. And you'll
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. That's it. Because obviously we will not do the motion control puzzle here and get these 3 orbs into the right positions. But instead, skip the shrine. Piston's using a different spot here than I do.
That's interesting.
Seems to be working though. Okay, getting a quick IL world
let's
record.
go.
Right, we complain about the shrine and Piston just does that. This is why we're commentating and he's running.
That was amazing. We didn't quite see it, but sometimes when you actually enter, when you fly into shrines like this at the elevator, there's actually an invisible wall around that prompt, that A prompt, and sometimes it will cancel Link's ragdoll and it will immediately stand up, being able to press A. You were still a little bit dizzy there, but it was still really nice.
Yeah, it's not quite optimal, but it was acceptable by my standards.
Right. Using the stable here to get lag. Super launch acquired.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be a shrine there.
Yeah, there's no shrine there. It's weird. I remember there being a shrine there. That's weird. Isn't there usually?
Oh,
Oh, I
it's a
get.
shrine.
That's weird. Another good example of the game only loading things that you're supposed to see, and the game not expecting for you to move that quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Loading and autosaves are the things that struggle the most with us moving really fast. That and the Hero's Path map. That looks really broken if you do a
That's
speedrun.
true, that's true. That is a minor test of strength, surprisingly. Pretty deep into the game. Well, I guess it depends on which order you do it.
Your Tarry Town warp, isn't it?
It pretty much is, right?
It was made to be very easy.
Easy.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's what we were
That's
talking
the
about.
despair that I was mentioning before, yeah. And an
I
unfortunate
hate those
deflection.
pillars.
Yeah. For sure.
You did opt to turn the opposite direction this time, I think.
Yeah, because I think for that placement, the turning to the right was better.
Yeah, right.
There we go.
Nicely done.
Now, the next shrine is actually one of the few shrines where we'll be using a BLSS, one of the newer strats, to solve its puzzle.
Yeah, this is a cool little usage of it.
Works out perfectly.
Hopefully you get a fast, not slow one.
True. Also, definitely one that makes most casual players very jealous because it's one of the most tedious shrines to do without like a real fun challenge. It's just boring. I think most people would agree. And I don't know why, but is this just in my memory, or did my brain play like a trick on me there? Like, do those moblins during the spiral, do they actually take the orb away from you?
Not that I'm aware.
No, but for me, for some reason, I always thought if you like lose the orb, the moblins like throw the orb away or something. I
They
guess
can
don't.
pick up the orb and throw
They can
it
pick it
at
up,
you.
yeah. Oh, at you, okay. Still not fun. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. We're going to be using the orb itself to perform the slide.
Yeah, exactly.
Slowly walking into this stone slate.
Because of the size of the orb, it will push you slightly differently to how the bombs do. And as such, wiggling can send you in a really weird direction. So
Yeah,
it's
doing
a
some
bit of a
spins.
Whirly-whirly strategy.
True. Doing some spins there gives you speed.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ah.
close. And then we can get Link and the orb both over at the same time.
I don't know if anyone tried to like drop the orb straight into the hole yet.
I haven't
I think
seen
that
a
sounds
clip
like
of
a
it
fun
yet.
minigame, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah.
I will not
What's your
play that
prediction?
mini game.
Alright, 98 shrines completed. So that makes this shrine 99.
Yeah, and then considering obviously that we did pretty much all DLC
Yeah,
shrines
one
other
DLC
than
shrine, but
two, I
left,
think,
sorry.
right?
Yep.
Takimashiri and Cave Tala.
Yeah.
The ones I know.
Nice.
Two pretty interesting shrines as well. Wait, do you do Takimashiri with a wild sand seal?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense because we don't have any Groot or clothing.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's actually interesting because the campfire glitch would be so useful there. If if the Sensio lady will give me the Sensio after the first time I talk to her.
Oh, for some reason
Oh,
that's
yeah.
true.
He has that extra time you have to talk to her.
Yeah, that's so random too. Like the first time you talk to her, she just introduces it, and then the second time is when you can actually buy a sand seal. But in case you're not aware, there's a glitch that quickly these things position that you can also use to pick up the Master Sword. You can use that to enter Gerudo City. Oh, what is it? Is it Gerudo City? No, it's Goron City. It's Gerudo Village. Gerudo Town, okay. Rito Village, Gerudo Town, Goron City, Zora's Domain. Right. Gerudo Town without the clothing, and then you can do exactly one action, like talking to an NPC. But since the first time you talk to the NPC, that sells you the good sand seal. Since that is the first time you talk to her and you don't get the sand seal yet, it doesn't work. Very sad.
There's another NPC that gives the Sensio right away, but it's too far away that it's actually 25 seconds slower.
That's weird to wait, so that one on the left gives it right away?
Yeah, but it's too far. Like you have
That's so weird.
You have to ride the Sensio across
Yeah.
the entire Gerudo town. Yeah, town.
And there is our Dinral's scale.
Yep. Final Blessing Shrine complete. Wait, not Blessing Shrine. Dragon Shrine. Dragon Blessing Shrine?
Something like that. Dragon Spring Blessings. Oh wait, no, this is a test of strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's...
I guess because it's the Spring of Power. So the other two springs actually reward you with a blessing, but because this is the Spring of Power, I guess you have to prove your power.
We were on Magna Raza, Blessing Shrine.
We are gonna prove our power by skipping the shrine.
Narrowly avoiding the Pit of Despair. Is there a reason you always cross up to the other side after you set ski?
Sorry?
Is there a reason you always click from the pillar on the opposite side to where you set ski rather than the one?
Because I don't know the backflip of the backup for the other pillar.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Now we're gonna go back to Kataka to do the last SCW from there. And that one is also a pretty big skip. It's gonna go to Yoluna. A shrine where usually you would have to test your will twice. And there's 2 hot plates you have to stand on with some Gorons. Well, the first one, the second one you have to be on by yourself and survive. We can skip that, and then additionally the shrine spawning by doing this trick.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of having to, prove our worth to enter the shrine, we'll just kind of enter it. How many of these do we have left, even? Corner
Of what?
orbs. Shrine corner orbs.
At least 2.
But after this one.
After this one, at least 1.
Slightly too early.
Nah.
Right.
Looks
Yeah.
like you're rushing the A press slightly on the one side. So.
I think after this one only 1 SCW left, right? Only Rocket Sensor.
Of course, Ohu.
Oh, your SCW there? I was wondering where from.
Eve Tala.
Ah.
Checks out.
It saves 40 seconds. I'm just gonna do this.
That can be tricky. Mainly because the shield jump out of the shrine can be a little bit unforgiving.
Can you do it with the cold?
Yeah, you can. The main problem is that because of the big unload radius, it's also more precise to do the shield jump. Like it pulls you into the shrine much quicker.
This shrine is the worst because like you do 3 SCWs from it, it's more likely that one of them will be messed up in a run.
Yeah, for sure.
Back to the wood.
There we go. So 2 left after this. One saves 30 minutes or something like that. And in the normal shrines is probably the worst in the run.
Yeah, Rakazonzo is notoriously bad.
But there's a nice workaround in this category where you actually don't have to do any buffering. Going for another BLSS, which I like because the movement to the shrine was actually really annoying before. There was like a very precise BTB.
Awkward. Yeah, movement round.
Oh wow, that's actually interesting. Like I tried, that makes so much sense, the geography there. So you can skip having to go over all of these high mountains and you just go around and then you slide straight to the shrine.
Very elegant. Slight shrug down and we'll be there.
Yeah, you see the hot plates already. We're already in the 100 meter entrance radius. So now we set up the campfire and enter the shrine. So this one is also interesting because traditionally there's like 3 different puzzles to do. This is one workaround. You just shoot a shock arrow to activate this one. There's a couple different strats here. There's a shield clip. There's a very specific way. And looks like that's what Piston is not going to be going for. You can actually, without doing this last part, set up the fan that all...
He can just be very finicky there.
Yeah. Like you have to be very careful and then you can make it so that all 4 rotors are already being activated. Here, the alternative is that you set it up this way and then you just go over, eventually stasis the button and then make it through the door. And then the last one is usually just a wind bomb. It's also the worst one to do casually.
Yeah, it's quite a long shrine for the quest to get in included.
Again, like this would have been much more... like a much more reasonable blessing shrine compared to some of the ones we found earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
But maybe not in our case, because we kind of just made it in there. But at least the normal way of entering.
Precisely.
Now we are going to Kaino.
20 shrines to go.
It's the shrine that is next to the Garuda Canyon stable, or at least close enough. Can be completed in a wind bomb and a use of Magnesis.
Hopefully, can be completed
hopefully. That wind bomb can be annoying and sometimes you have to get an extra key.
Oh, that one, yeah.
The low percent enjoyers will be crushed if that happens. But it does happen a lot. Oh, I guess actually... well, it doesn't really count. I was going to say Igni or TLoZ are also region-specific enemies, but they're also just a variation of TLoZ's.
Yeah, exactly.
This is it, Kano. There's a wall right in front of us. If we get the right wind bomb angle, looks like Piston's gonna try to go over the wall here. Very nice.
Nicely done. That was
Barely
beautiful.
makes over that gate. That would have been where you would have instead had to pull the key. Now all he needs to do is start Magnesis use. The door will open.
Very nicely done.
And that's another shrine in our pocket. From here we go to the previously hyped up annoying shrine Dakota.
Yep.
We'll see what Piston is up his sleeve to solve this one.
I'm sure there's something.
Essentially the problem there is that the monk is right in front of you and very high. And kind of just like placed in the middle of the shrine. Where a normal wind bomb will not get you enough height. Without landing against the wall, and then you're ragdolling, and then Link is kind of out of your control. It's going to be hidden in a sandstorm.
Similar to the lava shrine we saw earlier.
Yeah, very similar, but worse.
Precisely.
Yeah, usually this one is hidden. I mean, not usually. It will still be hidden in a sandstorm. I'm pretty sure that sandstorm is not really there at night or something. So I'm not sure if you're supposed to just find this at night or if you're just supposed to explore it. The other one that we got earlier is in the sandstorm, but there's actually some quests. Like statues that point their sword towards the shrine. I don't think anything like that exists for this. You're just supposed to find it.
Yeah, you get beeps from quite up far outside as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, sandstorm is not very, very large.
This one's also a shrine quest that you get in.
Oh, true, and
Aura,
bazaar. Yeah, there's a guy at the bazaar that tells you about this. Now here we go. Going on the pillar at the back of the elevator, quite unusual, and delaying the second bomb quite a bit and just getting him. That's very unfortunate. That was very close. Almost looked very nice. Let's try it again. Very nice. Using bullet time there to turn around, not losing much height.
Almost made it look easy.
Pretty much. Now that is 104 shrines. Additionally 14 DLC shrines. So we are basically at 120. But we do need 136.
Yes.
To be fair, the last branch of shrines is actually fairly quick. There's like 4 super quick shrines at the very end, which is going to be the last branch. All of the other ones we're getting during this branch.
And then we go fight the big bad. Oh, Dakashi say. Finally.
Yep.
Iconic shrine.
Iconic for sure. Right next to the Gerudo town and also your war point for it.
Yep, very useful in all dungeons.
I did place it outside of the shrine just so you don't get kicked out as much when you warp here with the wrong clothing.
It'd be awful if you had to like worry about changing into green clothes every time you warped over.
All of the other shrines are kind of positioned in the village. This one they had thought about it, thankfully. And yeah, now we're basically going to be going to the right side of the desert to complete the Sand Seal Shrine. And then from there, we can actually SCW all the way back to the Sand Seal Shrine. And let me explain again why... Yeah, but let me explain again why that's so huge. So the Sand Seal Shrine, Rakatsunzo, is a shrine you have to complete a Sand Seal minigame race first. You have to beat a specific record for the Shrine Orb as a prize, and then you gain access to the shrine. And the problem is the Sand Seal race does not happen until Varna Boris is defeated. So for the longest time we always thought that orb is right there. It sits right in front of the pedestal. If we could just grab it and activate the shrine, we could skip activating... wait, was there a red Sand Seal on your right?
She doesn't give it to me.
Oh, okay, okay. So basically, the orbit was there, we couldn't enter, which meant we had to do Varna Boris, even though it's not a shrine. But because we will be able to shrine coordinate warp from this next DLC shrine all the way to it and enter it, we don't have to do Naboris. And that means we don't need the Gerudo clothing, we don't need to talk to Riju, we don't need to fight Master Koga, we don't need to attack the Divine Beast, do the Divine Beast, and that ends up, yeah, saving like 20 plus minutes.
Yeah, very convenient.
Gameplay. And yeah, again, we do have a yellow sand seal here, which is very slow compared to the red sand seal. But the red sand seal, like we said, can only really be obtained inside Gerudo Town. And we don't have the clothing because it's slow. This way we can actually completely avoid the cutscene of Varna Boris being introduced as well. Another thing, getting those 600 rupees, getting the outfit, it's just so much.
I thought there's usually a sandstorm here. Am I going insane?
But it's because Kematsos was already cleared.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And also the last section there, because the wild sand seals are so slow, turns out that shield surfing is faster.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, this is a low roof shrine. I've had a few of them, so it's got quite a precise wind bomb in it. And we'll see how it goes. Ooh, nicely done.
Very nice. We talked about that before the run. Not quite the same angle that I saw on your Switch clip, but still very nice.
Acceptable, yeah. Give me an A-.
And now the last big SCW coming up, and then one more that saves just a couple. I mean, still 40 seconds is still a good amount, but this one, we can fail this one like 10, 15 times. We'll still save time.
40-second time save would be like pretty major in most situations, but compared to the other SCWs in this run, it's minuscule.
Yeah, and also compared to, I mean, in other categories would also be much bigger. This is obviously a very long run.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a 40-second time save in any percent would just be mind-blowing. Wait, did you already do the inputs? I feel like I missed it.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, nice.
It's swift.
Very swift. Yeah, Blackout, we are not the only people that are gonna be here on the marathon providing some Zelda speedrun content. Even though this is a long run, and this is almost 7 hours of gameplay.
Is there a schedule we can pull up?
I think so. I think I saw a comment earlier.
I'm gonna hazard a guess. Oh my god.
Ah, okay, nice.
How did I know?
Alright, so here it is. You can see the pedestal, and the shrine up is right next to it, but right now we can't pick it up. But what we can do is we can pick up a hydromelon. And that'll work too. It's almost a shrine up, basically.
Yeah, it's circular. Round.
And yeah, that just saved 20 minutes and more. Because, keep in mind, we also didn't have to do the Sansi race itself, which is also like 2 minutes plus. Like, this would be worth for just skipping the Sansi race and the shrine spawning. But we also skipped like a full Divine Beast.
Yeah. You can also talk to the orb to activate a cutscene.
Oh, that's actually really funny.
Yeah, it's very funny. The old lady's like, "What are you doing? Don't touch the orb."
And then you just enter the shrine.
Yeah.
That's fun. Vanishes.
Right, going to, I'm assuming Misai Zuma now. And that's actually one of the few shrines we will clip into still. Which I'm pretty sure the only one, other than the plateau ones, because you did SCW Tokurai Tor. I mean, we clip into some like walls to enter a shrine, but here we actually clip into the shrine because, and this shrine also has an amazing history. Like, what people did to enter the shrine early is crazy. So what you have to do here usually is you have to bring this collapsed lady on the shrine pedestal a noble pursuit, which is like a cocktail, or you have to make sure that the cocktail is being brewed and made by bringing like an ice cube into the town, which was a super long quest. That quest is also faster now, but we can also clip through the door here. Now, people in the past did the craziest things. They used like a flying machine to bring over a metal box here, just to use the box to clip into the shrine, which took like minutes. Now we can just shield clip in.
Yeah, we just leave her here. You know, she'll figure it out. I feel like if all she's after is a cocktail,
all she's really after is like some determination, because you don't even go here to bring her the cocktail, you just go here to tell her that the cocktail is made. So technically you could just be like, hey, cocktail's ready, and she would still just run back to town. Because you don't even give her anything, you just tell her that the cocktail is done, she just runs back home.
True.
Probably be banned from Gerudo Town forever.
Probably.
But if you're not wearing Gerudo clothes, they'll never recognize you.
True. Wait, is the Gerudo Vow outfit allowed in the town? It's not, right? No.
Even
it's
if
allowed in a
the best
secret
outfit in the
club.
game.
Why did they even sell it?
It's a secret club.
Yeah, it's in the secret club.
Oh, wait, yeah, they only said, for some reason in my mind they sold it on like the left side, but that's just a different color normal outfit.
Do they sell it at Tarrytown?
Maybe.
Yeah, they do.
Anyway, here we have slightly larger than average Molduga.
Yep.
As we know from the various races in this game, slightly larger means that you are in charge of that civilization.
Pretty much.
That's with the Rito, they elect their
not
biggest,
for the Gerudo though. I was just gonna
Gerudo,
say. It's actually the opposite
especially the Zora, like the size of that lad.
True. That is a big boy. Not as big as Molduking.
Not quite the same size, but not even that far off.
Here we can see the power of the shock arrows. The bow we have here is not the biggest or best bow. It's the Forest Dweller bow. It is a triple shot bow. So we're getting some extra mileage there.
Yep, we'll just keep chipping away. He'll go down eventually.
And yeah, shock arrows really help here. There he goes.
He does drop some pretty nice stuff, but we don't really need it in this run.
No.
And it's pretty random what he drops as well. Usually some decent bows or shields.
Actually interesting. I think we overshot the shrine a little bit because the game logs you out of doing anything.
Yep.
When the shrine is about to spawn. I wonder, this almost looks like it could be colliding with the roof here.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you got like a...
Yeah.
You managed to connect with the top of it, but I think you have gone a little past it.
Ah, okay, just past it, yeah. But yeah, also very, first of all, the last DLC shrine of the run. And also a very unique one. Also making it morning here for Suma Sama coming up soon.
Almost forgot.
Yep, gotta be there at 4 PM.
Or noon, not morning.
So we gotta prepare ahead of time because it's quite a bit off of our time we set.
Usually
yeah, we can only...
Sorry. Usually I do the campfire before Molduking, but just to be safe.
Yeah, the thing is, we can only set our time to 5, 12, or I think 9. And the shrine is open from 4 to 5:30. So the closest we can get is noon, and then we basically need to do some things to be optimal before we get there. So yeah, we use the spin attack from the Thunderblade, electrify the cube, and that will open the gate. And we just skipped a lot of puzzles.
The old strat that you used to do is kind of cool then, where you set your skew using 2 of the blocks.
True. That definitely happens if you don't have any extra equipment.
But yeah, that's effectively the DLC complete.
Yeah, there is technically a lot more to the DLC. Again, you would have to refight each of the Vine Beasts now, which we haven't even done, to upgrade your champion abilities that we don't even have, to then unlock the final dungeon. But that is no shrine content, so it doesn't interest us.
Interest me.
No, I know, but not us in this run right now. So we got SCW here again right now to be able to go to the seven statues that are in a circle.
It's not a particularly tricky puzzle for the statues. It's just takes a while to move the orbs around. So
it's the casually specifically. It's super annoying. Because in order to like learn it, some of the answers to it are like on the very top of the statue, so it's a lot of climbing and a lot of like, I don't know, memorizing. And even when you learn the speedrun, it's going to take you some time to memorize the solution. Like most runners eventually have it down, but it is still nice not having to do that. And then again,
Pretty sure Johnny lost one of his world record because he forgot how to do this, and he didn't have his notes open.
Yeah, that's really annoying. Like, and keep in mind, one thing that's important is you obviously have to travel to the shrine anyway, right? And there's a cutscene, 28 seconds, that spawns this. So it's just really nice to almost SCW to every shrine you can. Like, if you do it super quick, it would always be worth it if you could always do it, specifically without the pause buffering. But if we also skip like a big puzzle with it, it's just really nice. And that was the last SCW. So even though we did like 18 or something of them, we are now done with them.
We are done, yes.
21 to be exact.
How many?
Classic overworld movement.
21.
21. Damn. I was close, but that's still impressive, a big amount.
Yep.
So that's effectively like almost 20%, I mean, not quite, but like 15% of the shrines are entered using this trick. And now we are gonna make our way to Dilamag.
We've actually grabbed that wall there. That was an interesting angle.
I think did you went to bullet time? The screen looked like weird.
Yeah, I went into bullet time, but he immediately grabbed it.
Alright, very nice mid-air there, getting some good range. Hopefully that Guardian doesn't annoy us. We're on a timer right now, as we are getting the mace, and on the mace we're also going to be getting the last part of Attack Up Armor.
We'll finally get a shirt. 5 hours and 54 minutes into the run.
Well, if you can call it a shirt, but yeah.
Yeah. It's the thought that counts.
And thankfully remembered all of the entrances to these mazes, because I recently challenged myself to do all of these shrines without the speedrun strats again. And I realized how tricky these mazes are. They're actually the worst. So thankfully, since we know where to drop, that's not a problem.
This one especially, because it looks so simple from the outside.
Yeah, this one is really hard. Though I think surprisingly, the one I was stuck in the most was actually the one... That's actually the worst one for me was actually the one in Hebra, Kazatoki, because I thought I knew the entrances from dropping it in speedruns, so I constantly tried to go there, but that's not really where you had to go, so I was like really confused.
Yeah.
Anyway, we don't have to worry about that because we're going fast. And we have to go fast now. Actually, we do have a good amount of time left. But the next shrine is no longer activatable once it is past... once it is past 5:30. But that means we have 2.5 in-game hours, which is quite a bit. I think that's basically
too early if we don't mess up.
This might be the most annoying cycle to miss just because of the distance from the time you can set it to. A lot of wasted time if you miss it.
I'm pretty sure 10. I'm pretty sure 5. Or is it 5 seconds here? 5 minutes here are 10 seconds or something.
It's 1 second is 1 minute.
1 second is 1 minute. Okay.
If you have to wait the additional like 3-4 minutes again, that's 3-4 hours in game. That's 3-4 minutes in real time, which is as long as fish drama.
Yeah, we have lots of time. The shrine is only going to open 5 minutes in-game minutes from now, and then it stays there for 90 seconds. The sun stays in the right position. That's the important part. Because we need to grab one of those snowballs and then hold them into the sun in a way that we cast a cold shadow on the wall.
Very poetic.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's annoying. Like, the sun is not really in the right spot, so you kind of have to guess. I think a little bit more left, actually. More, yeah.
Nice.
Nice. That's really annoying. Like, sometimes the sun is not visible and you just have to guess, but it works.
Or you can just wait until 5 and use the cryo block strat.
True, yeah, a cryo block also casts a cold shadow. Alright, and with that we have completed 110 shrines, so we are now within the last 10 shrines of the whole run.
Yeah, I haven't completed the shrine yet.
That's true, can't wait for this one. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough challenge here.
Yeah, I know, exactly. When I think of difficult shrines in this game, I think of Sumasama.
For sure. Honestly, I actually do, but just because of the annoying timer and because of strats in the past where we had to do like out-of-bounds mid-air wind bombs, going into like an invisible water and then clipping back and bounce, like the shrine can be annoying, but not because of the shrine. But because of the activation. Alright, now for real though, 10 shrines left. And a bunch of them are pretty quick. One that maybe comes to mind that's a bit slower is the one where we have to show off our Guardian pictures, which we should already have basically all collected. That's coming up pretty soon.
Yep, we've got all 3 of those already.
Sorry?
Yeah, we've got all 3 of those photos.
Yeah, the one in the DLC shrine much earlier, and the other ones even earlier, around Hyrule Castle.
The Junk Pit Shrine.
While we're winding down our shrine count here, want to send a big thank you to Flygon and your $75 donation. It is very appreciated.
It is. Thank you so much. That's a lot of money.
The literal Pokemon Flygon.
Literally.
You support the stream.
Yep, another wind bomb will take care of this. No laser shenanigans here. It's actually really funny to use these lasers for BLSS. You become like a flying spaceship with a laser cannon.
I don't know, she tried that. Sounds hilarious.
But no time for that. Good stuff. Now we're going down to the Guardian Lady.
Have we fully cleaned up Gerudo Desert now then?
Pretty much. All that's left now is the typical Shrines branch towards Yanaga, over the Spring of Courage and stuff. And then just a direct path to Hyrule Castle, clearing up.
Kachichuki.
Yep.
The one on the side of a hill that I forget the name of.
No Yaneha.
That's the one.
And then also Shimda Ghost from Moglatan and Zaltavar, which is just a single jump. Actually, Wind Bomb nowadays too. This also, speaking of places from a trailer, is actually pretty much the first shot from the legendary trailer. Mm-hmm. You don't have a mid-air wind bombing Link on there, but close.
You should. It's the woman who's obsessed with the shrine.
Yeah, Loon is in love with the Shrine Orb, but it doesn't seem to be a very committed relationship. Because as soon as she sees those Guardians, the orb is no longer interesting. Wow, that's a good shot, though.
That is a cool one, to be fair. The benefit of doing it in Etsukurima is that Etsukurima looks really cool.
And this unlocks a modest test of strength. So if Loon had known, she could have actually seen a Guardian the entire time.
Huh. I suppose she didn't think to just put it in the
Nope.
orb-shaped hole over there,
Right
to be
next,
honest.
right next to her. Nope, that was too much
So
to ask.
technically, she couldn't actually enter the shrine without the Sheikah Slate.
That's true. Unless she had a shield and the ability to shield clip.
Yeah.
It's funny how in one of the memories, Zelda actually says there must be a way to work around this.
True, true, true.
They're teasing it, I tell you.
Did she not have the Sheikah Slate in that memory?
She did, but the shrines weren't activated because the towers weren't up.
Interesting. But I'm glad she didn't go in there because that's a major test of strength.
She would not have enjoyed it.
Yeah. There is a schedule command if you're looking for that wall kicks. If you want to see what other runs are on the menu.
Spoiler alert, they're Zelda runs.
That is true. $112 shrines. Khao Makag coming up next. The shrine, the Highland Stable. Really enjoy the pepper updraft there. It's an annoying point to get a wind bomb from.
Yeah, I've seen some very precise movement from there, but usually it's a little finicky to move away from that shrine.
You can see the horse god spring on the right. None of our concern in this run. We are just interested in shrines. Yeah, now the bomb is actually not to reset the skew, but it's to reset the ragdoll glitch. So whenever you you will actually still have skew after that. But whenever you do a clip or you unequip your shield mid-shield jump, you'll have a glitched ragdoll state that will avoid you to do any sorts of launches. You can't wind bomb, you can't stasis launch. So by bombing Link, you get rid of that and you are good to go again.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically the next time after you get Ragdoll glitch, it forces you back to a neutral position, and basically the bomb forces you into Ragdoll, and that counts as the one usage.
Yeah, if you flop over on your shield, you will do both clear Ragdoll and reset skew because your shield has touched the ground.
Shield touching ground doesn't necessarily fully clear skew though, it can invert it slightly. It's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah. So if you want to be optimal, you shield spin on the ground and then unequip it.
Style points as well.
True. Very nice, very clean. Simple wind bomb over to Pumagnitai. A test of strength. Wow. And we still actually have, I think, 2 after this one. Yeah.
There's so many tests of strength.
Actually, every test of strength from this point is a minor test of strength, though.
I'm so strong. I've been tested so many times.
True. I feel like if at this point there's any cutscene skip failed. Actually, I don't know if you could even spare the durability to fight one of them.
If we're getting Master Sword, then we do have a full Claymore to use.
That's actually a good point, the Master Sword. Still have to think about that when we go.
Yeah, still need to get that.
Only problem is I only have 2 ice arrows, I think. Left.
The Ice Aerosol.
And
I need to fight those guardians.
oh yeah, that's a bit annoying about ice arrows. Now coming up the last Dragon Spring. The Spring of Courage. We got that scale actually legitimately from a dragon.
Long time ago.
A long time ago.
Authentic dragon scale.
To be fair, we got the other scales very legitimately. Not like we like cheat engine them or something. But they were just sitting in the chest in Hyrule Castle, so why not take them?
No one else is using them, you know.
Yep, and then from here there's a nice wind bomb over to Yarnaga, which is a shrine in Lake Hylia. In a little... It's actually beneath the water, like under the water level. In a little... But is it actually? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. No, it should be, because the island isn't very high. I think the shrine is technically under the water level.
That feels to me. The one time we go underwater, and we don't even go underwater.
Very sad. If Hyrule ever has if Hyrule ever has a problem with rising temperatures, though, Yarnaga is gonna go.
No, that's one of the shrines that won't survive.
Yeah.
Purge.
Yarnaga has some pretty cool approaches. I don't know which one we're going to be going for here. The jump through. I'm expecting to go for the jump through. Or if you want to be safe, just blowing up the ceiling.
It's Piston we're talking about. He's going to go for the fast one.
Fair. We just go up the sill here. And from there we'll be in a position where we can reach the shrine if we get a super launch here. That didn't look like a lot of... Oh, okay, he actually got the leg at the very end there.
Barely skims it.
Managing to get the super launch. And this is it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the shrine is below the water here. Wait, is it though? Nah, it's definitely is.
And there's a lake bed temple. That'd be cool.
Breath of the Wild 2
get lake bed temples, why don't we?
Yeah, it's definitely
below. Yeah, it's definitely below. Nice, nicely done. Again,
it's one of the first shrines I found casually.
Really? I don't know when I found that. I definitely found it eventually, but not super early. Okay, just blowing up the ceiling with a bomb barrel here. That's honestly, if you have them, the easy way. You can jump through this small hole in the ceiling without doing that, but if you have a bomb barrel flying around, why not do it? Make it easy. Doesn't lose time. Or maybe in a second, half a second, probably not even. Cleanly done. That is 116 shrines. So we have 4 shrines left. The final boss fight and the Master Sword. So I don't know, I'm assuming we're going to be doing the shrines first, then the Master Sword, and then go from the Master Sword to Ganon, just to avoid that 1-minute cutscene.
I'd assume so.
That's correct.
Moglatan, are we going to be sliding?
Probably not, because we're probably just going to Shim the Ghost from here.
Oh.
No more sliding.
Oh.
Yeah, surprisingly, you'd think that the slide would actually be nice out of Korok Forest, but the slide is actually too slow.
So slow, yeah.
Yeah, so the fog would catch up to you, so we have to wind bomb out. A rare use of a backflip wind bomb.
Yeah, we've had a couple, but they're really not common.
Just takes a little bit of time to set up.
Yeah.
But guarantees you a pretty fast launching angle, so they can be nice. Definitely the preferred strat when we all started using wind bombs, and then more and more switched over to the quick front hop ones. Specifically once we found out that we could turn to get even faster with the front hop ones. Annoying keys, wow. That key, hello?
It's got wall hacks.
Okay.
The usual wall hacks.
Completely unkillable keys. Oh, with the bomb barrel, right. And also having to shoot at a specific... Yeah, having to shoot at a specific visual cue there, because that bow does not have great range to even make it through. If you have like a falcon bow here or like a swallow bow, you can just shoot through cleanly. All regards bow, all of the bows have great range.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Well, you just say it was the most disappointing bow to use, because for me it has to be these Zora ones.
Yeah, they have like abysmal range, right? They look cool and you think they would be good, but
they're really slow. They have awful range and they don't even do much damage.
Yeah,
but they're pretty.
They look cool. That's the upside.
I think they're durable is their main thing.
That's true. I mean,
using the awful
we should talk about favorite bow, though. I mean, the thing is, like, I think I was really impressed by the Lionel bows in my casual playthrough, but after playing the game a lot and speedrunning it, the Great Eagle bow is just insane. Because yes, the Lionel bows have high DPS, but the Great Eagle bow has such an insane fire rate, range. It has it all: durability, damage, fire rate, range. And it looks cool.
Yeah, I think Falcon Bow is probably my favorite. It's just playing casually.
I like it too, just having the range, and also again, I like the aesthetic of it. I really also like the Royal Guards bow with the fire rate, but it breaks after like 2 shots. So
yeah, exactly.
Pretty sure we will be getting that. Is that right, Piston? Just to skip Windblight?
Yes.
Which maybe you've seen it before, but maybe not. We are going to be skipping one of the bosses. Right. So there is 2 shrines to go, and both of them are minor tests of strengths. So the real challenge here is getting to them. And then yes, we want to skip the cutscene, but if not, we have some weapons around that for the worst case are available.
B probably still just reload. Atachuki. Never mind, that's a nice.
Noya Neha. Nice snipe. opening the wall there, essentially. The shrine is just behind. It's a minor test of strength. Which is actually weird, I feel like, that the ones close to the castle are minor tests of strength. Like, I feel like you should be prepared for what's inside the castle here.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like major test of strengths would like keep you away from it for longer.
Yeah. Because it's like, oh, I shouldn't be here.
I mean, there is one inside castle.
True, true. But once you reach that point, I feel like you already be like, oh, I'm probably not supposed to be here after being aimed at by like 20 Guardian Towers. Alright. And here we go. Last shrine coming up. One wind bomb away from Noyaneha. And then usually, if this was a full run without any incentives, we would do a couple of wind bombs from there, pick up a specific bow that helps us with the fights, and then beat the game. But since we will get the Master Sword first, we'll warp to the Master Sword from there, and then make it straight to Ganon from there without any warps, and hopefully without any deaths, so we don't get the Trial of the Sword cutscene, which again takes like 50 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. It's just an annoying one. Oh. Majestic.
It's fine. Also super laggy when it's burning like that.
Yeah, well, you got that many things burning.
A nice little mid-air. Over to the shrine, we can already see it. This is the last shrine coming up. 120 base shrines, 16 DLC shrines completed. Just about 6 hours. I'd say that is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's been a pretty nuts run aside from the slight issues with the buffet SCWs. Outside of that, it's been like very solid.
That's like 20 shrines an hour. More actually.
It's about that, but yeah.
Yeah, specifically considering that the DLC shrines are a little bit longer than your normal shrine.
Yeah, exactly, because they have the quests that you need to do to that.
Like, I feel like most people, when you can do 20 shrines in an hour, would take an hour to do, like, Naboris and everything. More probably, like, Thunderblight to, like, even get to the Sandsteel Shrine.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is...
the whole Yiga hideout as well.
That's the last shrine that we can still possibly do. If we did everything correctly, the monk will tell us here that we are now allowed to pick up our reward. And looks like that's the case. The Tunic of the Wild, an actual real reward compared to the 900 Korok seeds.
Yep, it's a metaphor for the people who run all Koroks.
True. I was literally just thinking about this. If we did all Koroks, wait, where does all Koroks end? Does it end on Korok 900 or when picking up the rewards? I feel like it should end when picking up the rewards. But then you would have to route and has to, so maybe it doesn't. Doesn't matter. We are going to be warping to Korok Forest to get the Master Sword.
Closest one.
This is your I was going to say, this is your chance to pick a cool outfit, and then you realize you only have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we should go with the Barbarian armor for this one. Trendiest one on the market.
Here we are. Gonna get some cutscenes here to introduce us to the sword. Gonna be skipping them. The Deku Tree is gonna give us a brief introduction.
This isn't the quickest Master Sword speedrun I've ever seen, but got the job done.
It is a good one though. And then keep in mind that even though usually the sword would only be up to 60 damage when you complete the Trial of the Sword, which is DLC. But when you enter Hyrule Castle, I think every time you're close to Malice, the sword actually powers up to 60 damage. So when we're going to be in the fights, let it be Ganon, let it be the Blights, you can do so much damage with the sword. With attack up 3, that turns into a 90 damage hit with super quick attacks, like the 4-hit combo that you can actually extend into a spin attack to get like 6 hits. You can get like 500 damage in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Enemies feel like butter against this weapon.
Yeah, like most of the Blights you can just like spam attack 2 against and they just die. You don't really need any strats if you have it, which you would... I'm actually wondering if this sword would be worth picking up in all shrines with the campfire glitch. Probably not. But just to make the boss fight so easy, it seems really nice.
Piston disagrees.
I wonder, was it timed, Piston?
Yeah, I got a 503, 3 Blights plus Ganon with Master Sword, and I got a 506 without Master Sword.
Okay, but with Claymores, right?
Yeah, with a laser parry.
Okay, so we have to go laser parry and pick up the Claymores, keep that in mind. It's like 16 seconds.
True.
Just in time for that pedestal pull, we have a $25 donation from Xavier Binder. Perfect way to spend a rainy weekend day. Big thanks to the Binder family and their donation.
We appreciate it.
Thank you again.
Lots of great content on the channel. And we are coming up to the great finale of this run. It's been a long run. And it's looking to be just below our estimate, even though we had some SCW issues, but the rest of the run was amazing.
Yeah, exactly. A walk in the park.
Now again, we want to go to Zelda's study here, not quite to the boss fights. Picking up the Royal Guard's bow is going to allow us to... whatchamacallit? To skip Windblight. Now again, this is like another point, right? Like having the Master Sword here, maybe you can actually skip Windblight skip, and it would be worth it. I don't know. I'm routing again. I need to stop doing that.
Your routing addiction.
It's too fun. It's like the most fun thing about speedrunning for me.
So yeah, ideally we'd be able to use the Master Sword for its really efficient DPS, but unfortunately some of the blades tend to just fly up in the air.
That's true.
So we do need a bow for this, and Royal Guard's bow is also used for the Windblight Ganondorf skip.
What?
The Windblight Ganondorf skip.
I'm actually curious, are you gonna do that with speed food? Because I haven't seen that setup.
No. I have the
Yeah,
iced.
you can clear it with the iced porgy, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see the iced... I forgot the iced porgy.
The iced
Damn.
porgy was the answer this whole time, Lynn.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So the iced porgy intentionally here gets rid of the speed up buff, which makes the setup for Windblight skip here. This one actually found by... I mean, this is the demon setup, right?
That was demon setup, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Windblight skip originally found by Bot W, who has been one of the biggest glitch hunters in this game. Absolutely massive. But that's actually demon setup, which is, for me, works better.
Yeah, it's got a more consistent visual here.
The other one found by SVA, some legendary Zelda runners coming up with these skips. And here we go. By shooting an arrow into this cutscene, the arrow gets stuck in the air, constantly damaging Windblight as he spawns, doing enough damage in the cutscene for Windblight to die. So we skip the transition cutscene from phase 1 to 2 and save a lot of time.
Windblight just kind of melts.
And here we see the DPS of the Master Sword. One Flurry Rush there, I think 7 hits you get from a Master Sword Flurry Rush. That's 7 times 90 damage. So when I was actually looking at the health bar there, it looked like the hits did varying amount of damage. Like, this is something I would need to check again, if maybe Flurry Rush damage is different than normal damage. But do you know that, Piston?
I think it's just a health bar display issue.
Okay.
Alright, bring on the next blight.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much how these fights are gonna look. With the Master Sword, you just press Y, because 90 damage per hit is pretty hard to beat with anything else.
Yeah, it's funny in comparison to any percent where you're like carefully measuring every damage. In this run, you just like Master Sword go burr.
And the funny thing is actually that's a niche strat. The durability of the Master Sword resets when you start Calamity Ganon, so you don't even have to worry about the Master Sword losing its power. Here, the extra stamina can actually be super crucial. Like, this is what allowed us here to get the 1 cycle in phase 2 of Fire Blight. Double music start on Thunder Blight, that's a common one.
Very dramatic.
We're going too fast.
There's even a glitch where you, the music just cuts out and you get the faster music.
Yeah. Very nice. It's always satisfying to see Thunder Blight being crushed.
Considering how hard he is casually, he's super easy in the boss rush here.
We picked up that boomerang, which is actually going to be super helpful here to break Thunderblight's shield. Once he's down, we can just spam him down with the Master Sword.
I just love the sound it makes.
Yeah.
It's satisfying.
Yeah, the 61. And here we... Oh, that's actually very cool with the Barbarian armor. I like that. We're gonna fight Calamity now. And that attack there is actually probably one of the worst to Flurry Rush.
Yeah.
Nice. Those ones are hard to Flurry Rush up. Specifically the middle one, that's the worst one, but getting a Flurry Rush here. Getting the parry and crouch cancel. We are going hard.
It's not hit flexing.
Yeah, you can cancel the parry animation by crouching. That little slowdown that happens afterwards.
He is using strength buff, he gets it from the armor.
Exactly. Oh, headshot and Flurry Rush. Ganon is being Ganon. Yeah, okay, we kind of just want to keep him down here. I was just going to say that he goes to the wall. Because on the wall he starts getting a bit annoying.
Yeah, ideally you can get him down towards the end of phase 1 so that you can work your way in phase 2.
That AoE was like 1 inch away from Link. I don't think he would have taken damage because you were probably at iframe still, but... Nice, that's phase 1.
Yeah.
That's actually so much harder with like full life, no real bomb arrows, no Obosa's Fury. Thankfully we have the Master Sword, actually ends up helping here a bit. Now here we still want to go for the stun lock. Stun lock basically means you spin attack Ganon and time your slam attack specifically so that Ganon doesn't replenish his armor. You can just basically constantly go for these spin attacks here until phase 2 is over.
Yeah, exactly. It's a weird thing with phase 2, that little animation where he's pulling on his like fire armor. He's land during that. He gets stunned like he would from a slam generally. And with that you can just completely get the second phase.
Yeah, usually you would put on the armor here, which would make it so that you couldn't do damage to him. But this way we could. Calamity Ganon is done with, and now we get to the glorified cutscene.
True final boss.
Also known as Dark Beast Ganon.
Yeah. Not the hardest of bosses. Some would say it's extremely underwhelming, but we have to do it because it's part of the game. It's a bit of an auto-scroller, where you just gotta avoid his attacks and wait for the glowing weak spots to appear.
Wow, these beams fly so far with so little hearts already, damn. Do they go even further with like 30?
Attack any glowing points that you see.
I think so.
I know they scale with hearts, like the range, but I don't know at what point it stops. Also, can the Master Sword beams... I think the Master Sword beams can also attack those parts, no?
You can, but it's extremely hard.
Yeah.
Because you don't have bullet time.
Yeah, exactly. It's light arrows, the ancient arrows, and the Master Sword beams that can do it. Oh, and Obosa's Fury. That's actually a less known one.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
There, learn. I guess Dark Beast IL would theoretically use Obosa's then to get all three at once.
Yeah, it's just a weird position you have to stand on.
No, I think it's coded so that you can only hit one at a time.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because-
that's possible, okay.
I tried different positions and it only hits one.
I wonder how well, like, if you could perfectly space a Great Eagle bow with Ancient Arrows.
Oh, that would be cool.
Completely impractical, but
Cool.
IL points. What matters.
We don't go for bullet time here. We just pre-aim where the weak spot is gonna be, and there's only one shot now between Piston and finishing about 7 minutes before estimate, even with the Master Sword. And I would call this a pretty clean run and a great showcase.
Shows a lot of the new tricks that have been discovered in this game recently. And GG.
That's time.
Time.
Should have probably said that the time does end when shooting the final eye, but you get the idea. Very good job, Piston. This is probably your chance to say some thoughts about the run, to say that I don't know
Thank you. Thank everyone.
exactly.
Yeah, thank you the commentators. This is very long run, and I'm glad that they donated their precious time to commentate.
I need
Also,
dinner.
thank you to the people that literally donated once again. I think there were quite a lot of donations during this run. We hit the $5,000 mark with the incentive. And yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. 6:33:33 on the timer here. I think that looks clean to me.
Very clean. And yeah, thanks to the ZSR staff and Trez for organising the thing. It's been really good so far.
I couldn't say thank you enough. That was an amazing run, a really hype finish, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. I saw a lot of gasps in the chat from people enjoying what they saw. The time is more than fitting, and again, thank you all so much for featuring the longest run in the marathon. So yeah, again, thank you to everybody involved, to ITNT for running, to Limq, to Lumina, and to everybody who wanted this in the marathon and donated. And with this, a little break here, and then we're gonna go back to the break screen and be right back in a couple of minutes with Cadence of Hyrule. Just a quick notification, we're gonna take down the stream for a minute to prevent the auto disconnect from Twitch. It's gonna be right there again after just 10 seconds of downtime. Don't go anywhere.